You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast.
What is happening, folks? Welcome to another special edition of the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. We got a great guest on for you today. We're going to have a great discussion, so get ready. I think it's going to be a good day. We're going to have fun today. Number one, I want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. Thank you guys for showing up. I know we're also streaming to Zach's audience, so thank you guys for tuning in and supporting Zach as well. Also down in the description are not only my links, but also Zach's links. If you want to give Zach a follow, make sure you go follow him over there. But we have a lot of good stuff going on in the world today, and all of this stuff seems to be coming together, and I don't know, it's all merging, both politics, war, discussions over Charlie, all of those things just seem to be, I don't know, just getting tangled up in society. So I think that's why some of this stuff is so important to make sure that we hash out. The other thing that I think is really important is, number one, we have midterms coming up. And I think what we need to start doing is trying to quit talking past each other for those of us that are on the conservative side and letting these smaller disagreements divide us, because we have a country to save. And we need to put some petty stuff aside. And if there's anything that Zach and I can do to hopefully lead by example on that front, I don't know. Hopefully we do that. All right. So without further ado, I want to go ahead and welcome Zach to the show. Zach, thank you for coming on, man. How are you?
Gary, I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Awesome, man. So if you will, just take a moment and just kind of introduce yourself to me and everybody at the show. Let them know who you are, what you're about, and we'll take it from there, man.
Sure. My name is Zach Costello. I describe myself as a Christian activist. I'm a husband and father of 5 with 1 on the way. Met my wife in high school. We've been together for more than half of our lives. Before I got involved in media, I had built a small business that I still own and operate here right outside of the DC area. I felt kind of the call to put myself and my voice out there. It's something that I've always wanted to do. So I started a YouTube channel probably, I don't know, about 3 years ago, and have since just kind of built it up. I just surpassed the 300,000 subscriber mark, which I'm very proud of. Did that last night. So yeah, here I am. So just, commenting on the political and cultural issues of the day from a Christian perspective. So that is what I'm doing, and that is who I am.
Awesome. So you just had a debate with Andrew Wilson, which, again, just like he said, and even coming on this show, we were talking about a little bit before the show. I've invited many people from your side of this discussion onto the show, and we get crickets just about every single time. And so I think it says a lot about your good faith going on and having a discussion, especially a freaking debate monster like Andrew Wilson. I don't care if you're debating whether or not you like ketchup. Chances are Andrew Wilson is going to, take you down. I don't care who it is. So I think it is very admirable that you were willing and courageous enough to go on there and talk about what you believed in. And, that's what we're going to do today. Less of a debate. You and I were having a good discussion before the show started. And that's really the tone that I'd like to keep with this. I think you and I probably agree on 98% of when it comes to politics, when it comes to a worldview. And for whatever reason, there's a big divide on this. And I want to make sure that we can kind of figure out, I want to know where you're coming from. And hopefully, you want to know where I'm coming from. And then we put aside some of the ad hominems that we all engage in one way or another. We start writing people off. We start trying to discredit people's character, things like that. And for my chat, you guys know the deal. We welcome disagreement. What we're not going to engage on in my chat is name calling or anything like that. So make sure you guys are respectful, and we'll kind of go from there. So Zach, I don't even know where you'd like to start. We can kind of start wherever you want. My goal for this is to have a respectful, good faith discussion from the very beginning to the end. And you and I kind of got like 3 hours blocked off. I don't think that's even enough time. So maybe, we can already pre-plan this as an ongoing discussion, and new things come about that I think need to be discussed. So, I guess taking it from the beginning, where do you think that you disagree with me on when it comes to the overall Charlie Kirk assassination?
Well, I think probably our fundamental disagreement with regard to the Charlie Kirk assassination would be your diagnosis of Candace 19 that you seem to have caught with regard to your perspective on what Candace Owens is doing. So I think that's probably where our fundamental disagreement is. I think ultimately that what Candace Owens is doing is valuable to the Charlie Kirk investigation. And I understand the other side thinks that what she is doing is evil, which I do not think is fair and I do not agree with. And here's what I'll basically say. Ultimately, my opinion on the Charlie Kirk assassination case is that there is enough evidence, I'm going to use that term, evidence, proving reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson acted alone or even took the shot from the spot on the roof that the authorities are claiming that he did. And my coverage of the different arguments, leads, tips, reading of the charging documents, listening to the different statements and arguments made by people like Kash Patel, Governor Cox, Joe Kent recently, Candace Owens, who I mentioned, Gary Melton is one of those people, etc. And discerning those different theories is how I arrived at the perspective that I have, that there is reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson did not act alone, or he was not the shooter at all. And I'm not jumping to any conclusion regarding the assassination. I simply am discerning the truth, and I'm considering what I believe to be solid points and arguments, and I'm talking about what I believe to be true. I understand that there have been some bad arguments. There have been some theories put forward that I myself have dismissed in my own mind. I understand there are theories out there that others have dismissed. But I mean, in addition to all this, I mean, I'll say that I think ultimately I am working backwards from a skepticism or a distrust of the state and federal authorities. My opinion is that their record of incompetence and dishonesty causes them to not be trusted. And therefore, I support a decentralized open source investigation into the Charlie Kirk assassination to ensure that public pressure is applied, bad actors are exposed, so that we can know the full truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. And this doesn't end up like some JFK assassination case or conspiracy.
Sure. You covered a lot there. Fair enough. I think you did a good job kind of laying out your case and your perspective on this. Let's go back to the Candace 19 or Candace in general. Do you feel like slander is immoral and wrong?
Yes.
Do you feel like that false accusations is immoral and wrong?
I would say knowingly false accusations. If you know the accusations are false and you make them, then that would be wrong.
Can we establish
according to my own Christian faith? Yes.
And I think just from a logic perspective, one of the things that the American society and principles that we've founded this country on is if you're going to make an accusation or even make a claim, it is the onus of the claimant and or accuser to provide the evidence of that claim.
Sure.
And I think that if you're going to make, especially if you're going to make an accusation of murder, conspiracy to murder, killing your husband, like you better have some really good evidence to present before you start insinuating, implying, or directly accusing someone of that. Do you agree with that?
I agree with your overall point, but I don't agree that Candace has accused Erica of murder.
do you think that she's implied that Erica is murdered? Because here's the game, and this is one of the things that I find very frustrating and disingenuous with Candace specifically, is that she poses statements and then throws a question mark at the end of it. And I think that's disingenuous. I think that it is dishonest, because I can tell you right now, maybe you do, but all you got to do, and I don't know about you, but the rest of her audience, if you go to her comment section, they have come to the conclusion that Candace wants, and that is Erica is definitely involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. So when you continue to push that narrative, whether you ever make it a direct accusation or not, like, I feel like she's insulting my intelligence. And many people on your side is like, oh, well, we didn't actually claim that. No, you implied it 10,000 times. That's what you're doing. And you're implying that she is directly involved in his murder through multiple things. And I think if you're doing that, that is disgusting. I mean, I find it completely, because what if she's wrong? What if you're wrong? What you've done is taken someone that you've completely traumatized, someone that has lost their husband, and you've done this. You've damaged their reputation. You've damaged TPUSA, all without any evidence whatsoever, because there is no evidence. Can we agree that there's no evidence that Erica Kirk was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination?
All right. So what I want to highlight first with regard to, again, you covered a lot, so let me address a couple things that you said. So I want to say that in all fairness to Candace, and I understand that she has a number of people in her comment section who make crazy claims or, have certain opinions. I think you and I both know how social media can be with regard to people in your comment section and them making certain claims or saying crazy things. Like, that certainly can happen. Just because you have somebody commenting on your video or your work with their perspective doesn't mean that that is your perspective. So I don't think that's necessarily a fair critique. And to be fair to Candace, she initially was extremely gracious towards Erica Kirk. And in the months after Charlie was assassinated, it wasn't until Erica, when they sat down together, and Candace identified a couple things that Erica blatantly lied about to her face, that she started to then kind of turn this around and really start to look into what Erica is doing. But I would say that, I mean, you would have to agree that there's two things can be true at once. An individual like Erica can be a widow, and that something terrible could have happened to her husband, which is the case. But that does not excuse Erica for dishonesty or misleading or bad decision making, or for it also does not excuse her from any criticism now that she has entered the political and cultural arena and put herself as the face of this organization. Like that, I mean, those two things can be true at once.
Sure, but it's not about criticism. I think you would have to be like, any rational person would watch exactly what's going on with Candace, and you would be forced to conclude at least that Candace is implying, or, I mean, it's more than implying. I mean, it's just dishonest to say that she is not directing people to the conclusion that Erica is involved in Charlie Kirk's murder. And then going back for years and years trying to completely smear her family lineage, like going back. I mean, I don't even understand the relevance of that, saying that their grandparents were involved in this, her mother was involved in this, and then tying a bunch of things together. Like, if you're going to talk about Lori, who's dying, and you throw up 47, this picture of, 50 different LLCs. It's not that many, but you know what I mean. And then through that, come to the conclusion that there has to be some sort of money laundering. There has to be some sort of criminal behavior here without ever showing proof. And that's the thing that she does time and time again, is she points things out that on paper, they're not suspicious. They don't indicate criminality, but then she adds a lot of commentary and context to imply that. And then she moves to the next one, and to the next one, and to the next one, and to the next one. And then she takes all of these other items that actually don't correlate. She creates a correlation, and then what she'll do is she'll direct you to the conclusion. And I think that is clear misinformation. I think that's a very clear tactic of propaganda. And
yeah, I guess my perspective on it is that, with as far as steering people towards a conclusion, I'm not sure that she's done that. I mean, what Candace has done is she's gone through, and yes, she went back into Erica's past, and she's gone through a whole history of Erica Kirk, and then she's also uncovered certain what you can call irregularities or just basically straight up lies that Erica has told since Charlie Kirk passed away, and she has basically just put those out there and have been like what's going on? Like, why are you doing this? And there is a natural suspicion that arrives when someone is being dishonest or trying to mislead. And I think that, again, when you take one piece of small detail, and you look at that single individual piece, like if you look at the individual piece of Erica not being honest about her dating history, and you just look at that on its own, you would be like, okay, there's obviously no evidence or proof that she had that her lying about her dating history has no correlation or proof to her being involved in Charlie's murder, for example, if that's what we're talking about. But when you take the fact that she lied about her dating history, when you take the fact that she lied about the text message thread to Glenn Beck of Charlie saying that they were going to kill him, and her telling Candace Owens that message was not on her phone, that was not an iMessage, and then we come to find out that that's actually not true, verified by other sources who say that no, that was an iMessage. But her telling Glenn Beck that Charlie never said that was not true.
But didn't she come back and correct the record?
She came back and corrected the record and said, "Oh, I didn't know that was that must have been a Telegram message." But it was not an iMessage. She came back
she came back, corrected the record, and volunteered that information. So I think that would.
Did she volunteer that it was actually an iMessage that existed on Charlie's phone?
She corrected,
because I had not seen her come out and correct that. I saw her come out and say that it was a message sent via Telegram, but it was not something on her phone. And she said that to Glenn Beck because it was not something that she was saying that I did not see that on his phone, but we know that it was an iMessage.
Okay. So, but can we agree that could have been a mistake and not a lie? I mean,
again, so you can look at these single individual details and you can say, okay, taking that by itself, that may have been a mistake. But it's like, how many mistakes are we going to excuse before it's like, hold on. Why? This is mistake after mistake after mistake. And when you do that, and again, you can make the argument that here's what it comes down to. You can make an incompetence argument regarding Erica. You could just make the argument. It's like, well, she continually makes these mistakes. It's a kind of an incompetence thing. Fine. You can make that argument. Then I continue with the argument that I don't think she should then be the CEO of Turning Point USA. I mean, I make that argument. I'm critical. I'm critical of that certain aspect. But then you can also, and then some people do jump to the conclusion that there are more malicious intentions involved. And again, when you take a number of different mistakes or lies, if you want to call it that, then you start to develop a circumstantial evidence web of someone who is just being dishonest. Ultimately, is what it comes down to.
No, I think what you can do is you can take you can go through and you can put someone under a microscope, any person, and you can go through and you can uncharitably characterize 1,000 different things that have no relevance. Not a single one of those have relevance to what's actually going on. And then you can create some sort of perspective of guilt or whatever else that's going on there. Because let me ask you this. Do you think that Erica Kirk was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination?
I don't know. I mean, I do you know for certain that she was not?
I would say that there is a lot of evidence against that. And what you would ask me to do is say, hey, you know what? Disregard all of this evidence and then just jump to some crazy conclusion because she didn't see an iPhone message, or your perspective is that she's lying about her dating history, which I think is also very subjective. And you're getting into the minutia of this. And what that is a character assassination that you're using to, again, point to some sort of guilt within something much more serious, and that is the death and the murder and the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
But it's not character assassination to find and identify a lie that a public figure told in public. Like that's not character assassination. So I don't agree that that's the case. But when it comes down to again, Candace is not calling, or nobody on our side, I guess you can say, is calling for Erica is accusing Erica of being guilty of being involved in Charlie's murder. I think simply
I think you're being.
Can I just finish the point? Let me just finish the point.
Okay.
All that is being done is the identification of irregularities or behavior or dishonesty that I think the goal is just to be like, investigate this. Just investigate what's going on. Like, why the irregularities, why the inconsistencies, why the lies? Because you know this, Gary, like just because something bad happens to you doesn't excuse you from having to be honest. Like, you can tell the truth. You can be in touch with reality and also have a tragedy happen to you. Just because Charlie was killed and she is a widow, with regard to Erica Kirk, does not excuse her from not having to be honest in public, especially now that she's a public figure. So again, it's not a matter of people being like, because well, okay, there are some people that are making more aggressive claims, as you can say, with regard to what's going on with Erica.
Well, I mean, it's
I think ultimately the goal of our side, or at least my perspective, would be, it's like, well, maybe because of these inconsistencies, we should take this seriously as a part of this investigation. I think ultimately is the perspective that I have on that.
So because you feel like she's lying about certain items, that we should publicly investigate her for the death,
publicly,
and the murder, and the conspiracy of the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Well, I mean, no, I would want the investigative authorities to investigate fully into what's going on.
There's no evidence. I mean, there's zero evidence of Erica Kirk being involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's zero evidence of TPUSA being involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They've looked at these things. And then you have
they though?
Hold on. I'll let you talk.
Have they actually looked into it? Have they actually investigated this?
Yes,
thoroughly?
They have. You better believe they have. And then you have all of this additional evidence that is exclusionary, that excludes them being guilty. You're sitting there saying that Tyler Robinson. Well, we need to establish what you believe of Tyler Robinson, but we have a huge amount.
You're getting too far ahead right now.
Hold on. No. There's a huge amount of evidence that points to the fact that Tyler Robinson is indeed guilty, and you'd have to jump through a lot of hoops to discount that evidence completely. And Candace has said that he wasn't even on the campus. And like, what do you think that Tyler Robinson's role in the assassination of Charlie Kirk was?
There is no evidence that Tyler Robinson was on that roof or on campus that day.
So there's no evidence that his fingerprints are up there. His DNA is up there. His DNA is on the gun.
His fingerprints are not up. His fingerprints are not on the roof. According to the charging documents, they're not.
We'll come back to that. So the charging documents do indicate that Tyler Robinson is the primary suspect.
The only DNA evidence that puts that has anything to do with Tyler Robinson being on the roof has to do with the screwdriver that is not a part of the charging documents.
Okay. I mean, there's going to be
DNA evidence that Tyler Robinson was on that roof does not exist.
Okay. Well, I don't know that it doesn't exist. It's just not in the charging documents. And it doesn't mean that it's not going to be used for evidence. You understand that the investigation into Tyler Robinson and into the entire assassination of Charlie Kirk didn't end on, September 16th when the charging documents were actually put out.
Correct.
Continuing
I'm
to.
very much looking forward to the trial, and I'm glad that cameras are going to be in there, and I'm glad that we're going to be able to see it. According to the charging documents, they have video of whoever the individual was dressed in black actually getting onto the roof, going to the spot. There is no video evidence of the actual shot being fired from that location, but then the camera picks back up with the individual running off the roof. We've only been shown in public the individual running off the roof. I'm not sure why they wouldn't just show the whole thing. You know, if they're showing the end of it, I don't know why they just don't show the beginning of it. But
so what was the point of releasing the footage that they actually released?
I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, I do. So at the time when they released that footage, it was because they didn't know who the shooter was, and they released just enough footage to hopefully that somebody that knew who he was would identify him, which worked. As a matter of fact, I think they went through very carefully and made sure they selected footage that would not impact the case, because they have a constitutional duty to make sure they protect the evidence, not show the public. Suddenly we have this idea.
How would the
hold on.
How does that video help identify the suspect, though?
What's that?
How does that video help identify the suspect?
Well, according to the charging documents, and according to Candace, by the way, Candace confirmed this as well in one of her early episodes, that the mother actually identified Tyler Robinson from the footage. And then she showed that footage to the father. And then he's like, yes, that's us. That's my son. And then he called Tyler and then asked, hey, oh, and by the way, the picture of the rifle, that looks like our rifle. Tyler, where is that? Where is the rifle? So it was the parents that identified them. I'll tell you right now, if that was my son on the roof, just from gait, from general perspective, and it wasn't just the footage on the roof, it was also the footage in the stairways. Hey, that would look like my son. I'd be able to identify them, confirm or deny immediately whether or not that was my son. And you would be able to. And when you have parents that are like, that would naturally be in denial, like there's no way this, and they're like, hey, I think this is our son. And they immediately text him, call him, and ask him what's going on. And I think that's one of the most damning portions of this, is that they were involved in him turning himself in. They're the ones that turned himself in. And now we have a death penalty case that is set up against Tyler Robinson. And if this wasn't true, and you know as well as I do, if this wasn't true and my son is on this, basically getting ready to be sentenced to death potentially, and all of this evidence isn't true, there is nothing that would stop me from getting out in front of a camera and being like, that is not my son. These people are trying to railroad my kid into a death penalty, and all of this evidence is made up, I guess. And they're not doing that. I think that's one of the most compelling arguments of this entire thing, on top of the litany of evidence that we know that they have. And they clearly outline in the charging documents. So also in the charging documents, it says they do have them on camera, actually taking the shot. And look, I've been to UVU. There's 1,900 cameras plus out there. They have clear footage of him. They have cell phone location data that's going to put him on top of that roof. They have cell phone location data of the entire route to and from and everywhere else that he went. And then on top of that, we have multiple admissions of guilt through multiple text messages, Discord chats, a note underneath the computer. I mean, unless you're going to say that it's all made up, then how is he not guilty? How is he not on campus?
As I said, the initial perspective that I have and that I'm approaching this with is that I am distrustful of the state and the federal authorities to tell us the truth in this regard. So, my question, I'll address a couple of the things that you said.
Okay.
So with regard to Tyler Robinson's parents, there was interesting testimony that was shared by the account Brandy and Billy. I don't know if you saw this, of them interviewing Tyler Robinson's parents outside of the courtroom. They do not believe that Tyler Robinson carried this out. They interviewed Tyler Robinson's parents. They have a direct quote from Tyler Robinson's parents saying that they do not believe that Tyler Robinson did this.
That's not correct. They say family. They do not say parents.
We can look that up. We can look that up with regard to what Brandy and Billy found on their account,
where we start conflating and intentionally being deceptive about small terms that matter. There's a big
I grant you that this 100% matters for sure. I would, if we need to check the source on it, for sure. I'm not trying to be deceptive or dishonest. That is what I remember, and I've read it a couple times, Brandy and Billy stating. So I would like to pull up that source. I mean, that would be an account. I mean, they've got a pretty decent sized following, who interviewed Tyler Robinson's parents, who said to them that they don't believe Tyler Robinson did this. And I feel like that's a pretty important piece of information for us to have. They challenged Jack Posobiec. I'm not sure how you pronounce his name, because someone, he put out like, well, why don't you guys talk to Robinson's parents? Like, and I think Turning Point USA as an organization has made that statement a couple times. I think Blake Neff just made it the other day. And the account, Brandy and Billy, also replied to that one as well. And then what I'll simultaneously address was one of the was the second claim that you made there, about the different text messages that Tyler had sent to Lance. Yeah, you know, I'm pretty skeptical that those messages are real. And I don't think that you or your side has any proof that they are real, other than the fact that the state is telling us that they exist and that they're real. The state did not disclose to us the conversation that happened on Discord, where Tyler Robinson's tone is much different and playful right after the assassination, of him joking about a doppelganger that was trying to frame him. Mm-hmm. None of those were in the charging documents. The only message from the Discord chat that was in the charging documents is the one of him admitting in a very different tone that he was the one that took the shot, that he was basically the assassin, that he was the one who did it. Okay. But again, you know, I understand those text messages are in the charging documents, but there's no timestamps. There's no evidence that those text messages are real.
Well, hold on. So again, one of the things that I did is I had Andrea Burkhart on our show, who is a criminal defense attorney. And I suggest that everybody watching this go watch that. And we went through the evidence from the point of a criminal defense attorney. And she explains how the evidence is received by the defense and basically how they're going to attempt to prosecute that evidence. So one of the things she was very clear about, she's like, hey, this is a list of evidence that they have. And you need to understand that all of this evidence is going to be given to the defense attorneys as well. And they're going to have an opportunity to go through and, you know, prosecute that evidence and determine. They're going to have their own forensic teams on that. They're going to be able to forensically analyze the phones. They're going to be doing all of those things. And she said, you know, it's very important to understand that if it's in this charging document, like this is the evidence they had at the time with the initial to the probable cause. So they're going to have the physical evidence with this. And on top of that, the defense is going to have that. And they're going to be able to analyze all that stuff. And they're going to be able to go through. And if now we have the probable cause, understand, like, I'm sure many people have watched different court hearings and everything else. If they can go through and the defense can say, hey, probable cause wasn't there to begin with, they're going to have a real problem. The prosecuting attorney is going to have a real problem moving forward with this case. It's most likely going to be, or potentially could be, dismissed. So the evidence in this is not only, you can almost bet your bottom dollar on it, that this is real. It's going to be given to the defense attorneys. They're going to have a chance to validate that, and they'll come up with some sort of defense. But the idea that just because all of this damning evidence, and it's voluminous, as their own defense attorney said, and this is just what we know about. I mean, there is terabytes of data that's going to end up being very damning to Tyler Robinson. And so good. Just say, hey,
I say good because it is the burden of proof is on the state to prove that Tyler Robinson,
of course,
took this shot and that he did not act He did not act with anybody else or coordinate with anybody else with regard to the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
So what evidence do you have that he was not involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Again, I've shared a couple things with regard to the reasonable doubt cast on Tyler Robinson acting as the lone shooter or being even the shooter at all with regard to this assassination case. Let's just go back. I mean,
I just want to establish some things that we agree on.
Okay.
Do you feel he was actually in Orem that day?
Yes, I believe that he was in Orem and around the UVU campus that day.
Okay, so he's
and that's consistent. That's consistent with his sightings of his car, him walking around, video surveillance of him who I do believe is him walking around outside or in the neighborhoods around UVU, and I think the DNA, the fact that his DNA, I mean, his DNA on the rifle, along with others, also suggests that he was in or and around the UVU campus that day.
Okay.
I believe Tyler Robinson was involved in some way. I'll say that. I believe Tyler Robinson was involved in this assassination case. Yeah.
All right. So why was he there? Why was he there?
Well, ultimately, he was there either to take the shot and kill Charlie Kirk, or he was there to be some sort of diversion or patsy from the actual shooter. Ultimately, as I think, and that's my opinion. Those would be those two avenues would be my opinion as to why Tyler Robinson would have been there. And in addition to his gun being there, if it was not the one that was actually used in the assassination case, which I know you asked, like, what evidence do you have that Tyler Robinson did not take the shot with that weapon? We can start getting into the questions about that 30-06, the angle that shot would have been taken from, etc. That I think, again, certainly serves as evidence contributing to this circumstantial evidence web that contributes to reasonable doubt with regard to Tyler Robinson being the one that took the shot from that location.
So why would Tyler Robinson be there to be the patsy? I mean, who do you think took the shot?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know, and neither do you. You have no evidence that Tyler Robinson actually took the shot, and he has not been convicted. We've not even seen a trial with regard to that.
I have evidence that he took the shot. We have his gun. He's there at that location. There's DNA on the rifle. There's DNA on the spent cartridge. The spent cartridge. That's a lot of evidence right there that he took the shot. There's DNA on the unspent cartridges, and there's DNA on a screwdriver that's on top of the roof that may or may not be in the charging documents. That doesn't mean that evidence doesn't exist. So there is.
How do you know that? How do you know the evidence of the screwdriver exists?
Because we know it's actually mentioned in other court documents. Jen, pull that up. But the other thing that I want to clarify right off the bat, going back to this, Jen, if you will. And by the way, anytime that you want something looked up too, Zach, if you want to ask Jen to look it up, feel free to do so. Jen, look up Billy and Brandy's post regarding
that. Yeah, did we get that answer?
Whether or not they clarify that it's their parents or the family, because there's a huge difference between the parents and the family, and I'm fairly certain, but I want to make sure that we get that on the record and clarify that. So there are additional court documents that do mention the screwdriver. And let me see.
My issue with your stance, Gary, is that you say that you have the evidence, but you're simply only relying on what the state and the authorities are telling you with regard to your evidence that exists.
You're right, because that evidence is going to have to be verified, and it's actually going to have to be shown. So that evidence, we have a process that's been going on for hundreds of years in this country, and it's not always perfect. But what we do is we know that if every attorney that I've talked to has said that, hey, if the evidence is in the charging documents, it's going to be presented. It's not only going to be presented to the defense attorneys, but it's also going to be presented to the jury. So for you to sit there and say that evidence doesn't exist, I think is ludicrous. That is.
Oh, I'm not. Okay. Does the evidence exist? Maybe, but we don't know. Neither you or I know this.
Mhm.
As far as that evidence existing,
No, we
I
know
also
it because
question whether the evidence is legitimate.
okay. Well, the evidence is listed on the charging documents, and if
Right, but
the
some of the
evidence
things
is
that you
not
mentioned there,
listed,
like the screwdriver, are not listed on the charging documents.
you're right, but I mean that's just one of many. We have a rifle that's listed on the charging documents. We have his DNA on the rifle. We have his DNA on the trigger, and we have DNA on the spent cartridge. I mean that is pretty damning to sit there and then for you to say you don't have evidence that he took the shot. That is one of many evidence. And the other thing that we're going to actually see is number one, we're going to see clear footage, and even in the charging documents, it clearly states that this person that they can see goes up to the rooftop, goes out of view because he goes over the retaining wall, and then actually reappears and then takes the shot at the time of the shot, and then actually exfiltrates after that the shot is taken. And that is on video. And we're going to see that clearly. They have that, but they're not going to present that to the public because that would be a violation of his constitutional rights. I mean, that's what, and this is the crazy thing to me. It's like everybody out there is like, well, they need to present the evidence to the public. I need to see this to believe that they got the right guy. And that's fine if you want to be, suspicious of the government. I'm always with you. I'm always skeptical of the government. But when we have an abundance of evidence that is the only clear, it's the only thing that matches with everything that took place. And then we say, no, I'm going to reject that. And I'm going to go with something else over here that has no evidence, that doesn't make sense, that makes this much more complicated. Like, I still don't understand the point of a patsy, because here's the thing: when we have a 140-yard shot and he's on location, 140-yard shot, I literally have a video of me doing that standing on a much smaller target.
Mhm.
Like there's nothing difficult about that. Shooting a rifle from the prone, a magnified optic from 140 yards. Like how old is one of your sons or daughters, for instance? Do you have a kid that's around 6? I can take a 6-year-old kid.
My oldest is 12. I'm going to be careful as far as diverging information because I've had crazy people,
I'm with you.
Look me up and all that crap. So
I'm with you. All right. So I could take a 6-year-old kid and have them shoot 140 yards within 10 minutes.
And I understand that. I don't buy into the narrative that Tyler Robinson was incapable of taking that shot. That's not an argument that I buy
Why
into.
would they need somebody else to do it?
What do you mean? I'm sorry. Why would who need somebody else to do it?
You sat there and said that there's no evidence that Tyler Robinson took the shot. That's just demonstrably incorrect. But number 2, you said he's the patsy.
No. I said that there's no evidence that it was Tyler Robinson on the roof, and there's also evidence that puts doubt that the shot could have come from that location.
Okay. Fair enough. What would be the reason? Well, I don't. There's definitely not evidence that the shot came from that location. We can cover that.
I actually do want to go through that because I think that's where you and I think, like especially our early coverage on this, I think actually converges, and I think that would be an interesting part.
I'm happy. I would love to get into that, but real quick, what is the purpose of a patsy? Because if I am running an operation, and I don't care if we're talking about a military operation or whatever, the more people that I involve in an operation, the more vulnerable I am to failures, mishaps, and bad information or someone talking.
Yeah.
So what is the reason? If Tyler is involved in the assassination, why wouldn't I just have Tyler actually take the shot?
I mean, again, that's a good question. And here's what it comes down to. When it comes to, again, I'm not jumping to any conclusion.
No, you are. That's a hell of a
conclusion. No, I'm not.
Hold on. That is a hell of a jump to it's completely illogical to say, hey, this guy is on the ground.
To be skeptical about the narrative that we're being told?
Hold on. This guy is on the ground. We see him on multiple video clips. We see that he has his DNA on the rifle. He is 3.5 hours away from his house. He's just there, but he didn't take the shot. There's evidence that, there's DNA on the spent cartridge, but he didn't take the shot. And I'm just with no evidence, I'm going to make
Where
up
was the spent cartridge found? Do you know?
I'm going to make up the assertion that there was somebody else involved. What evidence do you have that somebody else was involved outside of Tyler Robinson?
Well,
like, where did you even get that conclusion?
With regard to this being bigger than just Tyler Robinson, I believe that there is evidence for that.
Okay, that's fine. Let's say it's bigger than Tyler Robinson, but where did this other person come from? Why is there another person? What evidence do you have that you say, hey, there is an additional person that's involved in this? From what you can see, can you confirm or deny that's Tyler Robinson from the video footage?
No, you cannot.
Okay, I agree with that. But what we do know is that his DNA is on the rifle. It's his rifle. He's 3.5 hours from home. Where in all of this did you just say, you know what, that's not him, I'm putting another person that's involved in this conspiracy?
Because of what I think we can get into with regard to that weapon not being used in the assassination.
Well, let's
is something that you doubted. You doubted this very early on. This was one of your original doubts with regard to the assassination case.
I'm happy to get into those. Let's say it wasn't the weapon that was actually used. Let's say a 223 rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Why would Tyler Robinson still not be the shooter?
Well, in that scenario, the gun then would not link to Tyler Robinson. Like the current gun links to Tyler Robinson.
Hold on. Let's say he used a different gun completely. He pre-positioned a gun that he wanted them to find. It was 30-06 over here somewhere else. And then he used a 223. I don't know why you would do that. I mean, if I'm going to use two different guns, I'm going to make sure they're the same caliber so that they match up. That's what I'm going to do. But let's say he uses a 223, pre-positions another gun because he wants to throw off authorities. And we've never found this second weapon that's being used. That we've created a different person. Now we're creating a different weapon. So they've never found that. I don't understand, even if you throw into a different weapon, and I'm happy to get into the ballistics of all that, but why are we creating another person? Where does that come from? Like, what logic and evidence do you use to create a second person outside of Tyler Robinson? What logic and evidence do you use that excludes Tyler Robinson from actually taking the shot?
The logic and evidence that comes from if Tyler Robinson didn't take the shot, and he couldn't have taken the shot from that angle, from that position, then it begs the question then where did the shot come from and who took the shot? I think that's ultimately where it comes from. And I think that's the question that's being asked.
You think there was another person at another location that took the shot from somewhere else? Is that what we're saying?
Gary, it's not a matter of what I think. It's a matter of there is reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson was not the individual on that roof and that the shot may not have come from that location. Therefore, the natural conclusion would be, or the natural question would be, where did it come from? And then simply the open source investigation or the open source questioning or whatever you want to call it, the different theories that come about from it are, okay, then where did the shot come from? Who took it? This is the example of this is you know this because you covered it. One of the examples would be, okay, we had early on the wound from Charlie's front looked like an exit wound. So there were many different theories coming about where that shot came from. So the range day bro did the whole video from behind, saying that the shot came from behind and that was an exit wound. That was an interesting video, and I know that you covered it. So
I've never hold on. I have never said and never ascribed to the idea that was an exit wound. So if that's what you're saying, I said, you will not find that anywhere.
No. I'm saying that you covered it. So you understand the different perspectives and theories that are coming out with regard to, okay, if this shot didn't occur from the front, where did it occur from? I'm using that as an example.
Let's go back to perspective and theories. Within a day or two of Charlie Kirk assassination, we came out with the perspective and theory that there was a palm gun involved. Do you think that there was a palm gun involved?
I've seen that theory out there. I don't know. I'm not fully convinced of it. I mean,
it's just dumb. Like, there's number one, there's no muzzle flash coming from Rick's
from that side of the crowd.
There's no recoil. There's no way to aim that device. The amount of energy that is dispensed upon Charlie Kirk has no correlation with a palm gun. So that's dumb. The other thing they said that it was a camera gun. Do you think that there was a camera gun involved in this assassination? And there was two of them. One they said Andrew Faraci had it, and then the other camera gun that they tried to put into place was the one right behind Charlie, saying that that was an exit wound, which is also stupid. It's clearly not an exit wound, and we can talk about why that is. But we have two camera guns. Do you think that either one of those is plausible?
I mean, no, I actually don't. I mean, I guess my opinion on this is that the shot did come from the front. And the reason that I think that is because of a lot of the things that I think you and I can get into. And again, this has to do with our overlap early on with regard to, me watching guys like Dr. Chris Martinson, who disagrees with your perspective here. Following the guy, and watching the Range Day Bro video of that shot potentially coming from behind, which again, I arrived at the conclusion, at least my own opinion, was that I don't agree with that perspective and that video based on more clear evidence that came out from the assassination. The clear video of Charlie from kind of his right side shows pretty clearly that he was not shot from that angle that the Range Day Bro guy was talking about. So, but again,
hold on. We're making good progress here because we're hitting things that we agree on, and I want to establish some things that we agree on, and I think we're getting there. So the other thing that was said that was the Bush gun. Do you remember that theory?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, anyone that's involved, that's interested in this, one of the most clarifying things for me ever, and I hope that people that are interested in this do this, and I hope you do too. I don't know, maybe we can plan a trip and go down there together. But when I actually went to UVU, some of these propositions became so clear because I was completely neutral, and I'm still neutral to the evidence. I'm going to go where the evidence. If new evidence comes out tomorrow that overrides, hold on. If new evidence comes out tomorrow that overrides, it's more compelling than the evidence that we have, I'm going to go with that because that's what logical people do. And we just don't make up conclusions based on a complete lack of evidence or anything else. So my point is that, like, if you go there and you look up where Charlie was to like a stone's throw away to where that bush is that you can clearly see, it like the dimensions, the proportions of everything in person, everything is like 3 times closer than you realize. That's a much smaller space than what it looks like on television. And that's another real issue that I have with a lot of people supposedly investigating this. There's a lot of people making a lot of money on this, and they've never actually gone there. They never actually talked to eyewitnesses or done any real investigative work. Sitting in front of a camera and just waiting for tips to come in is not investigations by any definition under the sun. But I digress.
Well, so, Gary, don't make the Douglas Murray "you've never been" argument, though. Come on.
That's not what I'm saying at all. At all. That's not.
You can't say that people don't know what they're talking about because they've never been there. You've never been. Remember Douglas Murray? You've never been.
Doing, and I see what you're trying to say, but that is
never been to Israel, so you don't have any right to give an opinion about that.
Beneath you, it's a straw man argument. But if you were going to sit there and say, "I'm investigating all this stuff," and you don't actually go to the location when you can absolutely do that, that is dishonest, in my opinion. That's just where I'm. But hold on.
As far as I'll tell you this, I'm not an investigator. Like I'm a commentator, and I've been looking at these different arguments because I care about this. I care about what happened to Charlie Kirk. I do, and I want to know the truth about it. But I am covering different people's coverage, and I'm covering different investigations. Ultimately, is what I'm doing.
Hold on. Number one, is it hard to go to UVU?
No, it's not. Okay. No.
So also, do you think that you can change your perspective or potentially miss important details by not going to UVU?
Sure. No, I think the two guys that I feel like have been very helpful with regard to going to UVU was you and Stephen Gardner, and the video footage that you guys, I think actually Ian Carroll went to UVU as well.
Yep.
If I remember correctly. But in any case, no, I mean, the footage that you went and got at UVU and Stephen Gardner, like I watched a lot of the Stephen Gardner one. It was very clear and actually very helpful. So was yours. Yours actually helped debunk, or I hate using that word debunk, but it helped check the box off of one of the theories or arguments that was made by Chris Martenson, that video of him jumping off the roof, the person jumping off the roof, was AI.
Yeah.
I actually thought one of your most helpful things that you did there was you found that downslope, which which showed that individual would have disappeared. So I thought that was actually really helpful, and I appreciated that. But no, I mean, I see the value in what you're talking about. I was, kind of just giving you a hard time in that, I feel like you're taking a shot at Candace there because she's never been to UVU.
I definitely was.
Yeah.
So
before you guys go on, I do have the video, and it was not their parents. It was family members.
So throw that up, Jen, just so we clarify I guess, and do you accept that, or do you want to see it? Zach?
I'd like to see it, but I'd also like to, I guess I'd like to clarify what family members they are, and I'd like to pull up the tweet as well.
Fair enough. Real quick though, just going back to what we're talking about and the things that we agree on. So we agree that the Bushman shooter didn't exist, even though that was pushed for weeks. We agree that the camera in the back and the camera gun in the front. We agree, hopefully we can agree, that there was no tunnels underneath Charlie that would be accessible to actually shoot Charlie from a tunnel. That was something that actually Candace Owens was talking about, the hatches. Do you agree with that is thoroughly debunked?
So I heard you say hatches. Sorry, I was trying to look up this Brandy and Billy tweet here, but
we got it right here. Oh, we got the video. All right, you know what? Let's play this video, and then we'll talk about the hatches, and we'll talk about all the other things that we agree on that we can say we're setting that off to the side. Those are things that we don't need to discuss or debate on those particular issues. Jen, go ahead and play that video for us. Is this like long? Okay, this is an hour-long video. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an hour-long video. Do you have a...
Try to find the tweet. Try to find the tweet that they have.
But if you look at the title too, just so you know.
Yeah, and if you can, off screen, if there's an area where they specifically say we're talking to the family and make clarification between the family and the parents, we can throw that back up.
You got it.
Yeah. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes, I got you right here.
Can I present that?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is Jack. How do you pronounce his last name? You can Posobiec.
Yeah.
Said, I have a question for the people who don't think killed Tyler Robinson, and he makes the challenge to talk to his parents. And then, as Brandy and Billy says here, this is the tweet that I am referring to. We did ask them ourselves. Tyler Robinson's family does not think that he did this, and they said it to us face to face at the January 16th hearing. The narrative that you read online about his family turning him in is not true.
Okay,
we'll be continuing the rest of the hearings. So
it's not his parents.
Okay, but I guess I would say.
I mean,
we're both right though. But I would say we're both right because again, the narrative that you read online about his family turning him in is not true. So I think that point that I made does hold.
Whoa! That's not a narrative online. That's a narrative. Two things that was presented by two people. Number one, that narrative was presented
in the charging documents.
It's what's that?
That narrative is from the charging documents. I think is that what you're getting at?
You know who else confirmed that narrative?
Who else confirmed the narrative that his family turned him in?
Yes.
Who?
Candace Owens.
Oh, Gary, no. I was hoping you weren't going to say that.
Hold on. No, I want to show you the proof of that.
Candace thinks that the sheriff individual
later.
Right?
Hold on.
She came out with this later.
I'm with you. All right. Let's talk about it, and we can discuss it.
Candace thinks the sheriff individual approached the family first.
I'm going to cover
right?
both sides of this argument.
Right.
I'm going to cover both sides of this and make sure that we give everybody the truth, and that there is, I'm not trying to present one argument or another. Let's watch this and let's talk about what she actually says here. Let's see here. Let me see where this is in the video. Here we go.
Everything the source has told.
All right.
Gary, was this video before or after she she described the sheriff turning
Hold on.
Tyler Robinson in and coming
I
to the
cover both
parents
of them.
first.
Identified as the shooter. It's a far cry from what the media has been telling us. Remember, the media.
Hold on.
He does. So let's move on. All right. So the next example of a lie and deception is from episode 244. It aired September 29th. Let's play this.
Of most interest to me, what I've learned is that his father does not believe, his parents don't believe that their son committed this crime. I was like, huh? Excuse me? That's a far cry from what the media has been.
All right. So let's just stop it right there real quick. Can we agree that she presents no evidence that that's true?
That she spoke with that individual?
That she presents no evidence that she spoke with that individual, or that the father actually believes what she just posited there.
I mean, she is making a statement based on her sources, and you have to take her at her word there. Yeah.
Okay.
Telling us, remember, the media presented this amazing story. The father realized his son was guilty, so it goes, right? And then he phoned over a friend. That quote unquote family friend informed the family. It was that in-between person that informed the family that Tyler had been identified as the shooter. It's a far cry from what the media has been telling us. Remember, the media presented this amazing story.
All right. So who was this media that created this amazing story? So basically what she's saying here is it wasn't the parents that identified him. It was the family friend that said, hey, look, we've identified him. We think it's Tyler. He needs to turn himself in. But let's jump here to episode 237, September 17th. Just, I don't know. We're talking 12 days prior to this. And this is what Candace actually said to begin with.
I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this.
All right. So she has a source that she has found extremely reliable. And on top of that, everything this source has said has been confirmed by other people. Let's see what the source actually has to say.
So they released the photo. And then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler, and she phones him up. Tyler says, Mom, I'm sick. She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad. Okay.
All right. So that right there, she starts off confirming exactly what the charging documents say. And I also will point out, I want everybody to look at what she actually has here for the charging documents. This I also find extremely deceptive. Well, I think I even talk about this, and we might as well just play it.
Her own son. It was the parents that recognized her own son. And she didn't just loop in Dad. She showed the father, Matt Robinson, the surveillance footage of the suspect that the FBI released. And let's read the charging documents. This is the official charging documents. I have them right here.
I'm not even going to put you guys through that, but I do want to point out right here that Candace Owens, Zach, are these the charging documents?
They're
not.
I'm not sure what that is. I don't know. What is that?
What she's done is she's taking bullet points from the charging documents and she's presenting them. And what that allows her to do is she gets to reconfigure the picture that's being pushed. She has never once went through the charging documents with her audience. And I think that in of itself is a major omission of facts. And I point out later on in this video, you guys can go watch it, that she completely distorts even what takes place here. But right here, she has a source that she trusts that has been confirmed multiple times, confirm exactly what is stated in the charging documents. And then 12 days later says she wasn't the one confirming this story, this narrative, because she was the media that actually put this information out. She says, oh, it's the media telling us this lie. It's the same lie that not only did you state, but you also confirmed both through your source and the charging documents. You reinforced exactly what the charging document says. And then 12 days later, you completely changed the narrative and say it wasn't the mother. It wasn't the father that actually identified the source, identified Tyler Robinson from the video surveillance. And look, here's the crazy thing, Zach. Don't you think that when the prosecution gets these people on the stand and they're going to be referencing back to the actual charging documents, they're going to have him on the stand and say, hey, is it you, the mother? Did you identify the son? Yes, I did. Or to say no, I didn't do that. It was this family friend that called us up and said, hey, I think that's your son, which I think is ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous because if some family friend, if I'm looking at a video and I'm like, that's not my son. And then some family friend says, hey, I think this is your son. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. No, I'm not going to just go turn them in. I'm going to call the police like, hey, apparently there's some sort of suspicion that my son, that's not him. And I don't believe that's him. So this whole thing is clear deception, or we can't believe anything her sources say because we have one source that she's confirmed multiple times. Hey, this person has told me the truth. Lance's family confirms the source and everything that they say as well. I use that to confirm the charging documents. And these charging documents are going to be brought up in court because if they get somebody on the stand and suddenly the mother's like, I didn't say any of that stuff. Well, the charging documents go out the window and it's very clear that the state is making stuff up.
Right.
And that's not going to happen.
Look, when it all comes down to it, I think that the point holds, though, in that the family of Tyler Robinson does not believe that he did this.
There's somebody in the family. I don't know what that means. Like my kids haven't seen aunts that I have that like their family. They barely ever even seen my kids. I got some family that's never met my kids. My youngest kids are 12 and 16. And I bet they would say, I don't believe that that kid would do that. Just like Tyler's grandmother said early on, like, I have a hard time believing that he would do that. I bet the parents had a hard time believing that he would do that. But all of the evidence, just like if suddenly my kid did something horrific, I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. But if the evidence said that he did it, I'd be like, yeah, I got to accept that. And then we have some third party family member, like we don't even know how close to, they may be as close to Tyler Robinson as you. Like, no, I just reject that. Maybe it's somebody that believes like you do, but doesn't have any of the evidence. And like, hey, I'm a third cousin of Tyler Robinson, or I'm an aunt of Tyler Robinson. I haven't seen the facts, but you know what? I don't trust the government. So I'm going to reject the idea outright that Tyler Robinson did this in spite of the evidence and in spite of the fact that the parents clearly turned their kids in. According to the charging documents, not only did they believe it was their son, the evidence that they have the rifle out there and the evidence that he implies guilt. And then on top of that, text guilt, both in multiple sources. I mean, we have multiple admissions from Tyler Robinson that he committed this crime. And unless you're just going to say they're all fake, because if they are fake, the defense attorneys are going to be able to use forensic analysis of all of this data information and say, yep, it was all fake. And we're going to present it to the jury and say, this was fake. And we figured this out. They're going to have forensic analysis of his phone for locations. And if when Tyler Robinson has shown that he's on the roof, moving through Orem, going through UVU multiple times, like, but we can, if you don't believe, if you come
again,
to the
none of that exists though, Gary. Like you're saying that all this stuff exists, but again, we have not been provided any of that evidence. So you're saying this based on a conversation that you had with an attorney about what they might bring. Sure. None of us know. We don't know that.
Okay.
So you're saying that they have all of this stuff, but that's all speculation.
We can. That is absolutely correct and fair. But what we do have is we have charging documents, and we can stick to the evidence of this. And like, just sticking to the evidence of this. Forget about all of the mountain of additional evidence that we're going to see and that they actually have. All of that evidence, just what we have here, it is the only logical assumption is that he is, what we have is like, unless you say this is fake, and I will tell you that I think that's an illogical assumption because they have to provide what's in these charging documents to an attorney, to the jury, and that's how it's done. And unless you're going to say the defense attorneys are in on this, like everybody's in on this, just creating evidence from whole cloth. And I think that's a very dangerous thing to do.
No, but I think ultimately what got us started on this is the fact that we have, again, we have reason to doubt that
you have
the charging documents state about what happened with Tyler Robinson turning himself in to his parents and what his parents actually believe.
What is the reason
not
to doubt
true?
That? What is the reason to doubt
that? The fact that we have and a reporter who was there on the scene talking to Tyler Robinson's family who were in the courtroom that day, and it was only a limited number of family members in that courtroom. So with regard to who it actually was, Brandy and Billy aren't allowed to disclose that in public for privacy protection.
They could
so
say
it could have been his parents. It could have been his parents.
By the way,
who was that?
Don't you think there's a big difference? If people are perpetrating and perpetuating the idea that they talk to their parents, that's a big difference than a family member. And
it is.
That's huge.
It is. So it is. And I think that it's a very important information. And truthfully, I don't know if I'm allowed to disclose what they actually found because of privacy protections, and I don't want to get you or I in trouble here. I don't want to approach that line, but maybe Brandy and Billy can come out at some point and clarify what specific family member they were talking to. I guess we have to leave it at, you and I have to leave it at this. We don't know exactly what family member, but I think that an important data point to take into this is that there is reason to believe that what the charging documents are stating about what Tyler Robinson's family thinks may not be true. That I think we have to take into consideration when it comes to all of this.
So
if they don't think he did it,
why would I take into consideration some random family member that I have no idea? Did we even see the interview? Like, we don't. This is the problem. Like, all this stuff. Number one, it's not. It is like third-party information every single time. It is always obfuscated information. Like, we don't have. It's this nebulous, anonymous. Maybe it's this person, maybe it's this person. Like, it's not real evidence. There's nothing hard. It's people's words saying it. And then they're going to say, hey, there is reasonable doubt in this over something that we can't even confirm. This is why that no one trusts CNN or MSNBC or all of the mainstream media, because they would push narratives and they would back it by anonymous sources. And we were like, hey, you've been wrong time and time and time again. And clearly you're pushing a narrative, so we can't trust you. So we said, hey, you know what? We're going to reject the tactics of the mainstream media, and we're going to go over here to social media where it's 10 times worse, because that's what's happening here. Because when we're going back to all the things that we know were lies, can we agree that at least untrue? And I think some of the stuff was pushed intentionally to start causing confusion and chaos in people's minds. What we're talking about here is the camera guns. Can we agree that that's a lie, or at least demonstrably false?
The camera guns and a couple of the other items that you mentioned, I would agree. I don't ascribe to. I don't think that those happen.
We have palm guns. We have tunnels underneath Charlie. We have. I mean, we can talk about.
Yeah. Okay. And so can we just get to what I want to show you here? Can you present this on screen? What I just put on there. This is actually kind of pretty. This is a pretty important piece of bombshell information. This is from Brandy and Billy with regard to the individual they were talking to.
Okay, and that's predicated on their trust, but whether or not we should trust them, which I think there's good indication that we shouldn't. But regardless.
Well,
we're taking their word at it. But anyways, so we've heard all this stuff from social media, that all these things are lies, and conflate, confuse, and discredit this case against Tyler Robinson, which I don't understand. Like, most people are saying, and including to some extent, Candace Owens is saying he wasn't even on campus. All of those lies didn't come from the federal government. They came from social media. And as a matter of fact, social media, they've moved from one narrative to the next narrative to the next narrative. I don't believe the government. I won't take them at their face. I'm going to use evidence to confirm or deny this truth. The same thing that I'm going to approach social media. But what people are saying is like,
you are believing the government, though, Gary.
Hold on. I am believing the government independently of the fact that the source of information came from the government. Zach, if you're putting out this information right here, and I'm like, hey, you know what? We have this piece of evidence, we have this piece of evidence, and it's presented and protected in a way that we know that the integrity of it, or have a reasonable assumption that the integrity of this evidence is real, then yeah, I'm going to go with this because I have the most amount of evidence. It fills in all the gaps. It makes sense. It doesn't make me create additional people that we don't have evidence of. It doesn't make me bring in other additional countries. It doesn't make me bring in all these bad actors, the French Foreign Legion, the U.S. military. It doesn't require any of that. And even there is no evidence of any of this, but we can say that there is evidence that we've seen because we've seen footage. All right, they're going to prove that that person that we see jumping on the roof is indeed Tyler Robinson through multiple different means. And then we have this evidence that we can say generally this is going to be true. Because if it's not true, the entire case falls apart. Because
exactly. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. If the charging documents contradict themselves and they state things that are not true, the case will certainly fall apart. And that, I think, is something that we need to seriously take into consideration. But Gary, you covered a lot there, and I feel like I did let you talk for a long time. Can we at least bring this screenshot up that I have here? Oop. So this is a text message from Blake Bednars, who's watching the stream. He's watching the stream here, and I don't know if Brandy and Billy are either, but this is the text message. And I don't know if you guys can read that, but ultimately the question that's being posed to them is, did y'all hear from Tyler Robinson's parents say that they don't believe Tyler did it? Or what was it exactly when y'all were sitting in the courtroom? Brandy responds and says, we were sitting in the courtroom. A family member briefly spoke to us and told us that only 2% of what you hear in the media is true about Tyler, and they don't think he was capable of doing something like this. And then the clarifying question, was that family member sitting with Tyler's parents? And Brandy responds with, yeah, but we can't reveal who it was for their privacy. And the response was, of course, just fair to assume the same belief is shared by all of those family members. And then the answer to that was, yeah, I would say so, according to what Brandy said there. That's the next message.
Fair to assume. And this is the problem. It's like assume. Like everything that is presented by this side.
Gary, but you have to at least acknowledge that it's a data point to take into consideration when it comes to the overall narrative.
That's the difference here.
Log it in your mind and be like, all right, this is something we need to remain open-minded of with regard to the burden of proof being on the state to convict Tyler Robinson that he is the one who did this crime. And if the charging documents state that Tyler's parents think that he did it, but they do not in fact think that is a big deal when it comes to this Charlie Kirk assassination case.
I would agree, but we have zero evidence that that's true. Zero evidence. We have somebody sitting here saying, even that's an assumption.
Somebody who was actually on site. So what you said is that if you want to know for yourself, go on site and find out what happened yourself. We have individuals that went to Provo, to the courtroom, sat next to his parents, got information from them, shared it, and you're going to sit there and say, okay, well, we can't take that into consideration. That's not fair. I'll turn around and be like, well, then I'm not going to take Gary's walkthrough of UVU into consideration when it comes down to all of this. Like,
I didn't say
we can only do so much as human beings, right? Like if somebody's doing something and they report on something, we have to do our best to discern whether it's true or false. But you know what I mean? Like if people of good faith are pursuing the truth, then I do think we have to take them seriously.
What we do to assume that something's true or false is we compare it to what the evidence actually is. Like Tyler Robinson, hold on. Tyler Robinson was there. Tyler Robinson's DNA is on the gun, isn't on the spent cartridge. Tyler Robinson, there's going to be many other data points that we got to take into consideration. Not all data points are evidence. Not everybody's opinion is evidence, even if it's a close family member. Like, that's not evidence. It's not true. Like, an opinion is not evidence.
Sure. If Tyler Robinson's father and mother do not think that if they do not think that he took the shot, or they don't think that he was the one that did it, like that would be pretty important information given what the charging documents say.
It is, but the only evidence that we have that says otherwise are statements that they put into this charging documents. That's the evidence that we have. Somebody just coming out, like, if you wrote down your will, and you said, hey, you know what? I want to send all my money to Gary. And then, you know what? At the end of the day, like, somebody's like, hey, no, I think that's not what he wanted. Okay, well, what do we have for evidence? We have evidence of a written document that has been sealed that generally is going to be true unless somebody just completely creates a will or whatever it is. Like the idea that because somebody's opinion on the topic overrides this or casts doubt on this is that's not even logical, Zach.
Okay, sure. So Tyler Robinson's parents' opinion of what Tyler Robinson is capable of could be wrong.
The only evidence.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But the charging documents state that Tyler Robinson's parents, the charging documents the charging documents don't say this. What the charging documents say is that Tyler Robinson implied that he did it. It does not say that there was a full-blown confession from Tyler Robinson. It does not say that. It does not say that. And a lot of people on your side will say that Tyler Robinson confessed to doing it, and that's not true.
Well,
we don't have evidence that Tyler Robinson said that, because Gary, you don't have evidence that Tyler Robinson is the one that typed those messages to Lance Twiggs, allegedly. You also don't have any evidence that Tyler Robinson is the one that typed that message into Discord. You are taking the charging documents and what the federal authorities are saying, what the state authorities are saying as gospel to support your argument.
Because out of everybody out there, all these people with opinions, there's only one entity that is going to have to prove their case with that actual evidence, and that is the state of Utah.
The state, yeah. The burden of proof is on them, as we've discussed.
You can have whatever opinion that you want.
Yes,
and you can say, I don't trust that evidence, but that evidence is going to be presented.
It will be. Yes, it will be.
The only evidence that the only evidence that we have of what the parent's opinion is in this charging document. Some rando person, family member or not, or Brandy and Billy saying, oh, there's family members that disagree with that. Well, there's no accountability of that person.
I wouldn't discount them as just random people. I would say we have basically alternative media reporters and journalists, just like you are, right?
I would never present something without any evidence and just say, you need to take this as gospel. Well, I would say, hey, you know what? This, just so we're clear, and I do this all the time. I'm like, hey, there's people that I've talked to off the record. And one of the things I preface it with is like, just so you know, I understand I don't have evidence of this, so take it as hearsay, which we never hear any sort of qualifiers from any of these people. They're like, no, not only do they present opinion as fact, but they also present hogwash, just trash, like anonymous sources. We don't know how connected those anonymous sources, the credibility of those anonymous sources or anybody else's. It's just, and then you're like, well, we got to take this into consideration because it's a data point. No, it's not. It's not even a data point we should consider because there's no evidence behind it. This is the data point that we should consider because we're going to have to see the evidence. They're going to have to prove this. You don't have to prove that they talked to anybody.
You don't think a reporter going to UVU and getting a statement from either the parents or somebody close to that know the parents' opinion on this matter and then reporting on it is not legitimate?
No, well, you can report on it, but if I wouldn't take that, if it was,
you wouldn't take it into consideration.
If it was confirming what I believed, I still would take that as a grain of salt. I wouldn't even that's nothing. That's somebody's opinion. I don't give a shit about anybody's opinions. Like, you got to have evidence, and this is the problem. Is like when it comes just to clarify, you don't. Just to clarify, then you don't. What you're saying is you don't give a shit about the opinions of what Tyler Robinson's family thinks. No,
is that what you're saying? I mean, because that's
exactly what I'm saying. Yeah,
okay. That is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. I don't care what they think unless they can present some sort of evidence.
Then why do you give a shit that Tyler Robinson's parents think that the photos of him at UVU look like him? Because that's what got this whole thing started. That's what the charging documents say. So why do you give a shit about what their opinion is about what they think Tyler Robinson might look like at UVU?
So here's why. All right, because we have their stated opinion.
It's like funny. All of a sudden, you agree with their stated opinion when it's in the charging document.
You're doing a straw man argument here, dude. That's not even the same.
Not a straw man argument. You literally just said you don't give a shit about their opinion, and their opinion is that the photo looks like Tyler Robinson.
Their opinion doesn't matter because they're not going to be held to account for that opinion. They're not going to have to get on the stand and confirm or deny that. The prosecution isn't going to have to prove or deny, or the defense is going to have to address their opinion. Their opinion will not be submitted as evidence.
Then what I don't want to hear from your side anymore is even Tyler Robinson's parents think he did it, because we don't give a shit about what they think, right?
Do you not understand what I just said?
What I don't want to hear from your side is Tyler Robinson confessed that he did it, and I also don't want to hear from your side that that Tyler Robinson's mom thinks he did it either, because we don't give a shit about those things.
No, because Tyler Robinson's mom is actually going to be subpoenaed and have to be held account to her opinion.
And and when she is subpoenaed and when she testifies and it's on camera, the world will be watching. Absolutely. And mine and your conversation here will what is it in the gospel of or in Corinthians, where Paul's talking about how faith, hope, and love remain, and the greatest of these is love, because faith, once we are with God, once we fully realize the knowledge of being with God, faith is no longer needed. So this will be the case once Tyler Robinson's mother takes the stand and testifies under oath. then we'll know her opinion of whether or not it matters or not.
Here's where we can push. Here's where we can actually say it's reasonable to assume that he admitted to this crime. I want you to listen to this. This is charging document page number 7. As they discussed the situation, Robin implied that he was the shooter and stated he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained, there is too much evil and the guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. That in of itself is an admission. Why did you do it? He was just too evil, which, by the way, corroborates the other text message that he says, there's too much evil in the world. I had to be the one to take Charlie Kirk out. That is an admission by every reasonable standard.
That is as the charging documents state, it's implied. It is not a direct confession. It's implied.
If you went to your son and you said, "Hey, why'd you take another cookie?" and he said, "Because I just wanted it, even though you told me not to take it," that is an admission. And any reasonable person, like, at least you can contest what the charging documents say, but don't sit here and be dishonest and say that's not an admission of guilt. That's under any standard.
As far as the prosecution goes, the burden of proof is on them to prove that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So they are going to do everything in their power in those charging documents to justify their position. Would you agree with that?
Because they're going to justify the position of the
They need to justify their position for the burden of proof, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So even in that statement, they're not saying that it's a direct confession. They're saying that it was implied that Tyler Robinson took the shot.
Listen to me.
And they're saying that it's also
people on the jury. It's guilty. Everyone is
innocent until proven guilty, right?
Until proven guilty, and then not guilty with reasonable doubt, right? Reasonable doubt. If I present to the jury, I say, "Hey, you know what? Tyler Robinson, when asked why he did it, he stated, there's just too much evil in the world. He was an evil guy." Every reasonable person on that jury would be like, that's an admission of guilt.
Again, these are what the charging documents state. We will, as you have said, there will be more evidence presented in the courtroom, and we will see what these individuals have to say when they are on the stand under oath. And that will be extremely, obviously important and interesting information for us to get.
Can we agree that if everything in the charging documents, let alone all the other evidence, let's just stick to the charging documents, if the evidence in the charging documents ends up being proven true, Tyler Robinson was the one that shot Charlie Kirk?
If the evidence in the charging documents ends up being 100% verified as true, and additional evidence is added, like you mentioned, like the screwdriver and the DNA on the roof, that's actually not in the charging documents. So the charging documents are actually missing important pieces of information that I think need to be verified and I mean, basically proven to us or proven to a jury to make sure that Tyler Robinson is actually convicted and that he did carry out this attack on Charlie Kirk and that he did so on his own and did not coordinate with any outside actors or forces.
A probable cause affidavit by its nature is going to be enough to charge, not necessarily convict. They're going to add additional evidence and charges.
Right. Right.
Evidence with that.
I think you and I both agree. You asked me if only the charging documents are proven true. I mean, I would say that I think we need more than the charging documents to prove that it's true. Nothing in the charging documents puts Tyler Robinson on the roof. That's the problem with the charging documents.
So hold on.
Nothing in the charging documents proves to me that shot came from that 30-06 rifle, Gary.
Hold on. That's actually not true. What the charging documents state is that Tyler Robinson was seen on surveillance camera in multiple different areas. Now, we don't have that, but it states it. And
the charging documents state that Tyler Robinson was spotted in different surveillance areas, not out around the UVU campus. It does not say on UVU's campus. The only video evidence that says that an individual dressed in black that they think is Tyler Robinson.
Yep.
Was the individual walking up the stairs from the pedestrian walkway or the guest walkway or whatever you want to call it, jumping over the fence, bear crawling or army crawling to the spot.
Can we agree?
Then there's no footage of them, and then you have the spot of, and then there was the time of the shot that went out, and then you have the individual running off the roof.
So
none of that proves it's Tyler Robinson.
Hold on. So we know from the stills that we have additional video footage of Tyler Robinson going up the stairs. Can we agree on that?
No, I don't think, my opinion is that does not to me look like Tyler Robinson. I don't think it looks like Tyler Robinson.
That's not what I asked you, Zach. I didn't ask you if you think that's Tyler Robinson. What I said was, can we agree from the stills that there's additional footage of him going up the stairs? And I'm trying to think if there was any other stills, but from the stills, can we agree that there's additional footage of the person that goes up to the roof?
The stills I have a problem with. I need to see.
Fine, you have a problem with the documents. You have a problem with the evidence. That's fine. That's what I'm asking you.
You can't say that the stills don't provide you with anything. They were released by the FBI as to basically give identification, potential identification to the suspect. Zach,
that's fine. You don't think it looks like him. Is it reasonable to conclude that if we have a still frame from a video surveillance, we have a lot more video of that particular incident?
Oh, I would love to see the video, and I really hope that they have it, and I really hope it gets put out there. Yes,
well,
I would love to see that video.
It's going to get presented to a jury. It's not going to get put out to you. And if we get to see it,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I mean to the public. I mean to the jury. I mean in the courtroom. I'm not demanding that they send the video to me myself. When I say that, I just mean, I guess, just the general show it to us ultimately, which is the people, which would be the jury in this circumstance, right?
All right. So if we have additional footage that we know exists, it's reasonable to assume, based on that one screenshot, that there is a lot of additional video footage that exists of Tyler Robinson.
Of an individual that they are claiming to be Tyler Robinson. I think we got to be careful. I mean,
fair enough. Okay. So
because you don't know that's Tyler Robinson.
Fine.
Right.
But if
your opinion is that it's Tyler Robinson.
No, I will concede that we can't tell exactly who that is. Okay. I disagree, but that's fine. I'll concede that point. When we have additional footage of that exact same moment, and he's looking, and you can clearly see his face. If that happens, we know that that's what they're going to present because they have additional footage. And then we see that person that looks like Tyler Robinson. We're going to see him on other surveillance footage. We're going to see him go up to a similar person in the exact same outfit. Like you can sit there and say, well, it could be someone else in a same outfit that gets on the roof and jumps off the roof, but you have no evidence that there's anyone else. And there's no evidence that could even suggest that there's somebody else. We don't have DNA of anyone else or footage of anyone else or anything like that's what we got going on there.
Don't you think that it's irresponsible if there is legitimate irregularities and reasonable doubt about Tyler Robinson being the individual that was on the roof that took the shot from that 30-06 in that scenario? Do you think that it's irresponsible that if there are irregularities that suggest that it may not be Tyler Robinson, that it's completely irresponsible for us not to look into, consider, and discern what else could have happened on that day.
I agree with your statement. What I disagree with is that it's reasonable to even suggest that there was anybody else. Like you're just making that up. There's no evidence that suggests that there's anybody else.
Okay.
All of the evidence,
Gary, we live in the real and physical world, so that if Tyler Robinson was not the individual that took that shot, then what could have happened? Like if another person or individual didn't take the shot, then what? I don't know. So an animal emerged from the woods to take the shot. Like that's not a rational thought to have. The rational thought would be, okay, if Tyler Robinson didn't take the shot, then we need to look into who else might have taken the shot. So that's the point. That's where someone else comes into play. And then there's other factors that contribute also to this someone else and to other people being there and being present on that specific day.
But it requires you to create people that we have no evidence that exists.
Gary, I do have the video queued up.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, let me remove his. There you go.
We know that an Egyptian plane landed in Provo, Utah, 3 to 4 days prior to it and dumped military contractors into Provo that did not leave on said plane.
So their identities couldn't be figured out. But interestingly enough, someone on the prosecution team, Mr. Ryan McBride over here, I don't know if it was an accident, but he used the terms the father and the daughter when referring to them. And because of that, and also because of other information circulating around online, a lot of people have pieced together who this situation might be about. And if you're talking about a father and a daughter, so, I mean, there are multiple men, but then you have to look at who has a daughter that's around the age in college.
Yeah. Chad Grenander.
Yeah, and this
pause that
and testimony.
I don't even know where they're going with this, Zach, but can we agree that this is just guessing and speculation?
I believe I don't know what they're talking about here. I don't know the context of this video. I think ultimately, and the piece of evidence that I just shared with you was that they were talking to a family member who was adjacent to at the trial the parents of Tyler Robinson.
We've already established
I don't know. I don't know what
that. All I'm saying is I don't even know where this is going. But can we just agree that they came up with a father and a daughter because somebody said it, and then they looked around the room and they found somebody that they think might fit that description?
So what you're saying? Are you saying that you don't believe that Brandy or Billy talked to a family member at all?
I'm not talking about the family members or anything else. I'm talking about exactly what just happened there, and that is they came up with. I'm just pointing out the flaws in their logic to begin with, and then what they present as fact. I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, I guess what I just showed you is the fact that they were speaking with a legitimate family member. Like that's what I just that comes from that comes straight from Brandy's mouth.
That's the only piece of truth. I don't know that it's a legitimate family member. I don't. And I don't even know what legitimate family member means. Is that the mother's sister? Is that somebody that lives with them? Is that somebody that doesn't see them ever? I don't. Are they a cousin?
I just think ultimately the confirmation is that the family that was there while Tyler Robinson was whatever the name of the hearing was that he was at, the group of Tyler Robinson's family all share the opinion, which we don't care about, that
we don't.
Tyler Robinson did not or could not have carried this out.
I don't know if that opinion is true, and I don't know if that discussion ever happened. So yes, I don't care about it. There's no evidence.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's you can dismiss what you've been told and not take it into consideration all you want, but that's your opinion. My opinion is that I am going to take this into consideration, and it is going to be a data point that I'm going to consider with regard to this whole overall case. And I think that my position is more reasonable.
What I'm saying, if you put more weight in that drivel compared
I'm not
to
saying more. I'm not saying more weight. I'm not claiming for more weight or how much that should be weighted. I'm just saying it should be taken into consideration. That's
what I'm saying is, if you think that that has more weight than the charging documents, then that is not logical at all.
Well, I'm not, again, I didn't claim that it had more weight than the charging documents. I think that what's interesting about this piece of information is that it contradicts what the charging documents are stating, in that Tyler Robinson's parents believe that he is the one that was the shooter or carried this out. That's the important point.
Fair enough. But I just want to talk about the collective thing that we have going on here, this weird correlation of non-material elements of this. If I get 15 opinions that have no evidence supporting them that contradict these charging documents, that's 0 times 15. And you're willing to accept that. You're like, that's 15 opinions that contradict this. And I'm like, no, that's 0 evidence. I don't care if it's 100. I don't care if it's 1. A lie repeated many times is going to be believed. But 0 evidence times 50 times is still 0 evidence. And that's the thing. It's like, you're willing to take anybody's opinion. You're willing to do whatever and just like throw out the evidence.
That's not true. But that's not true. No. I'm not going to accept that. I'm not going to accept that I'm willing to take anybody's opinion. There are many opinions that have come out that I do not agree with and I do not accept, and I don't think that they're relevant.
Why don't you accept those opinions?
There are many things that I've dismissed with regard to this. We've talked about a couple of them. When Candace Owens, for example, said that somebody might have popped up from the hatch underneath, first of all, she was speculating. She was speculating about a possibility, which a lot of people on your side took as that was a theory that she was actually coming up with. It was speculation that she was almost spitballing. But in any case, that was a theory, I guess you can say, that was not relevant, that I considered irrelevant as a part of the overall assassination. We have the palm pistol, which I know that some people think could have been could have happened. We have the exploding mic theory, which I'm not convinced of. Like I'm not taking and accepting every single opinion that I've heard. Like I'm not going to accept that, and I don't think that's a fair characterization of what I'm talking. What I'm talking about here.
If I mischaracterize you, that's fair. But here's my problem with Candace Owens, amongst others. If there's nothing wrong with speculating, nothing wrong with it, as long as you clarify that it's speculation. The problem is like, if you sat in a court and the court was sitting there, had Candace Owens on the stand and be like, if she said, hey, you know what? What if somebody popped up from these hatches? They'd be like, irrelevant. Like, strike that from the record. Like, if we're having a serious discussion and like facts matter, then we need to stick to the facts and the evidence. The more that we incorporate things that we cannot confirm, or just opinion or fantasy or things that we make up in our mind, it confuses people. It casts doubt where there should not be doubt in certain areas, or it confirms things that should not be confirmed. Because what we need to do as people like you and I is we need to be very responsible and not put out things that are wrong. Or if we get things wrong, we come back and correct the record, and we shouldn't put out our opinions as fact, because that's what happens. And the biggest problem that I have with Candace is she puts out narrative after narrative after narrative, and most of those narratives are mutually exclusive. They never pan out to be true. Not a single piece of actual evidence of a single material claim is presented, but she just moves on to the next narrative, never readdressing this narrative and saying, hey, you know what? Based on this new narrative over here, I don't think those people that I was accusing of murder and their lives were destroyed and their reputations were destroyed, I don't think that they're actually guilty now. But she never does that because she doesn't care.
She has certainly gone back and corrected herself when she's been wrong about certain circumstances.
Has she ever corrected anyone that she's accused of any of these things?
She has not accused anybody of anything, though, Gary. She hasn't. She's accused them of lying. She's accused them of lying, of which I agree with. But she's not accused anybody of she's not specifically accused anybody of murdering Charlie Kirk.
She has, this is almost a direct quote. She's accused TPUSA of being involved in the cover-up of Charlie's murder.
TPUSA has been caught lying about certain circumstances of this case.
It doesn't matter if they got caught lying. Like, first of all, that is subjective, whether or not you believe it was a lie. Number two, they could have had information wrong. I see this time and time again. When people get information wrong, they're lying. When Candace gets information wrong, it's just a innocent mistake. She was speculating.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Where specifically did she accuse Turning Point USA of murdering Charlie? Or did you say of covering up the murder of Charlie?
Covering up, yeah, I did say that. I have a video of it.
Do you believe that there's zero evidence that might be the case?
Yeah, I think there's zero evidence of TPUSA being involved in the murder or the cover-up of Charlie Kirk's assassination. There's no evidence. There's a bunch of people taking irrelevant circumstances, correlating it, and then saying this is clear evidence of something that it's not evidence of.
I think it's evidence of lying, which I think what Candace would say is that if you are lying about something, you are covering something up.
Well, I think the same thing about Candace. She has lied, she's omitted information time and time again. If Erica Kirk lied about dating, which I disagree with, but we're not even going to hash that out. You and Lisa did it, and I'm not doing that.
No. What Lisa and I argued about were whether or not Erica had bad intentions with a minor, but she blatantly lied about her dating. I don't know how you don't see that, but in any case,
let's say
that data point on its own makes it irrelevant. But when you add in additional lies about maybe even bigger things and misrepresentations of Charlie after the fact, then it becomes a bigger problem. That was part of the argument that not argument, but conversation we had before we got on.
If you have one incident of lying or deception or whatever else that has nothing to do, that it does not indicate or directly correlate to the cover-up of Charlie Kirk's murder, if you can add 1,000 of them, and then you say, okay, I got 1,000 of these things, which I think most of those are manufactured. I think it's dishonest. I think it's every time that you get to a fork in the road and come to a subjective data point where a decision needs to be made, you take the worst possible interpretation of that event every single time. Can
I at least can you at least just clarify? I need to know this from you. I need to know this from you. When Erica Kirk on CBS with Barry Weiss responding to the young girl asking about dating in New York City, when Erica Kirk says, when I lived here for 5 years, and I'm paraphrasing, but in the 5 years leading up to Charlie, I did not date here, which people say she did not date in New York City because she was being the type of person not engaging in the New York City drinking scene. She said she did not drink during this time frame.
Okay.
When she says that, yet she also then goes on a 2018 show, Bravo, and is drinking at a New York City bar on a date with an individual, whether the fact that it's on a reality show or not, she is on a date in New York City drinking alcohol. Would you say that is being honest to the girl that she is answering right there?
I would say that what you're trying to do, if
I'm not trying to do anything, I'm just asking you straight up if you think it's a lie or not. Because what I can't get to is just to get your side to admit like this as a reality at all. And it's extremely frustrating for me. Like, just take this single point and just tell me, is that an honest answer to the question or not?
Okay.
Gary?
So first of all, hold on. If she is on a reality show and they happen to be drinking in that reality show, is that participating in the New York drinking scene?
She's sipping from a straw and drinking alcohol down her throat. So she's literally drinking alcohol like that. Yes.
If you want to take I'm going to give this to you. If you want to take it by the most literal sense and not her past perception of or understanding the perception of the question, it's like there's people that are part of a drinking scene that go out and drink every single night.
Yes.
And then if you say, hey, Gary, like I could even stop drinking. And like, hey, did you, like, most of my time in New York, I didn't participate in the drinking scene, didn't drink at all. But yeah, that's one time where I had a drink on a reality show for work. I guess I'm participating in the drinking scene, and everything I said is a lie. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's not even a reasonable statement. If she's saying, hey, I didn't date in New York, was any of her boyfriends from New York?
The boyfriend or the date that she went on, yes, was in New York.
Okay.
I don't know the guy's name. And here's the thing. I wouldn't even care. No one would even care. No one would even care about this stuff. If she was just like, no one would even care. No one would even care. The problem is that she was trying to position herself as something that she was not. And that is ultimately, I think, what has turned a lot of people off when it comes to Erica Kirk and her behavior since Charlie passed away.
Zach, do you lie?
I have lied before, yes.
Okay, but do you lie?
Do I?
Yeah.
I mean, I try not to, but have I told a lie before? I mean, I try to tell the truth, and I might be wrong. But
if I ask you, do you lie? And your answer is, I try really hard not to, but I've been guilty of that in the past. Both of those statements could be true. If I sit there and said, hey, do you lie? And you say, no, I don't lie. It's not a present participle. Like, we're not doing this on a regular basis. I don't do that generally. And just because I did it once, and I'm sitting there trying to tell you, like, hey, you know what? I try my best to be an honest person. I don't go out and drink on a regular basis. I don't participate in the New York dating scene. But, I forgot. There was that one time I did, and you pull up a video of it on a Bravo TV show. Like, I don't even know if that was real. Was that a real date? Like, or was it engineered? Was it set up for the show?
See, now I feel like I'm back in the Andrew Wilson debate where we're just arguing over what the definition of a word is.
No,
like, it's not logical. It's not logical. It's just like, look, you weren't being honest. Like, that's just what it comes down to. And it's just like, you know what? Just be honest. Just be authentic. No. That's it. Like, literally, we're just looking for authenticity. We're not looking for perfection. We're just looking for authenticity. And that is where a lot of people have been turned off regarding Erica Kirk. And there are other people that have grown more suspicious of her because of the dishonesty. Is what it comes down to.
I could go through your life. I could talk to everybody. I could do all kinds of things. And if I wanted to smear you and be completely uncharitable to you and wanted to present and engineer a picture, the perception to the public of you, I don't care how good of a person that you are. I could do that. And you can do that to me as well.
You can find dirt. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not fair. It's ridiculous. And then if the point of me finding dirt on you,
it doesn't give me any right to lie about it, though. If somebody went and found dirt, you'd be like, you know what I mean? Like, you would give if you're not a liar, you give an honest explanation about it.
Have you ever lied unintentionally? But to the point to where if I sat you down, I said, well, technically here, what this is a lie. You may end up like clarifying, like, yeah, Gary, I was just saying that, I don't do X, Y, and Z on a regular basis. But if I sit there and said, she wasn't asked, have you ever dated in New York City? She wasn't asked, have you ever drank? No, she said, I don't participate in that scene. That can absolutely.
She said in the 5 years leading up to Charlie, she did not.
Andrew asked you, do you watch porn? And you say, if you would say no.
What was my answer? Did I misrepresent myself? Did I misrepresent myself in that conversation?
Yes, because you were prepared for it. But if I just in the middle
I was not prepared for Andrew to ask me if I've ever watched porn. I was never prepared for that question.
You were like, and I would be too, by the way. I would be too. 100%.
Gary.
I don't.
Erica received the questions for that interview beforehand. She literally thought about her answer beforehand and literally said a false statement. That makes it even worse. Me and Andrew, you and I, were having a live conversation with I have a notebook here of notes. Like, literally, there's nobody else in this room. You and I can answer these questions we're not prepared for this. She literally, these were pre-planned questions, and she came up with that answer to that individual. Okay. Like, holy crap. Like, it's just all that example proves is just what I feel as though our side gets accused of being evil. My Christian faith is called out for these doubts and questions that I have with regard to the Charlie Kirk investigation and criticism of Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk. But when it all comes down to it, when I ask you a simple question as to whether or not that she answered that question honestly, And this is just one small example. The answer is always some form of spin. Like, it's just like, I'm going to spin. There's a reason she answered this way. Or it's just like, my goodness. Like, and it's like, you guys accuse us of not operating in good faith. And I feel like the favor is returned on the other side. So, and it's frustrating. It's very frustrating.
I feel the same frustration because again, this is an impasse. I feel like my brain says, no, he's trying to nail down something that's not in good faith, and he wouldn't want this done to him, because I guarantee you Zach has done something similar in the past. And if somebody sat there and held his feet over the fire, it's like you would come to the same conclusion, like, yeah, you know what? That's not what I meant. That's not how I perceived the question. That's not how I perceived the answer. And then you would be like, technically, that is incorrect. That's not true. But and you feel the same, like, I won't admit that this is just a flat out lie because I don't think that it is. But there we go. Let's move on.
I feel like it's just funny though. Like, Andrew Wilson kind of demanded the same thing of, like, we got to be precise on our words. We got to be precise on our definitions. And you just brought the same up as being precise on the definition of lying. Yet when I give you an example of someone being dishonest and not telling the truth about what happened, which is a lie, there's always some form of spin that's involved in it. So I feel like that's not fair. We need to be accurate here. We need to be precise and accurate here, but it's okay if you're not precise and accurate here. Like, we're letting America off the hook.
Here's what I'll say. Technically, it is an untruth. Do I believe that she was intentionally trying to lie? I don't believe that. Technically, we do this. Everybody does this all the time. And for you to take this woman, put her under a microscope and say, oh, look, I got you. You're a liar. You're a liar. Like, that you could not withstand the same level of examination that she has. I couldn't. Nobody out there could. And if every single one of these people, every single person in the comments, some more than others for sure, if they had you and me going through their entire lives, and we just decided that we wanted to smear them and implicate them or imply guilt to a greater criminality, you and I could do that to any person out there. If we took everything that they ever did and we said, hey, you know what? This is how I want to frame this, and I want to present it to the public, that could be done without a doubt. What you got, Jen?
Individuals misrepresent themselves to look better than they are. And there are multiple occasions of Erica doing that, and people have a problem with it.
Okay. Fair enough.
I posted, or I brought up a few minutes ago, I don't know if you guys saw it on the screen, but there is the average person lies 0 to 2 times a day. The average person lies 10 to 40 times per month. And that's intentional, just small white lies. Also, I have a video of Candace Owens talking about how she would not want someone going back 10 years into her life and judging her. If you'd like me to play it.
No, I'm good on. You know what? Hold on to that. We might do that in a second. Speaking of which, though, okay. one thing I do want to pull up.
Can we get to the 30-06 and body armor and shot angle and stuff like that, as far as doubt about Tyler Robinson taking the shot, just to get through that information?
Yes, we will do that in just a second. I do want to ask you on this right here. All right.
No, it's the lone shooter who had never been on campus, who climbed the roofs like spiders.
All right. So I just want to know if you feel like this is a lie. When Candace Owens continues to push the idea that he climbs the roof like Spider-Man, when you can just walk right up there. But anyways, let's play this.
Lone shooter who had never been on campus, who climbed the roofs like Spider-Man. Tyler Robinson scaled the rooftops like Spider-Man.
Well, here's footage from when I went to UVU. Let me show you exactly how much of a Spider-Man you have to be to get on this roof.
It's insane. All right, folks, so here's the stairs that go to the roof. Wow. This wall is about maybe 3 feet tall.
All right, so right there is the shooting position. It's about 200 feet away from there. You don't need to be Spider-Man. As a matter of fact, you don't even need arms. You can literally get up there if you didn't have arms. So for her to say that you need to be Spider-Man and convince her, because there's a lot of people that still don't know this, and many of you watching this maybe didn't know this is how easy it was to get to the shooting location.
Lies by severe omission, I'd like to be very clear, are lies. Tyler Robinson scaled the rooftops like Spider-Man. Lies by severe omission are lies.
All right. Is that a fair representation of one of many lies by omission that she continues to say? She's repeated that dozens of times that he scaled the roof like Spider-Man. And she's never shown that footage. She's never shown anybody how easy it is to get on the roof.
If Candace is talking about Tyler Robinson climbing onto the roof, getting onto it, accessing it like Spider-Man, then that's probably a clarification that she needs to make in her language. If she's talking about or referring to when she's talking about that to him jumping off, then that might be a different, is she talking about that? I'm not 100% sure. But if she's talking about him getting on the roof, I will grant to you that she should probably clarify that statement. I mean, that's what I would say.
If you scale something, which she said, if you scale something, that means go up. You don't scale down something. Look up the definition.
Maybe, yeah, sure.
And the fact is, it is a disservice to her entire audience, and it points to fact after fact after fact how she's being deceptive to her audience to narrative frame, to create a narrative that she doesn't allow any exculpatory evidence to break down her narrative. I'll tell you right now, there would be thousands of people that would completely change their view if she had actually showed how easy it is to actually get onto that roof. There are still people that think that you have to have some secret access. They have to get up there, or he had to climb up on top of like a skyscraper, I guess, shooting webs. So it's just obvious that she never presents any additional evidence, even though it exists. And lies by omission are lies, just like she said.
It happens often on her show, and I feel like that's not totally fair, though, of your assessment of Candace. There are certainly circumstances to where she has clarified a statement or have gone back and said that something that she said was wrong or she got wrong. Like, that's again, and here's what I'll say. In a live interview like she's on with Piers Morgan, or even live on her show, you know how hard it is to be live and to make sure that your language is precise. Like she could have meant scaling the roof and jumping off. Like, I don't know. But in any case, she has the right, and maybe she should clarify her statement on that matter. Like, I would agree with you there. Like, I'd agree with you that she should clarify what she's talking about.
Would you agree that it's irresponsible to the truth by never showing how easy that you just walk, that the rooftop is public access? Don't you think that's irresponsible to the truth?
I'm not sure. There's a lot that Candace has covered. I don't.
She has.
If anything, it would almost support her argument that something nefarious was going on, given the fact that the rooftop was so easy to access and there was no security on it. So, as I interpret this, and you saying this of how easy it is to access that rooftop, and the fact that there was no security protection by Charlie Kirk on it, even though there was concern about the rooftops. I know you talked to Brian Harple. I'd be curious as to, he obviously relied on the Utah State or the UVU police to have that covered. He didn't follow up with it. I mean, you're
their facility. It's their facility. That's physical security. That is not close protection. So that is on them to secure.
It's on who? Anyway, it's on the UVU police.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but if you're paid big money, Gary, to protect a very valuable guy, you're going to make sure that you're going to follow up to make sure they do their jobs, right? I mean, all I'm saying is that Candace should clarify her statement there. I agree with you. Candace should clarify her statement as to what exactly she was talking about. She's done so before. She should. With regard to the comparison to Erica Kirk lying, I think it's different in that, again, the CBS interview in particular were pre-planned questions. She literally had time to plan out how she was going to answer them, and then she still answered that way. Erica Kirk has the opportunity to come out and clarify her statements, and that's something that our side would love to hear from her with regard to some of these irregularities and things of dishonesty. And then your side would be like, well, she doesn't owe you any answers. It's like, okay, fine. Then we'll just never get anywhere. Just continue to send out cease and desist letters, and then we'll just continue this divisive back and forth.
Ultimately, well, I mean, this is a great example of how the double standards with this. What I heard for months and months and months. If any of the things that Candace Owens is alleging weren't true, TPUSA or Erica would be sending out cease and desist letters, or they'd be suing them. And then they send out cease and desist letters, and then the narrative that's pushed is only guilty people do that. I mean, you talk about spin, that's ridiculous. Like, that woman cannot do anything right. If she cries too much, she's guilty. If she doesn't cry enough, she's guilty. If she, has sequin pants, that's clearly she is not grieving. I mean, my God. You know who's in front of the TV every single day, in front of the camera every single day, but dancing around, happy about this? Oh, guys, guess what we got today? Like, I don't know what phase and stage of guilt of grieving that Candace has ever been in. She's smiling. I can go through. She's smiling. She's happy. She's jubilant. Like, the day after of many times, by the way, the day after she goes and talks to Erica face to face, she comes back dancing to the music. Oh, and my opinion on that, completely speculation. My opinion is, hey, you know what? Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett said, hey, we're gonna go through all the lies that you've been saying. You're welcome to come on our show. Well, she says, anytime, any place. And then we're like, okay, well, let's do it on this date. Nope, that's not good. I need another date. Okay, well, that doesn't work either. Okay, you know what? Finally, it's like, Erica's like, fine. I wasn't even involved in this, but I will come talk to you in good faith. I will give you all the time. She flies out to Tennessee. She meets with Candace Owens. She gives her unfettered access to just about everything that she could potentially ask. There was not one single thing that Candace alleges that she asked that Erica didn't answer. And then on top of that, what I find extremely concerning about that is that what Candace did state during that episode, she's like, the only time that I saw emotion from Erica Kirk was when I brought up her mother. And then, just happenstance, 2 months later, she's doing an entire series of just destroying this poor lady that's dying, just smearing her good name. She can't even defend herself. Like, my God, you talk about, like, do you not think that is evil? Like, what's even the point of smearing her mother? The insinuation is, I'm going to make Lori look evil. And really what I believe, speculation, is that she's doing that to hurt Erica. And I think that's a reasonable assumption to make, because what I can tell you is I don't care how evil Lori is, that doesn't prove or even imply or anything else insinuate that Erica Kirk is guilty of anything. There's lots of people out there that have convicted fathers, mothers, and everything else that are done horrible things, but I wouldn't go back in their background and be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to smear you by pulling up the fact that your mother was a serial killer or something like that. I mean, it's like,
all right, couple things there. So when Erica agreed to go talk to Candace on wherever they met, Erica also said that they were going to shut down any talk about what was going to happen as far as going after Candace or talking about the investigation. Is that accurate? Erica said that she was going to go meet with Candace and that all talk regarding the Charlie Kirk assassination would not take place. No. She did say that. Yes, she did say that.
No, she didn't.
She did. And we can go back and find her statement on it. We can go back and find her statement on it. I don't know if it was Blake Neff or Andrew Colvett said that Erica is flying to meet with Candace and there will be no further conversation. Basically, we're not talking about this during this time frame.
Hold on.
And who did Turning Point USA have on their show that day?
They had me.
They had
And I will gladly
they
give
had
you
my
the
man that I'm talking to right here on the show to talk about how everything Candace was talking about was wrong.
Share with you the conversation specifically about that incident with Andrew Colette in just a second. But I also,
see that quote.
if you will, pull up Erica Kirk's statement that she put out before, just so that we're factually correct here, before she met with Candace Owens.
Are you talking to Jen to do
Yeah.
this? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. Because again, I'm here by myself and I don't have a producer. So if I go and try to look something up, then I can't listen to you. And then I feel like the conversation doesn't flow. That's happened a couple times. But
I agree. And if you do need something looked up, ask Jen to do it and she will do it. So you can, I mean, that's what she's there for. I'll tell you, like, if you don't have a producer, you should get one. Even if it helps. It helps a lot. I want you to be successul, Zach.
Despite what your side thinks, like YouTube makes pretty good money, but it's not like it's not like some skyrocket that I've made a whole bunch of money since going against the narrative and the mainstream narrative, whether it be the President Trump administration or whether it be the Charlie Kirk assassination. Like, my account grew from like 5,000 followers up to over 200,000 over the course of the campaign, election, and then after.
Good.
All that coverage. It took me literally like over a year to go from like 217 or so up to 300. It's been kind of a slog since then, to be honest with you. Like, the money is made in being a fanboy and a political shill, right? Like, that's
oh my God, bro.
That's what I see.
Bro.
That's what I see.
Are you kidding me right now? I'm
talking from my own personal experience. You can check out my social blade and kind of see my growth.
You can check mine out too.
Not great.
Because since November, when I came out and I saw what, I wasn't even paying attention to Candace Owens at all. I was completely my own investigation. I wasn't paying attention to what the federal government said. I wasn't paying attention to what Candace Owens said. I was doing my own investigation. And then somebody made a post about Candace and what she said. I was like, there is no, because I loved Candace. Big fan of Candace up to November. Had no clue what she was alleging, saying, completely in my own little box. I saw some social media posts talking about what Candace said. I was like, there's no way.
What's funny about you saying that is, like, I was actually like, I knew who Candace was, but I was actually fairly skeptical of her early on. So it's funny how, like,
yeah,
we've reversed a little bit.
But what I did, and by the way, that was like November, I was at 285,000 followers. So let's talk about the benefit of all of this. And then I started researching her. So it was like, that was like early November. By mid-November, I was like, dude, this is so crazy. There's no way that I can't speak out. And I was 100%. She's extremely popular. Everybody, like, look at the fastest growing YouTube channels out there. We can look at Candace Owens. We can look at Valhalla, VFT. We can look at Jesse on Fire. We can look at Baron Coleman. Like, nobody on our side is getting anything but lost subscribers, diminished views, and personal attacks and doxing and death threats, all of which has happened to me. So I don't want to, and my views went down. I don't care, because once
if you look at the trend line though of Candace's show, it's stayed pretty steady since she left Daily Wire though. No, it has. Gary, look at Social Blade. Look at Social Blade. In any case, Gary, your account, if you look at your own Social Blade, your account gained a lot of subscribers in your coverage of the Charlie Kirk investigation.
Up to the point, you're absolutely correct. Up to the point that I went after Candace. In November, I was at like 285.
To the point where you caught Candace 19.
No, just it's obvious to me, like, what's going on and what she's trying to do to not only TPUSA, but what she's trying to do to fracture the conservative movement, to make sure that we lose the midterms. And there's much more on that. And I also believe, and I've talked about this all the time, I do think that foreign adversaries, political adversaries, are boosting her numbers, because it's a message that is diminishing to Trump administration, the MAGA movement, which is what's going to save this country. But that's what they want to end. And that's what they're using Candace. And then everybody else, and at the very beginning of this, her, Ian Carroll, Baron Coleman, all of these, Coach Colin, all these people were collaborating and were directing messages. And like it was such a clear engineered narrative that, in spite of evidence, in spite of common sense, like, when you're out there pushing exploding mic theories and you're taking this seriously, and by the way, if you're Candace Owens, you have all the resources that you do, and you never go to UVU, You never bring on one subject matter expert on any of these fields. You never bring on lawyers or anything else to talk about the case. You never show the charging documents. You never show any evidence that would exonerate or go against the narrative that she pushed. That is a clear pattern that you are trying to create narratives, and you're not concerned about the truth.
Gary, I have the tweet.
Yes, put that tweet up.
It's up. You have to move it.
Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, December 15th. I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a productive conversation. Thank you.
What do you mean, thank you? Public discussions and live streams. You literally went on the Charlie Kirk show to talk about where Candace Owens is wrong during the meeting.
Hold on. What is
Gary.
Erica Kirk? Hold on. What is Erica? Who Erica Kirk is the CEO of what?
Turning Point USA.
Okay, and then we have the Charlie Kirk show. Is that under
no?
USA?
You're not gonna separate the businesses, are you?
Of course I am. Hold on. Do you think that
Hold
Erica
on,
Kirk?
Jen, can we pull the tweet back up? Jen, can we pull the tweet back up?
Do you think that Erica Kirk is going to tell Andrew Colvett, that was partners with Charlie, completely separate business, that he can't do live streams, that he does every single day, that he actually absolutely has contractual obligations to run, that they're just going to stop anything?
Come on. He would have certainly been fine talking about giving Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett on the Charlie Kirk show could have very easily given their political take on whatever subject matter they want that didn't have to do with the investigation. That is what that tweet means and implies, Gary. Come on. And also too, as long as we're talking about you would say ownership in the Charlie Kirk show, which I understand Andrew Colvett owned with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Does it follow that Erica Kirk would then have ownership in that company after Charlie passes away? I don't know the legal documents as far as that goes. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know how the corporate structure of that show was put. I don't know if they had contingencies in place. I don't know.
So are you saying that Andrew Colvett went rogue and had you on during that conversation?
No. Let's. I'm going to lay out exactly what happened for you so that you are moving forward. You can make whatever conclusion you want, but at least move forward with the actual facts. Like 4 days before that show was the first time that I had ever talked to Andrew Colvett. I had been trying to contact him via Twitter DMs. Hey, I was trying to confirm way back in the day about body armor. So I was trying to contact him, heard nothing. Like 2 or 3, 4 days, I don't know, somewhere around there, long before the show, long before the agreement of Erica Kirk and Candace Owens going to that, he contacted me and he said, Gary, would you come on this show? I've been watching your content and we'd love to have you on the show. And he said, oh, sorry, I missed your questions. And I'm like, hey, and he started talking about body armor. I was like, hey, look, I talked to Brian Harpool. That's old, it's dead. I got it. I've done the thing. Like, hey, he wasn't wearing body armor, which I did really the night of, by the way. And then we can, if you want to talk more about that, we can. But anyways, so then I get a call the day of the show. He's like, Gary, listen, hey, Erica Kirk is having Candace Owens. And because we had a show outline that we were going to go through and just debunk, using my work, using their work. That's not what we did. What we did specifically, debunk Candace specifically. He's like, hey, look, we want to act in good faith. This is literally almost word for word what he said. He said, hey, listen, we want to act in good faith. We can still talk about the assassination, but we don't want to directly address what's going on with, tying that directly to Candace Owens. So what we did is talk about generalities. And I don't know if I never said Candace Owens' name or not. I know I'm 90% certain they did. But what I'm saying is, in good faith, we completely restructured that show.
I think good faith, in my opinion, would have been postponing.
That's your opinion.
Sure
Opinion. I think
Sure.
I think they made beyond reasonable efforts to go in there and actually say, hey, look, we're going to completely restructure the show. I think that is good faith. You may decide that is not enough good faith, that they should have just shut the show down completely. Erica Kirk is not running or doing anything with the Charlie Kirk show. That is a completely separate entity. And that point is valid. But the point is like, we had a long discussion. We had a very long discussion of like, hey, we want to act in good faith. We're going to talk about these things. They already had me booked. They already had everything going on with what's going on. And when I say booked, I didn't get any money from them. Never got any money from TPUSA. I've never been hired by anybody, even though literally, Candace Owens says I was hired by TPUSA. That's a lie. And that's one of the reasons I am so mad. And definitely know from the inside looking out that she is lying. She said Erica Kirk hired me for PR. That's a lie, dude. That is defamation and slander by every stretch of the means. And I know she knows that. Do you know why I know she knows that? I know she knows that's not true because I've talked to Candace Owens DM. She DM'd me. So, and we had that discussion.
About what? I mean, look, this is something that you obviously should take up with Candace then. I'm only saying that I thought that the Charlie Kirk show, which to pretend that Erica Kirk has no influence over, I feel like is a little bit of a stretch. But my only point was that Erica said that there would be no discussions or live streams
from TPUSA. I mean, that's just implied. She has no.
What show does Turning Point USA have? Does Turning Point USA have a specific live stream they do every day?
I know they put out content all the time.
Does Turning Point USA not give any money to the Charlie Kirk show as a business?
I have no idea.
Marketing and for anything like that. Are they affiliated at all?
No idea. So, but what I can tell you, listen, you're saying they didn't act in good faith, and I can tell you they did make a lot of good faith efforts. Whether you accept that as enough is fine. But what I can tell you is we completely restructured the show. And I thought that was completely, I was like, oh, that's actually very nice of you. That's acting in good faith. They're like, cool. Yeah. You know what? I'll completely restructure what I'm saying and what I'm doing. And you're like, that's not enough. That's not enough. They should have not mentioned her at all.
No, I thought that you have been an outspoken critic of Candace Owens and her investigation. So I thought that personally having you on, I think that good faith would have been postponing that interview to a later date. I think that Erica saying that and then having you on, who was a very outspoken critic of Candace Owens, I thought was not good faith. I mean, but you're right. That's my opinion. With regard to what you and Candace were DMing over, what was that about?
Specifically, it was specifically talking about my text messages with Andrew Colvett. And she said, hey, basically, how are you in contact with Andrew Colvett? And I told her, I was like, hey, this is what happened. I was doing a story talking about Mitch Snow and the fact that Erica Kirk was not at Fort Huachuca. I was getting ready for that show. I sent him a text. I said, and this is the first time I contacted him after coming on the show. This was after TPUSA Amfest. And I have a source. So as a good journalist, I'm like, hey, I'm getting ready to do this completely debunk Mitch Snow. I didn't even think he was going to reply. I was actually shocked that he did. And I said, hey, Andrew, are you willing to provide any evidence? I'll happily show the text to everybody out there. Do you happen to have any evidence that would prove that Erica Kirk wasn't there on the night? Now, what I will say, I kind of meant on the 8th, but I was also working on the assumption that Candace was implying that if Erica Kirk was there on the 8th and the meeting happened on the 9th, that she was somehow involved in that. All right. I kind of screwed that up, and I screwed up. I was sitting there doing this and wasn't even expecting him to reply. And I saw a reply, and being honest, being completely transparent, I threw that up there. In retrospect, it was silly. It was a mistake. I should have paid more attention, but to sit there and try to paint me as a shill of TPUSA because I reached out to them, a source, and then push the narrative that I'm paid and controlled by Andrew Colvett over that text is false. It's a lie. It is a complete false narrative that you're just trying to undermine my credibility. And all he wanted out of that was to not show the picture. I didn't see it. I was sitting here. I saw a picture pop up in my text. I'm like, oh, I screenshot it, threw it up there. Stupid. I should have took a little bit more time, had a little bit more attention to detail. My bad. I'll admit that I'll make a mistake from time to time, but what I'm not going to do is lie to people. And I was completely open and transparent. If anything, that proves that I'm not lying about anything. And then she contacted me and she wanted to know if It was based, you know what? I'm not going to share it. I just want to make sure that I am accurate about what she actually stated.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want Candace to catch you in a lie. That's for sure.
Well, I can catch her in 50 lies. And I have, and I will continue to.
Oh, see, the thing is though, is that I feel like this kind of gets to your body armor argument, and that like I feel like it's okay for anybody else to be wrong and make corrections, but whenever Candace does it, she's accused of lying. Like I feel like the standard is not applied, and that's not fair.
Let me give you the principled difference between what you're asserting here. Number one, if I'm wrong about body armor, number two, the day that I posted that.
Do you admit that? Do you admit that you were, or you don't know
I
yet?
said it 1,000 times that I was wrong. So hold on. The day that I posted that, which was, I think, the day after Charlie was murdered, all I was doing was looking at the information that I had. I think even in that video, I said I could be wrong about this. I don't know about that for sure. But regardless, I said,
what made you think that it was body armor, just in general?
Oh, because of the shape, how I interpreted the events. It looks like he's hitting the chest. He goes up. And again, what we're trying to do, was it a doubt about the 30-06? No. I mean, like
Gary, I think it was. When you were on with Kyle Seraphin,
yep.
I watched almost that whole show. Like I remember I was up late doing it. I sent you a super chat that night asking about the 30-06, and you were skeptical of the time about that.
That's at the time when I first put that video. I don't know if I talked about that or not, but what I will tell you is, yes, at first I was doubtful that it was a 30-06. And that remained for a while. And I'll tell you my change on that. And I'm happy to go through that evolution. It's because more facts came in that I was made aware of. And I spent a lot of time studying what's going on. And I want to make sure that I'm clear on my position of what I think when it comes to 30-06.
Yeah, but interested to hear that.
So I released that video. Again, I started making that video hours after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I released it the next day. By that evening, I gotten pictures because at first, based on what we could see of the profile of the shirt, I did think that it was like a thin potentially metallic armor. There's lots of different things. And I did think that there was a deflection from here that actually hit him in the head. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. And that's what I presented. By that night, on the 11th, the night of the 11th, I had actually gotten some text messages of some new pictures that came out that showed that Charlie Kirk from the sides and things, it indicated that he did not have body armor.
Yeah, you could see his nipples and his chest. Yeah.
Well, that's not, his nipples are not.
Well, you could see like the outline of his chest and his necklace. I thought that made it pretty obvious.
We definitely didn't see the profile of any sort of carrier underneath. That's what I'll say. Yeah. The same day that I released that video, that night I did a live stream. And I was like, hey guys, I just pictures and I'm probably going to have to issue you a mea culpa. It looks like he's probably not wearing body armor. And if I got that wrong, I apologize. Now, some other things were going on during that time. And from that point, by the way, anytime, and there was like a week or two, or maybe even longer, that I continued to talk about body armor. But every time that I brought it up, I was like, hey, look, I'm still investigating this. I'm still flushing this out. And I just want to tell you that this is not a fact. I'm not presenting it that way. And I could be wrong when it comes to the body armor. I was very careful about my language going forward because I had my own doubts with this. Because what I can tell you is I ended up getting a report from a news reporter that's close to the Charlie Kirk team. I had no connection with them or whatever else. And the reporter told me, hey, he actually was wearing body armor. And he likes to call it this is a guy that I know knows Charlie, by the way. And by the way, I'll tell you that it ended up being wrong, which is why I didn't even report that. And then we're going to talk about Ryan Matta in another moment. So this person tells me, hey, he actually had specialized body armor that we all know exists, by the way. And I'm just tell you right now, there's extremely thin executive level protection. Some of it's even customized that absolutely can stop or deflect some rifle rounds, whatever. So I was still exploring that while just continuing to investigate generally what I thought took place. So I'm exploring that
Damn,
thing.
aren't you concerned at all that ended up being false information that you were given from somebody close to Charlie Kirk, who was basically trying to give you a piece of evidence that was false that would have justified basically the Tyler Robinson 30-06 narrative? Like, that's pretty shocking, actually. It's pretty shocking information that you would receive that information from someone close to Charlie Kirk. That's basically trying to push that narrative. That's kind of crazy.
Fair that if you want to frame that way, perfectly fine.
Why else would he give you something false? Like, why do you think that is?
I'm going to give you a counterpoint to this. At the exact same time, Ryan Matta, who is no friend of Charlie Kirk, who does not believe the Fed slop, also contacted me via DMs and X and said, hey, I just talked to somebody that is friends with the surgeon that worked on Charlie Kirk, and he confirmed that he was wearing body armor. You were right all along. And this is like a week later. I'm like, did I report that? I was still unsure about what was going on. From that point forward, from the day after I released that video, I said, hey, here's the facts. And then I released another 1 or 2 videos of why I could possibly be right, but I was very clear on my language that I'm speculating. But what is equally dangerous or more dangerous that nobody seems to care about is people that are putting out palm guns, people that are putting out people that are doing in detailed videos about camera guns, Bushman guns, exploding mic guns, and somehow when I put something out and then I correct the record and then I'm still investigating, trying to confirm or deny it, and I'm always stating every single time, putting out a disclaimer, hey, I could be wrong on this. Like, they're okay. Some of these people have never even went back and corrected the record. Some of them have never apologized for being wrong. I did immediately, and I always will, because the truth is all that matters. I don't care if my government, if I can prove that my government, if I find evidence that my government is involved with this, man, let's burn them down. But I've never seen any evidence. All the lies every single time, and there's thousands of them, are always coming from social media and social media personalities.
And I agree, you got to be careful with the lies, but I would also push back. So one question I do have from you is what source did Ryan Matta get that information from with regard to
a friend of, you know what? Hold on. I'll tell you exactly.
It's just because it's interesting. You're receiving messages from a reporter close to Charlie Kirk. He's receiving messages from an individual. I don't know if close to Charlie Kirk you're about to tell me that they're trying to, you know, there's an attempt to say that he had body armor, which ended up not being true, which is interesting. I'm just thinking through that as you're telling me as to, because that would provide justification. Like if he had body armor on, and that explains shot angle, that explains the exit wound with the 30-06, that, you know, puts a lot of pressure on Tyler Robinson and the narrative for sure. Like, so that's interesting.
All those things have absolute plausible explanations without body armor. Like, I was not married to that. Like, the biggest thing to me.
No, but I think what's fair to characterize your initial argument is that you were skeptical that a 30-06 was used.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Fair. That is 100% accurate.
Okay. Yeah. And I think, again, if we want to get to that 30-06 being used, I think that is another data point with regard to the reasonable doubt. There's a lot of people that have their entire theory on this hinging off that issue of the 30-06 could not have been the weapon. There's merit to that argument. And then we have, so let me explain to you. So as far as getting into your body armor argument, and as I was paying attention to things at the time, Dr. Chris Martinson, who has the channel Peak Prosperity, I think you know who Chris Martinson is. I mean, you've covered some of his stuff as well.
Yeah, and I've been on the show.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know that. Yeah. He covered the topic of the cavitation effect. Basically, the cavitation effect of a high power rifle hitting an individual.
Hold on, I want to present this to you. This is what I got from Ryan Matta, just so we're clear, and I'll give you the exact date and all of those good things. So we got that data point.
We got to get the data points in there. We got to get the data points in there.
Data point covered. All right, so there's that. I'm going to go over here and I'll make this. This is what I now have a second source. This is September 17th. I now have a second source who just contacted me to confirm that Charlie Kirk was hit from the front. The bullet hit his vest, which drastically slowed down the speed. The bullet, blah, 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 blah. Let me see. All right. I just got this one 10 minutes ago. I'm gonna make those pictures big in just a second. Those are text messages. You were spot on with every piece of your analysis. Really great work. Let me know if you need anything or have any more questions. This is what he sent me. These were some sort of text messages. I have a friend that is a Utah County sheriff that's been part of the investigation. The bullet severed his spine. He had a pulse, but was more or less dead upon impact. And then this one right here. Yeah, someone I know is related to the surgeon that worked on him. He was wearing a bulletproof vest. They hit him for the heart, but it ricocheted up to the neck. That's why his chest caved in. Yep, exactly. So that's what I had. And that is, well, let me see when the message came in. I think it's safe to assume it was the day that he sent that, September 17th. So that's what I was working off. Now, if I was like most people, I want to have my biases confirmed, what I think. Was I tempted to share this? Like, yep, I'm right. But I was hesitant because I am not married to anything that I'm going to propose. I'm going to research it. I'm taking this as a data point because it's unconfirmed bullshit. It's what it is. It's hearsay by 3 people. And I realize that, and I'm not going to use that to reinforce my argument, as no one should, when we have unconfirmed information with no evidence backing it up. That's how people should responsibly report information.
How did you come to see, I guess this is almost, it's kind of just like a difference in philosophy, I guess you can say, with regard to this approach to the investigation. Like, my perspective on those messages that you received from basically 3 different sources, ultimately is what this comes down to, is that your argument on body armor was looking like it was going to be right at the time. Had you put those out and allowed the discussion, the free exchange and the discussion of those ideas to come out, I don't see how that would be detrimental to the case, I guess.
Because putting out bullshit information just for the sake of putting out bullshit information is going to confuse people and cause people to believe in things that are potentially not true. People trust me. And I was already wrong on something, and I didn't want to make that mistake again.
Yeah. Okay. So you were a little bit more hesitant because you had been wrong about something before. I get that. Yeah.
Like, to me, the standard is this: if I can't confirm a fact, and I don't have evidence that reinforces that fact, then like somebody's statement or opinion on something means nothing to me. And I'm not. If I put that out, I know that some percentage of my audience is going to buy into that narrative. And then what else they're going to do is they're going to be like, look, Gary said this. And by the way, he said this based on some bullshit second, third hand knowledge. And like, I actually care about my credibility. And I want to make sure that I'm very factual and stick to the facts and don't get captured. Like, I am more critical of the things that I believe than anything that you can put at me. Like, I am going to be very critical. Like, why am I believing this? Is it true? Is it supported by facts? And that should be the principled structure on our beliefs, that our belief system stays. If we just say, I don't trust my government, so I am automatically just going to discount this. Well, guess what? You could be being sold an op. But if you say, you know what? I don't trust my government. I'm going to go out and investigate these things. I'm going to go to UVU. I'm going to take a look at the trajectories. I'm going to look at supporting evidence, other evidence that goes against that. I'm going to do it all, and then I'm going to present what I think are the best facts.
Sure.
That's how this should be done, and that's how we make ourselves more immune to being manipulated by people on social media for whatever. Like, forget about it. Doesn't matter what the motivation is. Doesn't matter if it's, we could take 50 different creators, and they're all pushing the same narrative. If they are, this is just hypothetical. If they're all pushing the same narrative, every single one of them has a different motivation. Some of those people might be psychological operatives, right? Actually, information operatives from other countries, from a political organization, whatever else. They may just be capitalizing on what's being said and then, continuing to push that because it benefits them. There could be somebody that just likes clicks and views. There could be somebody that whatever. Doesn't matter. But like, that's what it comes down to, is like, you need to make sure that you are more critical of your belief system than anybody else. And that's what I believe in doing every single time.
Same. And I share that concern about the things that I say. And I constantly am evaluating myself on whether or not what I'm going to put out and talk about and share my opinion on, which, as you know, when you're talking live is difficult to do because you are required to talk, you are required to present, and you may, I don't know, you may start going and talking about things that you end up like not even sure, like if you actually believe, what you just said, and you got to go back and make corrections again. Like I'm not arguing that anybody has to be perfect in this pursuit. We have the right to be wrong. We do have the right to be wrong without being diagnosed and accused and slandered. And I think that a lot of our side gets diagnosed and slandered and considered evil. And again, I've had my Christian faith called out many times. How could you be a Christian and question these types of things or be critical of Erica Kirk? I'll give you a great example. Like I put out maybe it was a couple months ago on X. And this came from a conversation that I was having with my wife, and I said to her, and she's somebody that I trust her opinion on things. She's got no skin in the game as it comes to all this. She's very strong in her faith. Like she's someone I go to when I need to maybe rein myself in, I guess you can say. And I asked her, I was like, Casey, like, do you think that being critical or calling Erica Kirk out about, these certain things is immoral? Like, do you think that I'm a bad person for what I'm talking about here? And she came back to me and was like, look, when it comes down to it, if Erica Kirk is not being lying, and there are certain things that I also too have found weird based on what I see in the way that she's presenting herself and some of the things that she said to misrepresent herself, like she kind of shared in some of that skepticism. And, and then I brought up to her the question. I was like, the casket of Erica filming herself over Charlie's casket, where you could see the corpse of Charlie and she was filming herself, or she was being filmed crying over it. I said to my wife, I was like, that's weird. If I died, that would be something that you should not be doing. Like, I don't think that that's appropriate behavior. So then I was like, I went back and I wanted to find that again so I could watch it, because it had been months and months and months. And when I first saw it, when Charlie first died, like, I was rooting for Erica. I covered a lot of Erica and Turning Point USA stuff. I donated money. I bought the Freedom shirts. Like, I truly and genuinely wanted Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA to succeed. I mean, I wish that they would reverse course on some of these things that they've been doing. But in any case, I then was like, you know what? I'm gonna call this out. Like, and I got that post together. I put it on X, and then I sat there for 5 minutes and I was like, do I want to do this? Like, do I want to do this? Like, and then I was just like, you know what? Is it true? Like, the answer to the question is it true? And the answer to that was yes. So I ended up putting it out. It went crazy viral. Candace Owens shared it. Many prominent people shared it. And then they all shared the same perspective. And you just also admitted right there that it was weird. It's not behavior that is, I don't want to say acceptable. I mean, obviously she did it. Like, it's not like it's a crime necessarily, but it's strange behavior that just kind of rubs people the wrong way. And you brought up her mother and Candace being critical. I mean, obviously she's looked into Lori Franzwe's past and Erica Franzwe's past before she married Charlie with the Bride of Charlie series. And Lori Franzwe, I mean, you can think that you can think that it's not weird. I can think that it's weird that she's got 50 different LLCs set up. Normally, if you're running some sort of operation, or you're trying to shield money, or you're trying to do something, that's the way that you would do it. Opening up different LLCs. And let me just finish my point, and then you can answer.
Okay.
Erica is the one who put those vulnerable videos of her mother onto social media. So again, we're talking about the source of this is not some enemy of Erica that leaked these videos of Erica's mother or of her crying over Charlie's casket, etc. This is Erica herself that published these own things on her social media. And that was one of the driving factors too in my decision to simply repost what Erica had already shared, and me saying, this is weird. If I died and my wife did this, I give you all permission to criticize her for it. And I stand by that statement. It's 100% true. And Erica is the source of that video. So I'll ask you this. Do you think that what I did by sharing that video and making that statement was an evil thing for me to do?
I think.
Do you think that was evil, and do you think it was unchristian of me to do that?
No, I don't think it's any of those. I think it's potentially irresponsible, and I think it's potentially ignorant. And here's why. One of the things I used to teach is threat detection. All right. So in threat detection or surveillance detection, one of the things we make sure that people understand is that there is odd behavior. If you go out and you're observing people, you'll find that people do weird things all the time. But there is a clear difference between weird behavior and suspicious behavior. And just because you subjectively find something weird because it's somebody else that sees the world differently than you, I bet if I hung around you long enough, and this goes both ways, we hung around each other long enough, like you do this weird thing, or whatever it is, right? Just because we do weird things doesn't make it suspicious. You can put it in that category, but it doesn't make it suspicious. Is Lori having, let's say she has 20 different LLCs, is that normal?
Well, I would say that it's abnormal.
It's not normal at all. Like,
It's
most
abnormal.
people don't have 20 LLCs.
Correct.
Like unless you're like this, big entrepreneur or you're running a big business, whatever else, like, it is definitely not normal. That's a very small percentage of the population to have any LLC, much less, let's say 10. I don't know how many she had on that graph. I will also state that she presented no evidence that the information that she presented was true. Like, she could have put that up there. If you're somebody like me and you don't trust Candace Owens, she did not present the fact that any of that stuff was true. If she presented,
but then wouldn't you agree that the burden of proof is on you to disprove that?
Oh my God, that's the silliest shit I've ever heard.
Why?
No. Oh, here's why.
If you're going to accuse Candace Owens of lying, then your accusation would warrant the burden to be on you to prove that.
This is the logic fallacy that Andrew Wilson was trying to explain to you, and I try to explain to people all the time. If you're going to make an accusation or claim, the burden of proof is on you.
You're making the claim that she's a liar.
Hold on. It is the default position. It's logically the default position to believe that is bullshit until you, the claimant, prove that it's true.
These are public documents, though. She shared the public documents.
I don't know where
you know how YouTube works. You can literally present the document, the public document that you receive, and put it on screen.
We're getting outside the point, but I think this is a really important thing to hone down. Do you know that the information that she presented is true?
If I was skeptical about a piece of information that was being shared with me, online, which we got to be skeptical of a lot online, right?
Of course. So first of all,
it's not going to work. In reality, it's not going to work for me to then rely on that individual. I would then have to go do my own due diligence to ensure I'm not believing bullshit.
Listen, I'm not trying to crap you. I don't require long responses on this. These are simple yes or no questions. So, and it's not a gotcha moment. I just want to
got to be careful with yes or no questions.
Whatever. All right. So it's weird. It's odd for someone to have 10 LLCs, 20 LLCs, 50, whatever it is, right? We can agree on that. Yes?
Yep.
Just because that exists, is that suspicious? Does that point to criminal intent?
Not that on its own. No.
Agreed. All right. So there's that. Now let's go back to the logical fallacy that you just brought up. If I go outside and I'm in the woods and I take a picture of me in the woods, and then I come back in here and I say, guess what? I just saw Bigfoot. And you're like, okay, well, you got to provide some evidence. And I show you a picture. I show you a picture of me in the woods. I was like, I was out in the woods. I saw Bigfoot. Here's a picture of me in the woods. That proves that I saw Bigfoot. You would say, no, it isn't. And then my response to you is, well, you got to prove that I'm going to lie. You got to debunk me. Isn't that stupid?
I understand.
Okay.
I understand the logical fallacy that you are defining.
Yeah.
We live in a reality and in a world. So I understand what you're saying. What I am saying is that the reality that we live in, what I shouldn't have admitted, the term I should not have used was burden of proof, because that has its own legal definition, right? What I am describing is just common sense reality, especially the online world that we live in, where when we are presented information, the individual presenting the information is presenting it as true. And it's up to all of us that don't want to believe bullshit to look into what we are being told.
No.
Do you agree with that though?
No, I don't. I reject that adamantly. It is.
So you don't follow up on anything that you're being told by any of these people online.
Let's get back on the same.
I understand in a world of good faith, the individuals that were sharing the information, they have the burden to tell the truth. But we don't live in a world where that is the case.
No, they don't have a burden to tell the truth. No, they have a burden to provide evidence. It is not my burden.
No, they have a burden to provide proof.
Whether or not what she said is true.
They have a burden to provide proof, right?
It's
they have a burden to provide legitimate proof if they're trying to make a claim that they want to believe to be true, not evidence. Because in your example with Bigfoot, the picture of the dude with Bigfoot would constitute as evidence, but it's not actually proof that was reality.
Hold on. No, listen to what I said. I didn't say that I had picture of Bigfoot. I had a picture of me in the woods. I corroborated my location, which is not a material claim. And that's what I see done every single time with these people is they say, hey, look, a great example of Fort Huachuca. All right. I can prove that I was at Fort Huachuca. Therefore, it's true. But my material claim is that I walked into a meeting that was allegedly, I don't even know what was alleged at the end of the day. It was allegedly a couple different things. Some sort of final brief to go assassinate Charlie Kirk. And number two, I saw Erica Kirk. I saw Brian Harpool. I saw this. That's what con men do all the time. They prove an element, but they don't actually provide any evidence or proof of the material claims. And that's what Candace Owens has done every single time. When she went through Lori's background, she provided a lot of data points, a lot of information. She did not prove, she didn't even give any evidence whatsoever that there was anything corrupt or illegal taking place. Nothing. She talked about uncles. She talked about this. She said, look at all these many different corporations. Look at what's going on here. What's going on here. She didn't point to one thing that was illegal that she could prove. She didn't point to one thing that was corrupt that she could prove. She didn't point to one thing that she's been convicted of. I mean, another great example of this is the French Foreign Legion. Like this, we have an assassination plot of the French coming over here with one Israeli or whatever the heck's going on. We can't find any evidence of French Foreign Legion out in the crowd. This entire conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk was pulled off by, I guess, the Americans, I guess the Israeli, and I guess the French. That's what she alleged. That is such a huge accusation and thing to claim. And we got zero evidence. Evidence.
Okay. I understand. I understand your
Hold on. This is such a sophisticated assassination attempt that in assassination conspiracy that we have some of the best military on the face of the planet. They have completely dialed this thing in. They might be using some weird, crazy technology, whatever else. And they were able to pull off this assassination, and then they were able to get out of here. Nobody saw them. Nobody figured out what was going on. I don't even know why they would need a patsy. Doesn't really matter. But they were able to get out of here. But the one thing they screwed up, they're like, oh, you know what? We actually hit them with I don't know, 5.56. What gun did you give the patsy? Oh, I gave him a 30-06. Oh my God, we screwed up. Like, it's the dumbest shit. Like, if you and I were sitting here coming up with an assassination plot, we want to pin it on a patsy, and I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm going to use 5.56 or 2.23 or 6 arc or what, exploding mic. I mean, that's the dumbest of them all. But I'm going to use that. And then what I want you to do, like, were you in the military?
No.
All right. So you have no tactical background. I said, all right. What I want you to do, Zach, is we're going to plan this out. I'm going to use 5.56. I want you to get that guy the patsy. I want you to put him on the roof, and I want you to hand him this rifle. And you're like, Gary, what caliber is this? It's a 30-06. Oh, don't you think that's going to show up? Don't you think that's going to tip our hand? You would know that right off the bat. But that's what this entire crazy assassination plot. That's what they did. That's the one thing they screwed up. It's freaking dumb. And then on top of that, we don't even have any. We don't have. Do we have any evidence that the French Foreign Legion, Israel, and I guess the U.S. military conducted this assassination? Do we have any evidence of that whatsoever?
Again, this is where I would get into Joe Kent and what Joe Kent has said with regard to the lack of evidence. The reason that we don't have evidence is because the investigation was shut down. So hold on. You just talked for a while. Let me make the argument. And you asked me a question. So let me answer.
Yep. So
we have a situation where, and first of all, what I'll say is that what Candace Owens is doing is she's not drawing or jumping to any conclusions. And I use Candace Owens as the example here because whether people like it or not, she is the prime mover in this space that we're talking about. Like when it comes to the Charlie Kirk investigation, the biggest name in this right now is Candace Owens. You have done investigative work. Other people have as well. Baron Coleman is another who has done investigative work. When you single out one of the details with regard to the circumstantial evidence web, yes, you could probably debunk things here and there, or not even debunk, but you can discount the level of seriousness that if one instance on its own, if that was the only one that existed, you could discount that and be like, oh, okay, that's an irregularity, but it's not a big deal given the fact that there aren't that many other irregularities and we have a rock solid case when it comes to the official narrative.
You got to establish facts first, right?
The facts and the evidence that irregularities did occur do exist. And here's the thing. You can call them stupid. You can call them idiotic. Other people do not share in that opinion. Your opinion is that some of the claims that Candace has made are stupid. I am of the opinion that I think some of the claims that Candace has made are valid and they are valuable to an alternative explanation as to if Tyler Robinson was not on the roof and did not take the shot, then who did? And we need to look into it.
Okay.
We have data points that I think are certainly relevant. We have the 30-06 and the location. There is no evidence or proof that Tyler Robinson was the individual on the roof that took the shot from the 30-06.
That's not true. That's a lie.
It is true. It is true.
No, it's not. It's a lie because
there is no evidence that we have been presented. Let me get the language right. There is no evidence that we have been presented that puts Tyler Robinson himself on that rooftop.
But there is evidence that exists. Candace Owens does not have any.
We have not received. We have not received that evidence. We, as in the public, have not received that evidence. You are speculating that evidence exists based on your conversations with attorneys that would tell you this evidence probably does exist and we would see this in the courtroom. That's going to be great. I'm very much looking forward to that. We also have doubt that the gun itself, from the angle that it was shot from, and we never got into Chris Martinson's argument here, the cavitation effect shows this is what I thought was actually very good justification that Charlie was in fact shot from the front. In that cavitation effect, it works almost the exact same way. The way that he kind of goes back and his back billows up and it kind of expands his chest. I thought it was a very good argument for a high-powered rifle coming in from the front.
Sure.
Chris Martinson believes that a 30-06 could have been used, but not from the angle of the roof, in that we know, according to evidence, that it struck, I believe, the C4 vertebrae, I believe is what it hit. So in order for that angle from that roof to hit that to hit that vertebrae and to hit that chest cavity that would have prevented an exit wound, which can happen, as you know, as a military man. I've got a really good friend who's an ex-Green Beret, many tours, who said, like, look, if that hits bone and solid bone, then there is a chance that it could not pass through, right? So I get that. That's a data point that I'm logging in my head. But when you Chris Martin's argument, which I think is valid, is that if you take the angle too low, it doesn't hit the chest cavity, and you're dealing with soft neck tissue, which would significantly decrease the likelihood that an exit wound would not occur. So again, we have the doubts about the 30-06, which I think are valid, and then we have the shot angle, which means that and then Chris Martin, just let me finish the one more thing, and then Chris Martin's argument is that the shot then must have come, if it was from a 30-06, from somewhere else, or it was taken with a different weapon. And this is where we get into, okay, if that, then what can we look at? What evidence can we find, or what can we investigate if it's up to the investigative authorities to look into this further, if Tyler Robinson, in fact, did not take it? And that is the push. Like, that is the public pressure push that I feel like we do have to do, given the fact that our government, and this is proven fact, that our government has lied to us about so many of these things in the past, whether it be COVID, the COVID vaccine, the lab leak theory. We have Butler, Pennsylvania, when the FBI told us that Thomas Crooks had no footprint whatsoever. And then Tucker Carlson, an investigative journalist, finds that he did. It's like, okay, well, thanks to Tucker Carlson for not believing the Fed slop about the Butler case, so that he could find out what the actual truth was. And we still don't have answers as far as that goes. And then now here we are in the Charlie Kirk investigation, dealing with irregularities that have a lot of people concerned. And here we are, a lot of the people who are expressing these concerns or do not believe the charge documents or the mainstream narrative, all these things that we've been talking about here today. I'll challenge you, Gary. You will call us conspiratards for not actually believing or going along with the mainstream media and the mainstream narrative. And I do not think that is fair, nor do I think it's responsible, given what we have been through as a people and as a country. Our government and our authorities and the state authorities, they will lie to us. They will try to make this probably as easy and as a slam dunk case as possible for them.
Okay.
Joe Kent, I think, has done a good job, and you can disagree with Joe Kent, but he has come out and he has validated these arguments for a lot of people. This is a high-ranking government official who has validated a lot of the arguments, or at least the perspective and the opinions that a lot of people have on the other side, I guess you can say.
Instead of just going through, let's address those one-on-one, and I will go through all of that with you. All right, so going back, though, we have the French Foreign Legion. We have Israel. We have
leave the French Foreign Legion.
Let you talk. Listen, I'm going to ask you a question. Do we have any evidence that was involved? Like, because that's a huge claim. We need a lot of evidence to believe it, and it's your responsibility to provide that evidence, which Candace Owens hasn't. Not one bit of evidence. We haven't even seen a document that supports that.
Would you agree? Okay, it's not the job of Candace Owens to solve this investigation.
No, it's the job
Candace
of
Owens.
If she makes claims, it is her job to support them with evidence, not to confuse people, not to say that X, Y, and Z is guilty of murder without any evidence. That is immoral. That's wrong. It's irresponsible. You can't.
Would you agree?
Claim anything.
Would you agree that
you know what?
Would you agree that Candace Owens has a wide reach and has many sources that can feed her information?
That's fine. Then provide us the evidence of that.
Whether it's true or not, do you agree that Candace Owens has a wide reach and a lot of influence and a lot of tips that could come in to her?
I have a wide reach. I can have tips that come in all the time. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to regurgitate those tips because it could be somebody that is a malign actor. I'm not going to just put out information because I have information.
You should absolutely vet. You should absolutely vet the tips to ensure that they are legitimate before you put them out to the public. I totally agree.
Provide you evidence, because if that's what she's doing, then she's doing something that's worse than what MSNBC did. She's doing something worse than what CNN did. She is creating a narrative. She's not providing any evidence, and she's confusing. And by the way, she says, "Hey, the French took a shot at somebody." Like, that's an act of potential war. She has no evidence of it, and then she says,
"Yes." I would be very concerned that their that this is bigger than Tyler Robinson and that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was an act of war. And if that is the case, I want to know the full truth about that. I don't want the government to cover it up for our own good or to protect the status quo or to prevent us from having to engage in an actual conflict because they went after an American citizen. I don't want to be shielded from this important information. I want to know the full truth so that we can move forward in truth. And if that is part of this information, if that's a part of this investigation, then Gary, you would agree we certainly do not want that covered up. And do you think that those in power, given their track record, may cover that up if the implications or the consequences were very large like that?
What I'll say is the implications are huge is when we have American people accepting narratives without zero proof. That is setting the American people up for disinformation to be manipulated like we've never had. And then here you are defending that. When we are
accepting that Tyler Robinson is guilty with no proof.
I am not accepting Tyler Robinson is guilty. I'm saying, hey, here's where I'll be with you, Zach. I will be with you all over this stuff. I will, the day that this is put out, if this evidence doesn't show up in court, or we find out that, you know what, I'll tell you right now, I am with you 100%. If we show up to court and come to find out, or later on somebody says it, or they actually talk to somebody, if his parents come out and say, hey, you know what, I actually didn't say any of that stuff. I'm like, that's all it would take for me. That's all. Like, if his parents come out and say, I did not say that my son was guilty of these things. And let me tell you something. If the parents did believe that, they would be out in front of cameras right now. They would. I would. I don't care what it would take. I don't care what lawyer tried to tell me that I shouldn't do that. I'd be like, my son, I'd be every single day. I'd be broadcasting that from my jail cell, because what we have is Candace Owens claimed that the French Foreign Legion also were coming to kill her, and she presented zero evidence. We didn't even get evidence of emails going to any sort of investigative body. Like, at least just let me know that you actually sent them an email. Let me see a return of that. Provide that to me. I'll buy that, actually. Because what I can tell you is that it is illegal to actually call the FBI and say, hey, I got this information. Now, they may look at the information and be like, that's bullshit information.
Cool, like, sure. Yeah, she could have received a bad tip that the French government was coming after her, that she took seriously, that she submitted to the FBI. That could have happened. And I think, but there's a lot of us here who are listening to what Candace Owens has to say. And there are a lot of people listening to what Candace Owens has to say, whether you like her or not, or whether you think what she is doing is evil, or whether you think what she's doing is valuable. But at the same time, if there are people who, even in Candace's audience, like, I know you guys like to use the condescending terms as far as like the candy cult goes.
You know what condescending terms that you guys like to use? You like to use Fed. You like to use traitor. You like to use Fed slop. You like to use paid by Israel. Dude, I did 4 combat tours.
I used the word Fed slop one time in this conversation
for this country, and I got people over in the chat right now saying that I'm a traitor. Fuck you. Like, I have given so much for this country, you don't even know. I love this country more than anything. And for you to sit there and say that I'm a traitor to my country because you disagree with me. And by the way, I actually have evidence to back what I say. What you have to say is, you know what? We're just asking questions. We're just open to different ideas, because that's what you've presented to me so far. We're just open to different ideas. And like, we're just looking at this because we don't believe this, even though there's evidence for that. I'm just opening up to the ideas. And if you say, hey, look, this is evidence, which is the most logical stance in all of this. This is what the evidence says. Your response to me is, you're a Fed. You've betrayed your country. You're paid by Israel. So I don't want to hear about candy cultists. I don't want to hear about conspiratards. That's pretty minor than questioning my loyalty to this country.
Matt.
So there's that. All right, where do you want to move?
My mic is muted. My mic was muted. I couldn't respond to that.
Gotcha.
Gary, have I accused you of those things here in this conversation?
No.
Like, are you saying, when you say you, are you saying that I'm doing that?
I see people in the chat. Dude, I get it all the time. It's like, I'll have 50 comments of something. I could make a post of something factually true to the point you can't even disprove it. But then I will be hit with Fed, you're paid by Israel, you're owned by TPUSA. Like, bro, nobody owns me.
I don't have much time left, but I think we could probably go for maybe about 10 more minutes. What I do want to bring up are the irregularities that Candace Owens has found that I do feel are legit. And yes, there are many of us here in the audience that are certainly wondering.
I don't even want to hear about the irregularities. I want to hear what evidence she has of one single material claim. Like that's all.
Why would you not want to hear that?
I want one.
Why would you not want to hear that though? Like, why would you just want to close yourself off to not hearing what
because
the
if you
alternative
believe
theories are?
something without evidence, you're in a religion and you're in a cult, and you're not a logical, reasonable person. You are abandoning reason and logic, like what our Western society was founded on.
There are
Like,
evidence
you
of, so you don't consider the evidence of foreign planes, those Egyptian planes, which I understand a lot of people just like to be like, oh my gosh, it's a conspiracy. The reality is there were two Egyptian planes that were in Provo on the ground that dumped military contractors into Provo.
Stop right there. Stop right there.
And one or two of these military planes, I'll make one more point.
Okay.
One or two of these military planes, these Egyptian military planes, performed a low-level surveillance of and around the UVU campus before the day of, I believe, that Charlie was assassinated. That is highly irregular activity, and this is an example of a piece of evidence that is irregular about things going on that day. If it's not, then then come out with a statement. Then the FBI or the investigative authorities can easily come out with a statement and say, this is what was going on. This is not irregular. This is why we are not like, and you might say, well, it's not up to the FBI to justify itself to you or the public. And I would argue that at this point, we are in a state in this country where, I think that it is. I think that the FBI should be clarifying some of these things and some of these questions and some of this evidence that is coming out about irregularities on that day. And I understand that many on your side will say, "Oh, the Egyptian planes, it's a hoax." As soon as that word comes off,
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say any of that.
And people don't even listen to what actually occurred that day.
Hold on, because you're stating some things that are not factual as facts. Number one, you're like, "Hey, there's some Egyptian planes there." Okay,
there were two specifically.
That is a fact.
Two specifically with the tail numbers. That is a fact.
Just hush for a second. How many foreign planes are in the U.S. at any one time?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Around 5,500 according to Grok. All right, that's where I got that source. You guys can get that. 5,500 foreign planes. Any one of those foreign planes could be dropping off some sort of freaking deep state, freaking military operative in any given place at any given time. Let's talk about your plane specifically. You just stated that Egyptian planes flew in, military Egyptian planes no less. Egyptian planes flew in, and two military contractors got off of that plane.
No. It was a group. It was multiple.
Okay.
And did not return on that plane. Yes.
Multiple military contractors got off that plane.
Yes.
How do you know they're military contractors?
So I believe that the status or the status of those individuals or wherever they came from, I believe confirms that they were military contractors.
Where's the evidence of that? Because I've looked for stuff like that. I have never seen evidence of that. Okay, and let's go a step further. Let's seed your point. Let's say they're military contractors. It's not an established fact. It's actually bullshit that we just repeat. It's language being used. It's language being used. What's that?
Mike keep getting muted.
Yeah.
Sorry, do you have proof? Do you have proof that those were not military contractors? Because you said that it's bullshit. So I'm asking you in good faith. Do you have proof that they're not military contractors?
Do you have proof that I didn't see Bigfoot?
Gary. Okay.
It's so illogical for you to say that. Like you have abandoned reason and logic. When you sit there and say, do you have proof that they're not? I don't have proof that they're not Bigfoot. They could have all been Bigfoot. I don't have proof that they're not aliens. I don't have proof that they're not freaking Iranian ninjas. I don't have proof of any of that. I'm not the one claiming that. You're claiming that they're military contractors. Now let's say that they are. Let's see your point.
The plane specifically. The plane is registered as an Egyptian military plane that transports those like individuals. If you are a private citizen, or again, these are not private planes. These are planes that carry certain individuals on them. If I am wrong and these are not military individuals, I'm open to being wrong. But
can it be a
again,
military plane and not have military contractors? And then we're going to go through the military contractor claim to begin with. Can it not be military contractors? Because guess what? Civilians, politicians, and everybody else fly on military jets all the time. All
yeah.
right, let's see your point.
Sure.
They're military contractors.
Yeah.
Military contractors.
Yeah.
What the hell does that mean? Are they mechanics? Like, do you know how many MOSs are in the military? That's your job title. Like, how many vocations?
I
Like,
think it's just the data. It's a
to-
data point that
no,
people
hold
who
on.
are
What you're
exploring the
alluding
alternate
to by saying
theories
military is that
are
these are
pursuing.
trained assassins. That's where you're going with it. You know
I'm
it. You're
not-
still putting that in there. You don't know that they're military contractors, but
Now
what you're
you're
trying to say is that these are assassins.
Now you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm just like, look, that's what you're alluding to. You know it. When you say military contractor,
what it comes down to is that if an Egyptian military plane carrying some level or some form of military contractors or whatever you want to label them, I mean, we don't know. That's the point. We don't know. Dumped or left these individuals, a group of these individuals in Provo, Utah, the week prior to the investigation. Into the assassination. And what we also know is that they pinged multiple Israeli cell phones around the event, around the assassination event. So we know that there are and were Israeli cell phones. And I'm only using this because this is what the evidence that is coming out has said. And all that I'm saying, because then as you just relate this to Joe Kent and what he has come out and said, in that there are leads that he feels as though should have been pursued that the FBI and Kash Patel shut down and decided not to. Kash Patel probably aligns with you and thinks that the leads are bullshit.
No, hold on.
Can I just make one more point? Is like 1 second. Kash
Sure.
Patel, like you, the argument would be he thinks the leads are bullshit. He thinks they mean nothing. Joe Kent, from his position, who was responsible for gathering and analyzing the data that he was presenting to Kash Patel, not investigating. I understand what Joe Kent's job was, although they did give him access to the investigation. So that's interesting.
Sure.
For a short period of time. And then Kash Patel found out about it and he wasn't happy about it. But in any case, Joe Kent believes that those leads should have been pursued. And he even admitted on the Sean Ryan show, I know you watched it, he said that those leads could be bogus. But the fact that they did not look into them is extremely concerning, just given the day and age that we live in. Like that's where I'm at with it. Like they could be wrong. They could be bullshit. But as far as everything Candace Owens is presenting, because she is the one that presented that information, and then Baron Coleman has done a really good job in verifying the flights and where they were coming from, like looking at flight data and seeing where these planes were going and the altitude of them. All really interesting. Like the whole point is that, look, if Tyler Robinson was not the one on the roof, and we talked about the reasonable doubt that justifies, I would say, some of the things that I'm talking about here, then we are going to look into the alternative theories and see what these other irregularities are, which I think is a worthy pursuit. Some people might say it's bullshit. Other people think that it's valid. And I'm just on the side that I think is that thinks it's valid, I guess, like is what it comes down to.
Just because there are billions of possibilities, and there's billions of possibilities, and because we don't track down every one of those billion possibilities, doesn't make the case they have untrue. We do not know if those were actually military contractors. There is no evidence of that. I will be happy to correct the record if you can provide me evidence that was actually military contractors. If they are military contractors, then I don't know if those are not plane technicians. I don't know if they're computer people. There is, as a matter of fact, I just pulled this up, just within the U.S. Army, there is at least 300 to 500 distinct occupations. Very few of those are combat arms, very few. And just because you tell me, it's like, hey, you know what? I find, like, let's say you find me over a dead body, and I got a knife in my hand. I'm over the dead body. There's blood on me. And then you're like, Gary's guilty. And I say, no. Like 3 doors down, there's another guy that was actually convicted of murder. So it's actually him. Like, well, number one, we have no probable cause. That's a claim. We don't have any evidence to say, even though that he did that, even though he's capable of that, there's no claim here. Like, your prints are here, you're over the dead body. Like, and then I could say, guess what? There's 500 murderers just within my own town. It could be one of them. Like, well, no, there's no evidence that any of those people were involved. It's a data point. It's a possibility, but there's no evidence. And again, like you don't care about evidence. Your entire side doesn't care about evidence. You're like, well, like we just need to like, it's like a bunch of hippies conducting an investigation. Like, well, what if this?
No, I think that our side cares more about finding all of the legitimate evidence relating to the Charlie Kirk case.
That's the problem, is it's not legitimate. If it's not real,
then prove it wrong. Like that's what. Then I think that's the whole point. It's like instead of turning around and calling us retarded, or instead of turning around and calling us conspiratards, like just prove it wrong. If it's bullshit, it should be very easy to prove wrong. The bad theories that get put out there, they're fairly easy to prove wrong. So again, like we're allowed to be wrong. This is America. We have free speech. You are allowed to be wrong. Some people put things out that are wrong. Like I get that, but at this point, we need an open source investigation. I think, given everything that we've been through. I mean, I've said that many times.
Do you know how I can potentially trick you and ensure that you can never prove me wrong?
How?
Making a claim and presenting no evidence. There is no way that you could ever prove me wrong that I didn't see Bigfoot. You can't do it. There is no way that I can potentially right now prove that French Foreign Legion weren't here to kill Charlie Kirk, because I've never seen any evidence that I can go through and actually prosecute. When we just accept claims with
no evidence, and neither do you, to prosecute or convict Tyler Robinson.
The state of Utah does. And we do
have Utah
evidence.
says that they do. The state of Utah published in a charging document that they do. They've put out in news conferences that they do. But again, that's you taking the state at their word. And I am not willing to do that.
I'm not just taking them at their word. I'm not. We actually have evidence. We know through
you have no evidence that Tyler Robinson was the one on that rooftop.
We know that Tyler Robinson was at UVU when he should have been home 3.5 hours away. We know that. There's evidence of that.
You know, there were many students and visitors that were there that day that traveled from their homes that were on that campus that day to see Charlie.
And under your philosophy and your logic, we should investigate all of them just because they were there. Like just let's just do a 1,000-year investigation, and we should go through and dissect. And not only should we investigate them
again,
we should do it publicly.
Again, you're insulting the intelligence and the rationality of your opposing side. Nope. We don't think that. We don't think that. Why not? There are people. Our side believes Tyler Robinson was involved in some way because his grandfather's gun was on the scene. There's DNA evidence that Tyler Robinson was there. There's camera and video evidence that Tyler Robinson was there. So obviously Tyler Robinson and the level of sketchiness of Tyler Robinson is significantly higher than many of the other people that were at the event that day. So it's not fair for you to say, like, let's look at everybody. Like, we're not, again, I reject the premise that our side has no rational discernment ability whatsoever. And this is, I feel like, where we get in trouble.
Let's go back to the Israeli phones. You said there were Israeli phones that were detected there at UVU.
Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly there were.
Sure. How many of them were there?
I don't know the exact number. I believe that number is 12. I believe.
I think that's what I saw as well. So there's that. So the way that we determine if something is unusual is we compare it to what normal is. And then we take, because this is how this matrix works. If you want to figure out if something is suspicious, it's usually unusual or odd behavior that stands out. So the first thing that we have to know is a baseline of information. What does normal look like? And then what we do is like, oh, over here outside of normal, I see 3-4 different things that look weird, that look suspicious, or just look weird. But out of those 3 things, there's only one thing that looks like it could be a threat to me or others. So now I've used this matrix to wean down and to filter through and say, hey, this is actually suspicious. So my first question would be, if somebody's like, oh my God, there's 12 Israeli phones. Okay. How many Israeli phones are on UVU campus on a normal day? I bet the number's not 0. I mean, the average number might be 15, but you're like, that's a data point. Okay. Well, it's not a data point without more data.
100%. And again, when we're talking about the circumstantial evidence web, when you look at one individual thing, like the fact that there were 12 cell phones there that were registered or had Israeli, I don't know, locations or whatever it is within them. And then you couple that with the Egyptian planes that had flew into Provo prior to, and then immediately after Charlie was assassinated.
Well, they left
transponders came on at individually unique times that were that corresponded, I guess you can say, with the timing of the assassination, the morning of, and then I believe after, once it landed. And then you have the surveillance planes that were going around and flying low right by UVU. Like, again, when you take into account the number of irregularities and circumstantial evidence, it then starts to create a web, which is what I'm talking about here, that I just believe needs to be taken seriously. That's all that I'm saying. Like, and again, it's my opinion that it should be taken seriously. You might think that I'm an idiot for thinking that, and that's fine. You know what? Like, I'm fine being called an idiot. I'm fine for you thinking that I'm stupid. But ultimately, what it comes down to it is that I feel like it's legit and I feel like it's valid. And I feel like this is a large portion of what Candace Owens has brought to the table, and a lot of these alternative investigators, which I would say, thank God for people like them who have the balls to go at this, knowing that they're going to get persecuted and dragged through the mud and slandered and diagnosed for it, because it's the same people that we're thankful for during COVID. It's the same people like thank Tucker Carlson for finding the evidence.
Hold on. There is no equivalency. That is a false equivalency talking about people with COVID and calling out COVID versus Candace Owens. And I'll tell you why.
Election interference, that's another one. Another we could throw in there. All these things that they accuse people of being conspiracy theorists for. January 6th, and saying that there were the FBI wasn't involved in it at all, only to find that there actually were plainclothes agents in the crowd. Like, these were all conspiracies. These were all conspiracy theories for such a long time until they ended up being true.
Zach, the difference, because I believe those conspiracies too. Do you know why I believe them? Because there was evidence. I believe that it was a conspiracy of COVID because when they tell me, hey, you know what? If you take the jab, you're not going to get COVID, and you're not going to be able to spread it. And I see, oh, look, he took the jab, he spread it, he got it. Oh, that's a lie. Oh, by the way, you need to put this mask on. Well, I looked at this mask and it's like, it only covers down to like 3 microns, whereas, actual virus is 1 micron. It does nothing. Oh, well, that's
were you called a retard by you would say the establishment side during those phases, and you ended up being right? So are you worried? Are you worried or concerned?
Argument.
Are you worried or concerned that you are
wrong?
Are you worried or concerned that you might be on the wrong side of this one?
No, I'm not, because I have evidence, and there's like, unless you present to me evidence that overcomes this and all the other things that we know, I'm going to be right, because we are going to have a trial and you're going to be presented with all this evidence. And the only thing that the side of you people are on, are going to be able to say it's all fake. And you will, not you necessarily, but many people like, oh, they created it all. It's all fake. It's not real. The parents I literally debated somebody last night. He said the parents are in on it. The defense team's in on it. Kash Patel's in on it. Trump's in on it. Like, thousands of people are in on this thing. And you're just going to completely dismiss, because the other thing that we always heard is like, nope, Tyler Robinson isn't going to make it to the trial. He's going to be killed, which is actually logical. Like, if you have this conspiracy, why keep him around? Why not kill him? Why did they find Robinson alive if this is some big conspiracy? Put him in a car, make it look like he, unalived himself, and then complete the picture. Like,
like a JFK or like an Epstein Files type of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean, okay.
Like, this shit happens. Like, I think that's just the whole point. And I guess when it comes down to it for me, like, here's the thing. Like, you said that when all this comes out, I will be right. And I guess that's where, with you, and also too, like with Andrew Wilson, like, I guess my argument is like, I don't care if I'm right. Like,
You should, and this is what
but
I'm saying.
I'm not
Putting out
trying to.
information.
I'm not trying to assert any conclusion in this conversation or from this entire investigation in general. Like, I just think it's important to look at all angles. And one of the things that has just driven me crazy with regard to Candace Owens in particular is the fact that early on she was coming out with very, what I thought, good and valuable, truthful information. And the attacks and the slander that took place early on against her were completely unfair and completely made up. There was legitimately a coordinated attempt to slander every word that was coming out of her mouth at the time. And that's actually that actually caused me to actually pay attention to what she was saying, because her claims were proven to be true. Her claims were proven to be true during that time. And there were individuals who were just trying to slander and shut her down for the things that she was saying.
Does Candace Owens have an impact, and do you have an impact on the way that people perceive the world and determine what truth, just truth and like even the political trajectory of this country?
Yeah, I think every person does to some extent. Yeah.
So therefore, I agree. And I agree that people are going to be impacted by what I say. And so for us to just say, like, we can just come up with all this stuff that has no evidence, we put that out, you are going to end up brainwashing people. Even because here's the thing, there might have been people that's, whatever it is, like Candace can say something today and she didn't back that up with any sort of facts. It could be completely wrong. And then she changes her mind or even puts out a mea culpa later on. But these people are impacted because it was, and whatever they believe, like, I don't know, like maybe she told them they shouldn't vote. And then later on, she changes that. Well, like she had a duty and responsibility to fact check this stuff, to make sure that it's backed by evidence before you just put it out there. And what your claim is like, I'm thankful that people are just putting out confusing information.
Not my opinion. No. I don't think all information is helpful with regard to this. I don't. There's been some bad information that I think has been harmful. And I'll see, like, our side, I would say that there are examples of that.
Okay. I mean, there's numerous examples of that.
Yes, I agree with you.
Now that we've moved to, well, I don't know, I'm gonna get to that. Let's open up a whole other can of worms politically. But the fact is like, people should care about how factual, and the way that we determine whether or not something is factual is we back it by evidence. And the idea that we could just claim like, oh, because this is the logical leap, because there was a Egyptian plane and there were people that got off the Egyptian plane, now I think that they actually killed Charlie Kirk. Like, that is a dumb, freaking illogical leap to conclusion without any additional information. It's freaking retarded. Like, now, if you have additional information, like, no. I saw them put on a ghillie suit and I saw them wearing clothes and I tracked them over there. Then we have something to talk about, because that's not the only plane that landed. That's not the only people that came from out of town. There might have been 5 Iranians that showed up that day. And guess what? We should investigate them, but we don't even know about them. But because the data points out there, like, but it doesn't change anything. Even if those Egyptian planes were there, even if those Egyptian planes were military contractors, from your mind, you're like, that is really suspicious. No, it's not suspicious, because it probably happens all the time. There's Egyptian people and Egyptian planes in this country all the time. And just because they happen to be over here that is a data point. It's not even correlation. It's definitely not causation.
What doesn't happen every day is,
I don't know.
What doesn't happen every day is the assassination of a high-profile political figure whose opinion and whose influence has tremendous impact on the youth of America. So that is something that does not happen every day. And then when you have these irregularities that occur around this event, everything is worth looking into, as far as I'm concerned, with regard to this.
So what's the limit? And how do you determine everything?
The limit would be the lead ends up to be false or has nothing to do with the assassination. Like, for example, the hatch underneath. It looks extremely unlikely that any assassin popped up under the hatch and shot Charlie Kirk. Would you agree?
Underneath.
Would you agree? I don't know if it was underneath. Would you agree that Would you agree that it was weird that the patio and the crime scene was covered up fairly quickly right after? You would think that after a high-profile assassination, they would leave that just kind of set for a while. I understand
No, they
UVU wants
wouldn't.
to get back to business, but they also just failed to protect Charlie Kirk. So I feel like you kind of lose the
Here,
right to get back to business.
Let me counter that. Let me counter that. Because here's what could have happened. Can we agree that there was blood that was in the sod on that grass?
I
have pictures of it.
Maybe
Like,
there was.
there's
Okay.
definitely blood in the grass.
If you have a picture, then I've never seen those pictures, so I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that question.
I'll find it and I'll send it to you. Like, it's reasonable to assume that there was blood in the grass, right?
Yeah, the only reason I hesitate there is because like it's not like there was that much blood, which I understand. I watched your method of how they plugged it, whatever. Like
but
I don't know where the blood went from there. So
what they would have to do, and would be standard operating procedure every time, is they would have to cut that blood out of the grass. All right, and they could have and by the way, it was the school, and just so we're clear of what happened.
Yeah, for
So
environmental reasons
the
and health
FBI
reasons and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, the FBI and Utah State, and I confirmed this with people on the ground. They secured that entire location. They had all of UVU completely locked down for 3 days straight, large teams working there 24/7 to process that scene. Once the FBI and the state of Utah determined that they had collected all forensic evidence possible and they were done with that, they turned it back over to UVU. UVU was the one that determined that they were going to redo that area. They would have had to have cut grass out of there for sure. Now, number one, just if they had just cut the grass out, just that, what your side would be saying is they removed evidence. All right. And on top of that, like, what do you want?
I would say they're collecting evidence, but all right. I mean,
even if it wasn't involved in evidence whatsoever, I don't think that the FBI, like, I'm sure there was some blood and things like that was around that area. There's probably some spatter and things like that UVU might be concerned about. I don't know. But
these agencies have the ability. They have PR teams that can literally clarify these things. Like if it's like, oh, we cut out a piece of the side because there was blood on it and we needed to investigate that. People
I'm not even saying. Look, if
we don't get that level of openness, we get bullshit statements instead. No, all right, go ahead.
If there's a homicide in your house and there is biological material all over the place, all right, whoever is going to come investigate that. Are they responsible for cleaning up the mess? No, it's going to be UVU. So there could potentially be like, oh, blood, other things like that they have to get up and get out of there for biological reasons and just clean up. There's going to be some difference to that scene. The other thing that I wouldn't want and you wouldn't want is like the FBI and SBI, Utah SBI, came here. They did a forensic analysis. What I don't want is you and Gary and Candace Owens out there with a freaking metal detector 24/7, pretending that we have some sort of investigatory authority and ability. Is that what you want? Is that what they should have done? They should have left it open so everybody that thinks they're a freaking sleuth should come out there and pull up grass and look for, like, oh, I found a piece of metal. Oh, I found a piece of metal. This must be a bullet. This must be something else. Like, you're just opening the door.
You're the one that went to UVU, not me. So
I'm with you. And guess what?
The FBI has the ability to block off the crime scene. Like they can be like, all right, we're gonna send guys there. Nobody's accessing this. They can shut off access to it. You know this. And
it was still access was still shut off. When I went there, that the entire paved area was roped off. But it's not unreasonable to say, you know what? We got to cut up some sod anyhow. They're all done with the investigation. Nobody should be over here investigating. There's nothing left. It's been completely processed by actual professionals that have been given and granted the authority to do that. And so, you know what? We're just going to remake the scene a little bit so it's not so traumatic for everybody else. That's reasonable. I mean, that is completely reasonable. If I had blood all over my wall because of a homicide, you know what? Not only am I going to cut all that stuff out, but I'm probably going to put a different paint, a coat of paint, and may do a little remodeling so it's not as traumatic for me. Like, it's completely reasonable. You can point to it and you can say they shouldn't have done that. Well, yeah, they should have. You would have done that. If there was some high-profile crime that took place in your yard and you thought that people were going to come over here and pretend that they're detectives, every wine mom out there like, oh, yeah, I'm part of the Candace investigation agency. I need access to your yard, and I need to get in here and look through here. I brought, a metal detector and a shovel and a sifter, an entire team of people. Like, it's to say that that's unreasonable is ridiculous. You can have the argument, well, maybe they covered up evidence. Okay, fine. But to pretend like hair's on fire, freaking out like, oh my God, they corrupted the scene. No, the scene was done. Everybody that was going to collect actual evidence has been there.
When you have a high-profile assassination, okay, you're making the argument. It's of your opinion that it wasn't within a reasonable time frame that they cleaned up the scene. I'm looking at a high-profile assassination with irregularities, which the former director of national counterterrorism, just said could have potentially had foreign links that I don't think justified a 3-day cleanup with regard to the crime.
He didn't say that.
He said there were leads that needed to be pursued regarding a potential foreign nexus or involvement.
He has said nothing about the investigation itself that he has not alluded to that.
No, Tyler Robinson for no, he hasn't.
He hasn't alluded that Tyler Robinson isn't guilty. He hasn't alluded to any bad detective work. He hasn't alluded. What he said is there were other things that we could pursue.
Leads that should have been pursued. Leads that should have been pursued. Yeah,
sure. And guess what? He's not in charge of investigations.
He's in charge of gathering the intelligence and the evidence to present to the FBI to point them in the right direction.
Sure.
So I think it's even worse that you have the investigative authority that receives the information, the intelligence from their party responsible for finding it, and then saying that they're not going to pursue it because they think it's irrelevant.
He's never even stated
that as a problem.
That it was any sort. He said, it could be one of those things where 99 of these leads don't pan out.
Yes, he did say that.
So, and the other part of this is
root it all out, turn over every stone. Let's find the truth about what's going on. That's what I want, man.
Every stone. We're gonna turn over every stone.
Every necessary stone.
And the way that you determine what's necessary is by evidence.
The way you determine what's necessary is through an investigation.
Every data point, then the investigation is 10,000 years long. Everyone this could have happened.
You investigate relevant leads, Gary, and you determine whether or not those leads turn up more evidence. The concern that many of us have is that the investigations are not happening. They're not happening to the extent that they should, and therefore the evidence that is required is not being produced.
You don't know.
Again, this is my problem with Andrew Wilson. He was like, "Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence." It's like, dude, we're talking about lack of investigation. We are talking about lack of investigation, or we're talking about evidence that will not be disclosed because it's tied up and classified, as the Epstein files are, as all of these different things that it's classified. You guys aren't allowed to see any of this stuff, and it's just a freaking cover-up for criminal activity.
Who's going to see the evidence? All of it. The jury.
I hope so. Oh my gosh, I hope so.
All of the evidence is going to be seen by the defense attorneys. Now, one thing I
also hope they call in Joe Kent to testify and say that not all the leads were pursued. I hope that they do.
They won't, because he's not even relevant to this. And here's why he's not relevant to this. Just because I got somebody that's over here doing this job, because he has some sort of intelligence that piques his interest, he has something that comes in, and he hands it off to the people that are actually doing the investigation. Like,
what was Joe Kent's job? What was Joe Kent's job as far as his role in the?
His job was to oversee the National Counterterrorism Center. That's what his job was.
And what is the job of the national? What is the job of the NCTC? What is the job of the NCTC?
It's not to investigate.
It's to gather and analyze the intelligence and to give the investigative authorities direction on where they're supposed to go. That is exactly the definition of what they are supposed to be doing.
Well, yes, he can give them direction if he wants. That's not true. His job is to analyze.
Look up the definition.
To disseminate the information to the people actually doing the investigation, and then they determine whether or not they want to use this, incorporate it, whatever else. If they decide not to, that's none of Joe's business.
Sure,
like Joe is so worried about doing everybody else's job.
It is Joe's business. It is Joe's business. If he thinks the leads are worth pursuing, and Kash Patel says they're not, it's a fundamental disagreement.
No, it's not.
It's a fundamental disagreement, and what I don't appreciate is people on your side being like, "Oh, well, Joe Kent had stupid information." Joe Kent's like, "I didn't have stupid information. I thought we had relevant information to the case that should have been pursued."
Do you know what Joe Kent also thinks?
Joe Kent had access to the investigation, and that pissed Kash Patel off. So he did have some investigative authority with regard to the Charlie Kirk assassination.
He did not have investigative authority.
They gave him access to the investigation, Gary.
Okay, if I give you access to it, if I give you my folder and I said, hey, look, check out this, does that mean that I give you the ability to go investigate?
It gives you ability to see what is being investigated.
So
it gives you ability to see what's being investigated.
If a homicide detective comes in today and says, Gary, take a look at this, I'm giving you access to this. I'm like, oh, you know what? I see a lead here. I want to go pursue. And I was like, or I say, you know, Mr. Investigator, you should go pursue.
Yeah.
Well, Gary, this isn't your job. Yeah, but you know what? You need to go pursue that because I think you need to go pursue that.
Yeah.
If you don't pursue that, I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit my job, which is counterterrorism. My job is counterterrorism, making sure that this homeland stays safe. But I'm worried about this investigation over here. I'm worried about the Butler investigation over here. I'm worried about the pipe bomb investigation over here. Like that's not your job.
You know that's not why Joe Kent resigned, though. He resigned over the war in Iran.
Worried about somebody else's job.
He resigned over the war in Iran.
Joe Kent believes that he should be running foreign policy. That's what, like, it's crazy to me. Coming from the military, coming from a fellow Green Beret, when you're so worried about that, you think that you know better than the President of the United States, because he has like literally over 10,000 people that are in that decision-making process. You got everybody from the CIA, the DIA, the NSA, the FBI feeding President Trump intel. It's other intel outside of what Joe Kent may even have a purview to or information on. Then you have the entire DOD. You got like 5,000 staff officers going through all the intelligence, all the information. Then you have military advisors. You have the chief of staff. And there's like 10,000 people that are actually in the decision-making process. And there's this one guy outside the decision-making process is like, you know what? My opinion is better than theirs. I should determine whether or not we should actually go attack Iran. And then on top of that,
you think that Joe Kent is the only person in government that shares his opinions on the war in Iran?
Hold on, he can share his opinion, but
you think that he's the only person you think he's the only person that has that opinion, though?
It doesn't. You know what? All the other people are being professionals, and they're like, you know what? That isn't my job. My job is to keep the homeland safe. And by the way, there's been 4 terrorist attacks under my watch that I'm clearly failing at this. And maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Is it Lindsey Graham's effing job to travel to Israel to advise Bibi Netanyahu on how to convince President Trump to get into the war? Is that Lindsey Graham's fucking job? I don't think that it is.
The president determines that he should do. It's not outside of his job.
Is it Ted Cruz's job to influence President Trump on his religious belief as to what should be done in the war in the war in Iran on behalf of Israel? I don't think so. So I would argue that I agree with Joe Kent in that he has bad influences in his ears telling him information that the American public is not, it does not want to accept. I believe that one of the very effective voices in President Trump's ear regarding the war in Iran was Charlie Kirk, and he is unfortunately not with us anymore.
Okay, and you know what Charlie Kirk said after Donald Trump struck back in June? He said, you know what? Everything turned out okay. That's my president. He backs me. I'm backing him. That's what he did after that.
Charlie Kirk advocated for.
I'm not going to put things in Charlie Kirk's mouth about this, and neither can you.
No, neither am I. Neither am I. We're just going off of. What
I can tell you
information here.
But what I can
Charlie
tell you,
Kirk, he advised President Trump on Operation Midnight Hammer, and that's what happened. There was no regime change war in Iran. Charlie Kirk was at the White House advising President Trump against regime change in Iran, fighting against the neocons that are in government that were pushing a regime change war in Iran. And this is all, it's all documented. It's all public information. This is what Charlie Kirk was doing at the White House. He was a dissenting voice against the neocons who are now very much in Trump's ear. Like you said that Joe Kent shares this singular opinion. He's the only high-level director in our government with the balls to go against President Trump. Like, in my opinion, that's pretty admirable.
What he did was so unprofessional and so disgraceful objectively. He has a job to do. This is his job. And then he says, you know what? Not only do I disagree with your decisions that the United States people have duly elected you to perform, I'm going to say that I'm quitting. All right. I'm not worried about my job. I'm worried about your job and what you're doing. And then on top of that, what I'm going to say is I'm going to subvert the president of the United States. I'm going to say that I'm quitting publicly, and I'm doing it because President Trump is being directed by Israel. That is so disgusting.
You think
you're going to say that Iran was not an imminent threat? Also, demonstrably,
nothing that I see. But who am I? I'm just a YouTuber. suggests that Iran was an imminent threat, and that comes from a few different things. The White House telling us that we had obliterated, then that's a direct quote, Iran's nuclear program back in June with Operation Midnight Hammer.
Nobody said that the nuclear program specifically was the imminent threat, although you can sure as hell make a case for that. They have violated the JCPOA multiple times, and then Joe Kent goes on there and says, well, they have a fatwa. That has been proven that the fatwa don't matter. Like, for Joe Kent to sit there as a fellow Green Beret and say, well, no, they didn't get one because it was a fatwa. He might as well say, well, Gary, they pinky swore.
Tulsi Gabbard, after we obliterated the Iran's nuclear program, and that's a direct quote from the White House. They accused anybody disagreeing with that as spreading misinformation, that we did not obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Tulsi Gabbard testified in Congress that Iran did not increase any of their enrichment from the time of Operation Midnight Hammer to the time of this war. Our own Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and you even admitted this on your show yesterday, said that we had to move because Israel was going to attack. The imminent attack was Israel attacking Iran. He did say that, and you blamed it on bad messaging. So my argument back to you would be like, okay, the truth, I guess you can say, would be bad messaging. If you don't think it's the truth, then you're saying that Marco Rubio lied about what he was telling us.
Let me demonstrate the imminent threat.
What was the imminent threat? Explain to me what it was.
Just a few weeks ago, or just in recent time, all right, we just had a guy convicted and proven that he was set up, he was actually directed by Iran to actually assassinate the president of the United States. What we also know is that they are funding Hamas, they are funding Hezbollah, they are funding the Quds Force, they are funding everybody out there. And
I understand an imminent threat.
Terrorist attacks.
An imminent threat means it's going to happen. I mean, imminent threat means that it's going to happen, not that it could happen. There are. I'm not some pacifist that thinks America should do nothing. If we have a legitimate imminent threat, we should certainly defend ourselves. If we are attacked, we should certainly respond. That this is in line with the just war doctrine of the Catholic Church, to which I ascribe. So again, as long as we are operating within that, I am generally okay with America defending itself. But we have enemies and threats. Enemies and threats. China is an enemy and a threat to the United States. It does not mean that we should go and attack China at this moment. You would have to agree that we are going to have enemies and we are going to have threats. This does not mean that there is a legitimate imminent threat to our country. If you want to argue that there are imminent threats from Iran within our country because of an open border and because we can have different cells or even lone wolf actors fire themselves up, and you consider that an imminent threat which warrants an attack on Iran, I guess that's an argument that you can have, but I would argue that that is not an imminent threat that justifies war and regime change with another country.
That is your opinion. It is not the opinion of Tulsi Gabbard. It's not the opinion of Tulsi Gabbard. It's not the opinion of President Trump. And
what is Tulsi Gabbard's opinion on it? What's Tulsi Gabbard's opinion?
That's all that matters. He is the commander in chief, and if he decided the intelligence tells him, like, you know what, I think there's an imminent threat here. When he gave them the opportunity to come to the negotiation tables, and he said, you got 10 days, and they came back to him and said, we're going to continue doing nuclear enrichment. We're going to continue our weapons program. And he's like, okay, fine. Guess what? We're going to bomb you. We're going to kill you until you're done being dead. Like, that's what's going to happen. And it should be. We cannot afford a world where we have a nuclear armed Iran. We cannot afford that. And it will happen. And I think it's been irresponsible of every president, including President Trump, going back to his first term, to allow them to continue to violate the JCPOA and continue to enrich beyond what they promised, which violates their fatwa, which apparently, Joe Kent thinks is the rule of law. Like, that's gospel. They said a fatwa back in the 2000s. Well, guess what? We know for a fact they violated the JCPOA. They have continued to do nuclear enrichment that can be only used for nuclear weapons. They also lied to us about their intermediate distant ballistic missiles. They said they had no missiles that could go further than 2,000 kilometers. Guess what? They just sent a missile that is 4,000 kilometers far.
Would that hit the United States?
Doesn't matter. You know what it could hit? It could hit. They could target places where we have
Israel. They could hit Israel.
They could hit embassies. They could hit absolutely Americans abroad.
they could hit
If you're gonna
embassies
attack a US
with
embassy,
any
you're
of the
gonna
type
attack
of
on the
weapons
United
that they have. Yes, of course, any of our enemies could hit embassies around the world. That does
We're
not
not
make
talking
it.
about any enemy. We're
That
talking
does not
about
make it an
one that
imminent
has already
threat.
done that. They have killed thousands of American soldiers using EFPs. They have killed thousands. They have committed atrocities and continue to be the #1 state-sponsored terror. They like 90% of our problems in the Middle East is not Israel. 90% of the problems is Iran. They're putting out proxy terrorist organizations all over the place. Like most of the problems that we have in the Middle East, if Iran didn't exist, there'd be peace over there. I'm not saying there wouldn't be problems from time to time, but most of what we deal with on a regular basis, and especially what is a threat to life, is Iran. And they've proven it time and time again.
Yeah.
The IRGC is a terrorist organization.
And we dismantled their nuclear program back in June. So,
but guess what? No, we didn't. Hold on. It is.
We did.
know
Gary,
for a fact
Gary,
that they have over.
I really got to
over
get out of here. I
400
really got to get out of here, man. We probably went like 25 minutes over, and my son's got a baseball game tonight. I'm coaching and I got to roll, man. So,
all right. Well, listen, I really appreciate it very much. I think it was a good, productive discussion. Maybe we'll schedule some more, whatever you like. If you'd like to, I'm down with it. Folks, what I'm going to do right now, we'll let Zach go. I'm going to give him some final words, and then I will go through all the super chats and chats, and whether they're his or mine, I will try to answer those and give you my answer. So we'll take care of you there. Zach, the last word to everybody out there.
All right. No, Gary, thanks for having me. I appreciate these tough conversations. As I said on my show yesterday, doing hard things and having hard conversations and really trying to hash this out, I think is important. And hopefully this was valuable for everybody here, whether you agree with me or whether you agree with Gary or disagree with him or disagree with me. Hopefully we can, continue to move forward in good faith and just continue to fight for the truth and a better country and a better world. So I'll leave it at that. Gary, thank you very much for having me. And
it was great to have you on. It was fun. Look, some of my best friends out there, we disagree on everything. And
agreed.
Yeah. So anyways, go have fun. Go spend time with your family. Folks, I'm going to go use the bathroom real quick, and then I will come back and address all of your questions.
All right, man. Thank you.
Thanks again, Zach. Have a good one, buddy. 5-minute breaks, folks. 5-minute break.
Hey. Are you there?
I'm here. What's happening? We're still live.
Oh, hi.
We're still live. All right. All right, folks. What we're going to do is I will go through all of the super chats and make sure that we try to answer as many of those. Well, I'm going to answer them all, even if I'm here for another 5 hours, regardless. I don't know if Zach's super chats come up or not. So
you might want to check your private chats too, because I was sending documentation all throughout.
Yeah, you should Should have
I
jumped on there.
tried.
Not a big deal. All right.
I
Fair
tried.
enough. All right. All right. Let's talk about Erica Kirk lying about everything. We did. Thank you for becoming a member. Isabella, you're awesome. Thank you guys that support the channel. Shelby, Lena, thank you for becoming a member. Maria Fona, 3310, thank you for becoming a member. As a Christian man, why does Zach pander to a woman for his evidence when she has little to no evidence? Do you take the lead in your household? Look, I'm going to defend Zach a little bit. I don't know if that's fair. That's just the way that he sees it. So take that for what it is. What I do want to do, and I'm working on myself, I'm talking to myself more than anybody, is try to avoid some of the ad hominem. It's going to happen. Again, you know, one of the things that I did yesterday is I actually was invited to a space where everybody disagreed with me. And so there was 30 or 40 people on there, at least. I don't know how many people, but I ended up talking to like 30 or 40 people. And I came on there and I knew that everybody wanted to mainly talk smack to me and or debate me, and some did, and some just talk smack, and I don't care. I got thick skin. I've been shot at, blown up, like your little words aren't going to hurt me. With that being said, there was probably 2 or 3 of those folks that we talked to that basically they said at the end of it, look, Gary, this is my impression of you, and I have a different impression now. And that was on X, obviously. And X is the worst place to have any sort of civil discussion. It breeds contempt, hatred for someone that disagrees with you. And I do think that we need to get to more of a reconciliation period with some of this stuff. Like, for instance, Zach and I should be able to disagree, as we just vigorously did with each other on this, but not hate each other and not ascribe or prescribe like evil motivations. We can say, like, I do think that I believe that if you are doing certain things that are immoral, that's what it is. It doesn't make you an evil person. We all, like, you can be the best person in the whole world. You're a great Christian. You're perfect, but we do wrong things. Doesn't define our character. And that's what we're doing. Basically, on a simple disagreement, we're taking that and we're defining someone else's character based on the disagreement. I think that's wrong. How can you be Christian and go against James 1:27? True religion is true. Defend, speak out, and protect orphans and widow. Your pod is not God-driven. Here's what I'll say about that. None of us are perfect. Doesn't mean that we're not Christians. Maybe, 6 months from now, 3 months from now, maybe he'll look back and he'll regret those things and repent. And, I'm sure we've all committed sins in the last couple of days, no matter how perfect you are, but we're all trying to live our best life. For those of you that are, what we can't say is like, oh, you did something wrong, so you're not a Christian. Or you did something wrong, so, you're a traitor. And some of this is perception. My argument for Zach, he would say, he's not doing that. That's what he would be saying. So that's why God judges us, and it's not always great for us to judge each other. Why does Zach ignore Candace many provable lies in favor of purported lies Erica made? Erica has never attacked anyone. Candace has attacked all her previous employers, but he ignores. As I have done, I have gone through Candace's work, and I think anyone objective would admit that I've proven that she's lied, and many other people have too. So anything that you could point to potentially Erica Kirk being guilty of, I guarantee you I could point to something that Candace is guilty of the same. What the difference is, what Erica Kirk has not done is she hasn't went out and attacked people. She hasn't claimed that they have murdered people or they're complicit in the murder or implied that they're part of a traitorous conspiracy to kill, for instance, Candace's husband. That is the part that I have real issues with. I have no problem with Candace investigating. I have no problem with Candace sitting around and speculating to the moon and back. But once you start speculating and start accusing people directly or indirectly of murder, conspiracy, and all of these things without evidence, that is immoral. That's objectively wrong. And you could even go as far as say it's evil. Candace never seen the message. It was hearsay. That's not verification, which is most of what we're dealing with. G publicly asked for TPUSA to release the full video from behind Charlie Kirk right now. If they have nothing to hide and you were so sure of the narrative, put your money where your mouth is and ask it for it to be released today. Blake, I would ask that TPUSA release whatever they can. What I can tell you for certain is that they're concerned about releasing information. Some of the stuff they've been directed not to by the authorities. What I don't want is because of your curiosity or my curiosity to taint the jury pool and compromise this this trial one way or the other. One way or the other. Like Tyler Robinson deserves a fair trial, and we've determined as a society that the way that we provide people with a fair trial is, number one, we don't execute that trial in public, by the public, right? We have a process where everyone that is in authority, they collect the information, they protect and preserve it so that they can present it to an untainted jury. And everybody that wants, like, the reason they haven't released the footage that they have of someone actually getting in a position, low crawling, as they talk about in the charging documents, it clearly says we see this person low crawling into position, taking the shot around the time the shot was taken, and then they get up and they jump off the roof. The reason they haven't given you that is because, number one, like, it's not yours to see. And on top of that, it could have a detrimental effect on Tyler Robinson getting a fair trial. Now, some of you will sit there and say, well, I don't even think it was Tyler Robinson. You can't even see who's up there. So that wouldn't change anything. Well, there's a lot of people that will automatically assume that it's Tyler Robinson. They'll be like, yep, he's guilty. I saw it. Well, and I would even press them like, you can't tell if that's Tyler Robinson or not. That's just being fair. Like, yeah, but there's enough for me. I've just looked at it a few times. It's enough for me. He's guilty. Like, I don't want somebody like that ending up on the jury. I also don't want somebody that is convinced that Tyler Robinson is innocent no matter what information is presented. I don't want someone getting on the jury that has been convinced that there's this grand conspiracy by the U.S. government. I don't. I want someone that's objective, that'll get up there and look at the evidence, hear the prosecution, what they have to say about the evidence, and then I want them to hear the defense. They may be able to completely debunk all the evidence. And that's how a trial is conducted. And for all the things that you people are asking for, if you are in either side of this, the victims or the alleged shooter, you wouldn't want any of this stuff being given to you in public. You don't have a right to evidence until it's been presented at trial. And even then, the only people that really have the right to see the evidence is the jury themselves and people involved with the trial. Zach and others are being bullies. They're taking common occurrences and putting them under a microscope and making them seem bad. Exactly. Thank you very much, Lynn Pell. I don't have disposable income like this, but I need to call this out. I am a widow. I'm a widow, son. My husband died from vaccine injury, and people tried to question me as though I knew it would happen. You have zero firsthand knowledge, as Candace doesn't either. Do better, son. Lynn, we're really sorry about your loss. And we appreciate the support. I would have happily read that for $1. It is not just the lies. It's the planes were never looked into by anyone in the government. Show the evidence, Gary, for Tyler being guilty. Well, I've went through this all the way. Even though that I think overall the Egyptian plane thing has been debunked, even if 100% of Candace's claims about the Egyptian planes are true, it doesn't mean that they were involved at all. Now, I think the whole Egyptian plane theory is just ludicrous on its face. There is absolutely no plausible or reasonable explanation if they were following Erica Kirk or TPUSA or whatever, that they would do it physically with the plane. And then on top of that, by Candace's own admission, for them to call it an overlap, it's plus or minus 3 days, and it's plus or minus 50 miles. So a plane landed 2 days after a TPUS plane landed somewhere and 50 miles away, and we're saying that that's connected. In what way? If they wanted to conduct surveillance on them, they're going to do that electronically. And look, let's jump to the chase. I mean, the implication here is that it's an Egyptian plane, but really it's Israel that's conducting surveillance, physical surveillance by these planes, which makes no sense. And by the way, they can land before one of those planes by days or after one of those planes by days and geographically dispersed over 50 miles away. And somehow you want to create a link out of that. And that means something to you. I don't know how that means anything. If Israel wanted to conduct surveillance, there's 1,000 better ways that they could do that. Number one, first and foremost, what they would do is they would use cyber technology, right? They have extremely effective cyber capabilities, and they would have their phones bugged, and not just bugged. All right, they actually will infiltrate that phone, and they can turn phones on even if that phone is off. I'm just telling you the capabilities of both U.S. government, many governments, including Israel. They can be listening to everything you do on your phone at all times, even if it's off. So there's that. Or they could physically bug a room. They could put listening devices in many different areas. They could, what I would do if I really wanted to track Erica, I would pay someone to be Erica's assistant. Like, the correlation between the Egyptian planes and any of this is, to me, far-fetched. And then a correlation, and then you taking that even jumping further and saying causation, that proves that Israel or Egypt was involved in Charlie Kirk's death is just ludicrous. I mean, there's nothing logical about that, in my opinion, and you're welcome to disagree. Yeah, I was letting him cut me off a lot at the beginning. I wanted to give him as much. I just want to be respectful as possible. All right, I think we picked up the pace toward the end, but I did want to go into this with an overabundance of good faith, and I want to continue to do that. And I think, like, at this point, Zach and I have established enough rapport to where we can scream at each other. And, it's like, again, my best friends, we get into these shouting arguments all the time. Like, you're an idiot. I can't believe you believe that. And guess what? 5 minutes later, we're still friends. But, that takes some time to build that rapport. And I wanted to be as respectful as possible. But I'm sure down the line, we're going to see where, Gary, you're cutting Zach off too much. We both cut each other off. Let's go round 2. You have my number. We'll see. But Israel, that is a common talking point that to me also makes very little sense. Candace, low IQ, Owens, Tucker, Qatar, Carlson, and all their fans are enemies of America. They're all Qatar agents. Check the source. Don't let him move forward. Charging docs do not contain all evidence. They serve a specific limited purpose sufficient to bring charges. Full evidence comes disclosure. This is exactly right. And, to be technically accurate, it doesn't contain evidence at all. It contains a list of evidence that will be sufficient depending on the judge. All right. The prosecution thinks that the list of evidence in here is enough to at least provide probable cause to the judge looking at the case to let the charges move forward. That's all it is. They've continued the investigation. The investigation is ongoing for everything that we know, and they will continue to add evidence. I'm sure probably the majority of it has been collected, but they may continue to add evidence until they close this case. No one cares about midterms, Gary. Well, this is provably false. A lot of people care about midterms, including me. There's a big difference. Well, let me just finish reading this and I'll address it. How much did TPUSA pay you to lie to the public daily? Heard it was $7,000. The $5 is for Zach, not you, liar. I've never been paid by anyone, not a single person. TPUSA has never paid me. No other entity has ever paid me. Israel's never paid me. So you can continue that trope, and you resort to that when you have no material argument left. That's what's going on. All right. It's just ad hominem, and it's silly, it's slanderous, and you have no evidence of that, but you don't care. He does not believe the evidence in the documents. I want to address the midterms things because this is really important, folks. First of all, I know everybody that stays online all the time, and you're on X and you're on social media, and many of the people in the Candace crowd believe that they are just doing a great job discouraging and blackpilling MAGA. The polls say otherwise. And I want to encourage people that are on the side of Trump, as I am, because I think Trump has done a great job as far as a president. The things that he's accomplished in the first year of this, number one, no one ever brings it up on their side. They want you to just worry about the Epstein files, which is a big hunk of nonsense. And they just want you to worry about the Iran war. What they don't want to talk about is the fact that the president has closed this border. We are transformationally different as a country in a positive way compared to where we were under Biden. Folks, the people telling you not to vote, the people telling you not to worry about midterms, that is a Democrat false narrative, psychological operation, information operation, whatever you want to call it. They want to convince you that Trump is so bad. It went from Russia to Israel. That's where we're at with this. And I don't care what you say. Like, even if, look, there are definitely some things, like, I'll tell you this. If we found out that President Trump was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, he planned all this stuff, I would be like, all right, I'm done with him. I wouldn't vote in the midterms. I don't think that's true. There's no evidence. If you believe that, you're believing that in spite of evidence, and you are now venturing into faith and religion. That's what's going on with that. If you've convinced yourself of that just by repeating lies over and over again, it is what it is. But the fact that obviously there's some things that would be a red line. We're nowhere near close to that because the alternative is so much worse. What this entire operation is designed to discourage black pill conservative voters. What it's also designed to do is to fracture the conservative movement so that we're not effective. What it's also designed to do that plays right into that is destroy TPUSA. TPUSA was one of the most effective political conservative movements on the face of the planet. Donald Trump won this election because of Charlie Kirk and TPUSA. Charlie Kirk is credited with over 2.5 million votes. We beat Kamala Harris by 2.3 million votes. So without Charlie Kirk and without TPUSA, we would have not had the success in taking this country back from the Democrats that we would have had without them. And I'm telling you, there's a lot of people and a lot of political powers and foreign governments. You know who else doesn't like Trump and the MAGA movement or conservatives in power? China, Russia, the entire Middle East, like most of the UN. So if they can continue to promote these false narratives and trying to undermine the Trump administration and ensure that Trump loses the midterms, like, folks, if Trump loses the midterms, we almost for sure will lose 2028. And that's the goal. All right, that's the objective. Because what's going to happen if we lose the midterms in 2028? That's 2 years for the Democrats and now this woke right, black-pilled right, whatever you want to call them. They're going to beat on the fact that for 2 years, Trump hasn't got anything done. Of course he can't. You took away his power. And I don't even understand, like, most of the people that are allegedly in this movement to, like, the strange thing to me is, like, 99.9% of the people that believe that Charlie Kirk, like, well, let's just say this, that Tyler Robinson wasn't the one that killed Charlie Kirk, and there's some big grand conspiracy. They also just happen to believe that Israel is the worst thing that's ever happened. They're controlling our government. Everything that goes wrong with this country is Israel. Like, you can't believe one without the other. And those completely separate, which they should be, completely separate talking points, false, whatever you want to call it, they always run parallel with one another. And it's because they've done a lot of research to figure out what is going to fracture the right. And those two things go hand in hand with one another, and they're doing a really good job dividing the conservative right and ensuring that we lose the midterms. And again, I think that that message is being propelled by our enemies, foreign and domestic. I think there's a lot of political entities, the George Soros funded. Look, and all of this, folks, look, if you look at what is being the messages of Candace Owens, Joe Kent, Tucker Carlson, to some degree, Megyn Kelly, and all of their surrogates, all the people around them, like, their message is indistinct from the globalist agenda. It's just the globalist agenda that's been repackaged for the right. Like, don't vote. It's also a an opportunity to smuggle in this extreme isolationism. Folks, the only thing that's worse, yeah, it's definitely worse. The only thing that's worse than, kind of extreme intervention in all over the world is extreme isolationism. Russia and China want nothing more than America to like just pull back to its shores and let them run amok and do whatever they want with the rest of the world. We can't believe this stuff. You got to continue to vote conservative. If the Democrats get this country back, we're going to go back to the Biden years and everything that happened under Joe Biden. You talk about a distrust for government. We exactly had the COVID-19. Most of what people are going to point to is like, hey, this was wrong for the government to do. All happened under Joe Biden. Vaccine mandates. We had completely open borders. Like the president, like I would be happy for the next 3 years here that we have left of this term if we just kept the borders closed. If Trump came in, closed the borders, and we didn't get all of the other things that we've gotten. We've had a lot of successes when it comes to economics. As a matter of fact, Jen, when you get a chance, like throw up a list of some of the Trump administration successes, because I want to go over those. I think those are important to hit. Everybody wants to talk about a couple of things that you might disagree with Trump, but whatever. He does not believe the evidence and documents, but he believes Brandy and Billy. Yeah. It was a Mossad, MI6, KGB, Egyptian agent who did it, I'm sure. Ask Costello if he won't believe any evidence the authorities provide. What evidence is sufficient to determine guilt if he'll believe anything? Yeah, he won't believe what's the narrative that's supported by evidence that we will see. You can guarantee that we're going to see this evidence. But he will believe narratives that are not supported by evidence at all. And that's the double standard that I have a real problem with when it comes to this entire discussion. Check your iMessage, Gary. All right. If you sent me a message, I will address it after the show. In my opinion, Andrew and Gary are dishonest in these debates. The evidence they cite to prove his guilt, in my opinion, Andrew and Gary are we're both dishonest, I guess. The evidence they cite to prove his guilt is no more speculative than the contrary. That's not true at all. Check the source. Don't let him move forward. I guess and this thing keeps flipping on me. I guess it's because we're adding more. The defense gets to vet all evidence. Illegitimate evidence gets tossed out. If it makes it to trial, it's real, regardless of how you feel. This is true. Supported my dude, Gary. Zach seems to be bent to what about this debate? Great conversation, grace and peace. Exactly. It's what about, what if, a lot of unverified claims. Message is verified by Turkey Tom YouTuber Game Friend, who hung out in an apartment in News Nation, had family member on. Both said those messages are real and heard. Yeah, I mean, if they're not real, the defense is going to be able to go through that. I mean, they're going to be able to forensically analyze all of those devices and kind of confirm or deny whether or not that evidence is real. And if they feel like there's a reason to, they're going to be able to present a case as to why that evidence is not real. And they're going to present it to 12 juries of Tyler's peers. And they can make the case, hey, this evidence is real and isn't real, and here's why. And those jurors are going to make a decision. In the hearing last week, the judge asked how discovery was going. Both sides said, fine. This is the point for the D to claim evidence does not exist. The judge can dismiss this case before it starts. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like the messages keep moving on me. Gary, all the moms today deserve some French toast with peanut butter. I agree. I don't know what is happening. This guy keeps using the phrase reasonable doubt without actually knowing the standard. The doubt has to be reasonable. It has to be probable and realistic to a reasonable person, not just possible. That's right. That is exactly right. And that's what I hear from people regurgitating that phrase all the time. It's like, yeah, your point is that may cause some doubt, but it's not reasonable given the totality of the circumstances. It's not reasonable. Charging documents only listing enough to charge, not everything they have. People need to learn how our legal system works. More evidence will be brought in. Yep. You should bring out your 3D model. I had it pulled up and I was going to. Once we never did get to ballistics. I want to bring him back on just so we can address that. I know you want to get that, but we went down a lot of rabbit holes. Be happy to do that. And I had the 3D model ready to go. As a matter of fact, that 3D model I was using, it's Rhino. It's software, and you get to use it for 90 days for free. So obviously when I went and spent all the money going out to UVU, and we spent a lot of time and money getting that thing up, I was using the free version of that within the trial period. Like a couple of weeks ago, that trial period ran out, and I thought I was going to use it today. So I went ahead and jumped for the cost of that software, which was $900 before we got started. I was like, but it's important, and I'm going to use it again anyhow. So Candace said EK needs to be taken to a police station, and taken to a police station. She definitely accused her of murder. I don't know what's going on. Jen, is that you that is adding the stuff to the screen?
Yeah, I just put up the.
Gotcha. Hold on. These were the. Oh, I got it. You were doing what I asked you to do. All right, FBI Director Costello, this is what happened. FBI out of Washington put it back where it belongs in the fight. 6,200 missing kids located, up 30%. 1,700 kids, child predators arrested, plus 17%. 300 human traffickers arrested, up 15%. 764 criminals, all of those, all right? And that doesn't include the fact that we, for the first time in over 50 years, we have net negative migration. Folks, we have over like 3 million illegal immigrants that were in this country, out of this country since the president took office. I know a lot of you guys are going to say, that's Kash Patel saying that, so we can't believe it. I don't know. Go look at the stats. Feel like I don't really care about Kash Patel one way or the other. I really don't. I'm not, I don't take anything at his word. I look at evidence just like anything else. I think Candace and George paid Tyler in a plot to take over TPUSA. There's more evidence for that than these other theories, just asking questions. You could definitely easily make the case. I quoted B&B, TR, X-Post, and tagged you. Go Max. Go Max. Thank you, Gary. You're doing God's work. Thank you, Tatiana. Now Erica Kirk and TPUSA are pulling the race card, laughing my ass off. We look suspicious because the blacks hate white people, don't you know? Well, I will say that Candace Owens has pulled the race card multiple times as well. In many different instances. If my child was accused of murder and was probably facing the death penalty, I would be on every single news outlet shouting it from the rooftops. Why aren't they? I think we know why. Because the most reasonable conclusion is that they believe that their son is guilty. I talked to Tyler's dad. He said Candace did it. Yeah. I mean, there's much backing that as anything else. Thank you very much for the super sticker. It's clear Zach came to gunfight with a slingshot. Hold on. I got things popping up here. Anyways, it's clear that Zach came to a gunfight with a slingshot. Let's hope he gets off the grift train and matures. He actually seems like a nice kid, but comes with no evidence and highly unprepared. Look, I think that Zach actually articulates the argument for their side just about better than anyone else, to be honest with you. I still think, I mean, at the end of the day, the thing that's in common is that it's all backed with no evidence. It's all like my perception. I believe this. This is everything that they want to claim is almost everything that they want to claim as evidence is really subjective interpretation. And most people don't seem to understand the difference between evidence and their opinion. My grandson would never do that. Every grandma of every murderer ever. If family disbelief were evidence, no one would ever be guilty. It's true. Zach, please find humility to be able to rethink what you're willing to be fed on non-credible sources. It's okay to be wrong. I was wrong until due diligence. We're all wrong on stuff. Zach is spreading fairy dust. Evidence is tangible and can be observed, collected, tested, documented, archived, and recalled for later use. It's not intangible opinion. It's not speculation. Legal distinctions, standards, and definitions exist, and they matter a lot. Learn them, Zach. Third party ambiguous data point is positioned as legitimate reason to doubt the narrative supported by 1,000 concrete objective data points such as DNA, fingerprints, video footage, text messages, confessions, and motive. Insane or grift? Oh gosh. Zach said he is a father. Under what circumstances would he and his wife sit silently while their kid faces the death penalty? Tyler's parents have not denied anything. Evidence, identification. Would Zach tell B&B or 60 Minutes? It's a great question. Gary, how do you square A, withholding rooftop video evidence from public, B, Ellie released text transcript containing implicit confessions to Twigs? Yeah, so I will gladly square that. It is investigators that are determining, and I don't remember how all of that stuff got released. But the investigators are determining, and some of them, my opinion, including, will disagree with them. But there's people up there that are determining what to release and what not to release. And that's what we see. We see, anytime that there's any of these high profile cases, like we never get a complete picture. And we like some of the stuff that they release and don't release. I agree with you that the reasoning behind it is incoherent sometimes, or at least that's our perception, right? I agree with you. I'm with you. Ted Bundy's mom says he was innocent to this day. Richard Ramirez's dad said the same and provided a fake alibi for his son. And are they not guilty, Zach? I think Zach would actually say, I don't know. Maybe they're not. We hit that one already. It's because I skipped one on accident. I can send a screenshot from my text to my lady, change her name to Candace, saying, woman, go make me a sandwich. Doesn't prove it was Candace, right? I don't know. I don't know if that what that's referencing specifically, but that is generally true. What is not true on this, if we're talking about it from an evidentiary perspective of what the state would actually use as evidence, is that the phone or messages will be forensically analyzed and they can tell. And again, when I had Andrea Burkhart on there, she talked to me about how she's done that in defense cases, that they go through that phone and they look at text messages. They can look at metadata that we don't even have access to, and they have all these extremely expensive and fancy programs that can determine what is valid and what is not, and if it was altered, all of those things. He's desperate to defend his gravy train grift. Look, I'll tell you. I think my criticism would be that Zach is illogical. I honestly, I think generally he's sincere, which actually concerns me more, to be honest with you. Jonathan, thank you very much, buddy. DJ Carenti gifted 20 Paramount Tactical memberships. Thank you. And folks, by the way, if you enjoyed that, make sure you like, subscribe. Down in the description below, there is a link if you'd like to become a member. Make sure that you do that. It's a few bucks a month. Really helps us out and helps support us in what we do. Also, down in the description below are all the links to our other social media sites. Make sure you go give us a follow. On X, I do a lot of stuff. As a matter of fact, tonight I'm going to do a space. I don't know what time yet, but we're going to do a space. We did one last night, and come join us on X. Follow me on X, and if you'd like to become a subscriber, which is like a membership on X or on YouTube, you can become a subscriber, and it's a few bucks a month, and it supports the channel, and it goes a long way. So thank you all for all of you guys do. And like guys and gals like CJ and many others that are diehard Paramount fans, you guys are the reason that this channel exists. And, different ways that you support this channel is what keeps us going. So thank you very much. My mouse just scrolled all the way to the top. I don't know if it's my mouse or something going on with this. So let me get a second here and get back to where we were. I don't want to miss any of your super chats. Okay, here we go. I think I'm LeBron James, and that's my evidence. My parents think it too. That's evidence as well. What the parents think matters. This is like saying my dog would never do that, and then he does. I see where you're going with that. Tyler Robinson family can kick rocks. Yeah, I mean, look, if what is alleged that their son did, I'd say that there was some failures along the way as far as the Tyler Robinson family. Not necessarily outside the family, but like, again, we don't have any, like, that's the thing. All of the stuff that they present ends up being super ambiguous. This person, and you guys notice, I mean, there's a big difference between family members and parents. And I've heard that said all over the internet. Right now, there's well over 1 million people that believe that Billy and Brandy talked to his parents. That's not what was said. It said his family. And I think that clearly indicates to me that it was not his parents that they talked to.
Well, and if you listen to the actual interview
Uh-huh.
or the podcast that they did, they
Yeah.
didn't have the person on, and they said that the person was sitting near the family. So do we know that it was the family? No, we don't.
It's kind of an important distinction. Erica Kirk, and if they were family, why would they say they're sitting next to family or near family? Like, I don't know. All right. We could ponder that all day. Erica Kirk to TR, I forgive you, young man. Erica Kirk to Drewski and CandaceO, F you. That's not what she's done. Yeah, and she should sue them. They're not suing them for asking questions. This is such a, it's dishonest. Erica Kirk has never said F you. Erica Kirk has said, first of all, Candace said, if Erica Kirk asks me to stop, I will. Erica Kirk did ask her to stop. She didn't. Candace continued to defame, slander by every legal definition. Erica Kirk and TPUSA. And then she was kind enough to just send first, what she did was she completely, completely obliged Candace Owens as she went to Tennessee. This all started like, oh, hey, Candace Owens said, hey, I will come see you anytime, any place. All right, well, here's the time, here's the place. That doesn't work for me. Okay, well, here's the time, here's the place. That doesn't work for me. So Eric Kirk's like, you know what? I'm going to go to her. I'm going to sit down with her for 4 hours, and I will answer any questions that she has. That's Erica Kirk has been nothing but gracious. You can't point to anything other than, and even send in a cease and desist. She hasn't sent a lawsuit yet. I think that she should, because let me tell you something. There's nobody out there that would be able to withstand what's being done to Erica Kirk and you not want to fight back. I don't know, the reasoning behind that. I hope that she does sue her, but she hasn't said F you, and she sent out cease and desists. So, okay, so it was a family member sitting with Tyler's parents, not his parents, and these people assume the parents believe the same. They didn't say it. Yeah. And it might not even be family members now that we're kind of parsing through what they actually said. Because statement against interest is considered more reliable, idiot, LOL. Statements against interest means it's more reliable to believe someone when they say something that will harm them than if it would benefit them. Okay, I agree with that statement. I'm just trying to remember what that was referencing. As a parent, could any judge, lawyer, etc., stop you from getting on any and every platform, news channel, on video if they didn't turn him in when he's facing the death penalty? There's nothing that would stop me, not short of putting me in prison. You would have to literally cuff me up, put me in prison, and then I would use every tool at my disposal to continue to get my voice out and my message out and make sure people knew what was happening from inside prison. But at least I would make that initial statement, even if I was violating some court order, right? I wouldn't care. I would go to prison. I will face the death penalty for my kid before I let my kid actually be completely framed for something and then face the death penalty. I'll do it 1,000 times. Zach, when if Tyler is convicted, will you be comfortable reversing all the lies you're spouting out endlessly? I think Zach basically said that he would be willing to say that he was wrong. I think contingent on the evidence. I think that if Zach, I won't even say it. Here's what I'll say. I don't know what Zach would do. I think Zach is open to being convinced one way or the other. I think most of the people on the side of Candace Owens are going to reject, and they're not going to move very much at all, regardless of what evidence is presented at the trial. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I mean, we're too far down the rabbit hole. They've just committed too much. They've self-indoctrinated too long. Do these people not know how death penalty cases work? 95% comes out at trial. Where does this entitlement come from to say it's all BS the day after his death? It is irrational. And it clearly indicates a complete lack of understanding of how our justice system works. I've been driving, but couldn't wait to say, Zach shows the manners your mama taught you and quit over speaking. See, you're rude. I told you. Somebody at the beginning said, hey, Gary, you keep letting him cut you off. And I was like, somebody's going to say it the other way. I'm a mom. They want to put TPUSA chapters in schools throughout the country. Charlie Kirk murder aside, we need to know who Erica Kirk is. Erica Kirk is Charlie Kirk's wife. I mean, we know, like, I don't know what is happening with my mouse. It is like bouncing all over the place. Oh, here we go. I missed one. Nothing this guy has said leads me to believe there's any reason for anything Candace said. She has planted the idea from the start that Erica is guilty of his death. It is sad that there's no reasoning with these people. I am equally frustrated. Charging documents are not, one, evidence. They are not evidence. They are a list of evidence. And number two, confession. Of course, they're not a confession. Although we do have what any reasonable person would consider a confession in there. When somebody, if that's true, I know some of you are going to say, well, we don't know if it's true. All right. If these are true, like, here's the thing. Those of you that say all of this stuff that happened, that trial is going to last like one day, because the defense is going to get the mother on or the father on the stand, and they're going to say, down here it says that you asked Tyler Robinson, you asked your son, why did you do this, referencing killing Charlie? And the charging documents state that he said it's because there was too much hate in the world. Did that happen? No, that never happened. Like, all of this is BS then. And they're going to be able to prove, they're going to destroy the state's case within a couple of days. That's not going to happen. Gary and Co. treating it as gospel. It's wrong. What I'm treating it as, and we have all the information that we have would lead us to believe the fact that the evidence that's presented in here is going to be the evidence they present, and then a whole lot more evidence coming down the pike. I mean, to just dismiss them as like this evidence doesn't exist. I mean, you have to believe in such a huge conspiracy and so many people involved and defense attorneys involved and families involved and Tyler's, like, literally, I talked to someone last night. The entire government's involved. The whole entire state of Utah is involved. Charlie Kirk isn't dead. Tyler Robinson's involved. Tyler's family's involved. Like, it's all fake. It's all fake. I don't think he was capable of doing it is not evidence. Most relatives proclaim the innocence of their loved ones even after conviction. Come on. Agreed. I'm pregnant with Elon Musk's child. You have to believe me. Just trust me, bro. And if I say, no, you're not, then your response should be, well, debunk me, prove me wrong. Huh? What evidence does Zach believe, if any? Paramount blocked me for saying the mic blew up. I didn't block you for anything. I don't know why any of my mods would block you for that. None of them. The only thing that they are told to block is if you're just going to go ad hominem and use name. Like I'm not going to sit here and that doesn't add anything to the discussion. You can pay me $100. I'm not going to read that trash. You're just wasting our time. And really, what you're doing is you're taking away from time from others that do want to have a reasonable, rational discussion. So if that's who you are, we're not doing it on my channel. I don't care if you like it or not. I'd be shouting in the court if my son's life was on the line because of me turning him in. If I didn't, put me in jail for disrupting the courtroom. Exactly. I would be too.
Also, Gary, I just want to step in here real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
We could not block any of Zach's guests.
Yeah, no.
So I don't know where they're coming from.
I mean, he essentially is asserting that he was on my channel, and then we blocked him, and I guess he went over to Zach's channel because we have no control over anybody that is. Some of these comments, including this one that I'm trying to pull up, and it's not for some reason. This one has a little link, so I know it's coming from Zach's comments. So you better keep asking questions because the only thing that keeps us free, Charlie Kirk. Yep. I agree that you can ask questions. What you never heard Charlie Kirk doing was making accusations without evidence. And he would be disgusted. You know what? I'm not going to even say what he would be, but I think it's reasonable to assume that he would be disgusted by what's happening.
He absolutely would be. Yeah. As someone who knew him, he would be deeply disturbed.
Yep. She has said many times they signed off on his murder. Yeah. Candace also said, I want to know why the decision was made to murder Charlie Kirk, a decision his friends had to approve of. That is correct. It's exhausting listening to an idiot. Gary, low IQ. I don't know if you're talking to me or I guess that is. That's one of Zach's people. So, okay. Yeah, I'm really low IQ. Why are we mad that Candace potentially lied about whatever, but Erica can lie about literally everything and that's fine? Well, I would disagree with that assertion. Does Zach think Tyler's own admission to killing Charlie is Tyler's opinion? I think he would basically say that he doesn't think that happened. Gary, there's no evidence implicating TPUSA in cover. The TPUSA camera guy, 5 minutes after Charlie died, broke the law. Nope. This is a lie. It's a lie. We talked about this with an actual attorney, and that he did not break the law. I'm sorry, but you were incorrect. But I will finish reading your super chat. 5 minutes after Charlie died, broke the law and contaminated the crime scene by taking evidence and dismantling things. No. So that is just fundamentally wrong. Again, please go watch my interview with Andrea Burkhart. She talks about what is law and what is not. All right. So if I'm at a crime scene, just to kind of lay things out, if I'm at a crime scene and I don't know, like we have a camera. All right. So a camera is involved in this crime scene. Someone has determined that it's evidence. It is still my camera. The state cannot take that camera without a subpoena. Now I can later on, or even I can volunteer that. That is my property. The state cannot take your property without a subpoena or some sort of court order or criminal charges, a warrant. So, I mean, this is just factually wrong. You can look it up. Everybody knows this. It's not that people are ignorant. They just know so much that isn't so. Is reality TV real life now? Sure seems to be. How does Zach know her drink was alcoholic? Oh, that's a good point. I don't know. I didn't think of that. That's a great point.
I was trying to chime in on that one. It could have very well been some kind of like sparkling, grape juice or something.
Yeah, you know what? I'll even concede that it's not, but we that still doesn't mean that she can say, I didn't participate in the drinking scene. And generally speaking, and generally that be true, but she did go out one night. And maybe that was because of that experience. She didn't like the drinking scene in New York anymore and didn't do it. I don't know. I mean, there's like how unreasonable it is to sit there and say, oh, she lied about this. I mean, you're welcome to that opinion.
I can admit as a woman who dated people Like, there are some people that I would never admit that I dated.
Sure.
Like, even if it was just like a one night dinner, like, I would never. There are people you skip over.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, again, the claim would be that you're being dishonest, and that would be true. But before even getting to that, before even getting to the argument that she omitted people because she didn't want people to know about those people or whatever else, like, just the fact is, there's no evidence that she dated anyone in New York. Even if she went on a date, like, again, if I ask some people, who are you dating? Going on a one date doesn't mean they're dating. All right. And, you can sit there and kind of parse through that, and we can play semantics, whatever else, but, it is what it is. Zach refuses to believe very strong circumstantial evidence versus TR, yet is willing to consider the most flimsy circumstantial evidence versus others. I agree with that. Zach didn't publicly lie, though. Keep it about Erica. Don't let him deflecting. Okay. We've all, for people out there, and I don't think this is true of Erica, this is a hypothetical. We've all done things in our past that are wrong. Some of us might be really evil people and just do evil stuff all the time. I hope that's not true, and I hope you find God. That being said, that doesn't mean that you're guilty. Like, you can prove someone's a really terrible person. If you think that you've proven that Erica Kirk is a really terrible person, that's fine. I disagree with that completely. But you also still have to prove and provide evidence that she actually murdered Charlie Kirk. Proving that she is a terrible person in your mind, which it's not, but that is proving one thing. Proving something else requires a different types of evidence and evidence at all. And we've never seen any of that. Zach has links to Korn sites on his X account. Does he watch Korn regularly? Dating one guy does not equal being part of the scene. I agree with that 100%. That was basically my argument. Zach, here's $5 for keeping your cool with this goof. I'm a goof. I couldn't do it. Look at him. His face matches his hair. Oh, there we go. Making fun of me because I'm a ginger.
I'm a ginger.
He just did another bait and switch on you, Gary. I'm well aware of some of the things that were taking place. What proof do we have that New York drinking scene is one drink in Erica's worldview? I agree. Let's take Gary's logic. Has Erica come out correcting herself? No, but she's not out every single day doing a podcast and asking for you to trust her and just present accusations. Like, and this is whataboutism, right? I mean, Erica Kirk isn't claiming that there are other people who have committed horrible, horrendous crimes. Candace Owens has. And she's never presented the evidence to do that. That is slanderous, that is egregious, that is defamation, that's libel, it's disgusting. We should not accept that in the society. If somebody is on, like, this shouldn't even take a lawsuit. What this should take is, like, and how we used to be in the American society, is we would condemn that publicly. There would not be an audience for Candace. Only whatever's happening here, this is the only time it could happen, because the only time that we would not only not condemn someone making accusations without claims, this is the only time in society that it is encouraged and incentivized. And it's insane. Like, there's a reason why the entire history of the United States, like, no. Dude, don't be accusing people without evidence. That's wrong. That's morally wrong. But here we are. We've taken reality TV to the craziest extent. Miss Costello is alive and well. Why dig dirt on Z? I used some hypotheticals. Erica uses pretty privilege. Gary is a simp. There you go. Grandma's the only one on record that does not believe Tyler did it. In Utah, the term family could also refer to church members or neighbors or who may know Tyler. Get over the hearsay. Zach, the guy never was at the edge of the roof. He stayed 6 feet away. Yeah, thereabouts. I got a picture, but we're gonna get to it, but we didn't. We'll have Zach back on. I don't know how clear this picture will be. I'm sure many of you have seen this, but you can see this is, I don't think it's quite 6 feet away, but I could actually pull up. Here we go. Let's do this. You know what? I'll go through the 3D model in just a minute. I think that's very informative. I drink 2 drinks a year. One at my yearly Christmas party. One when my vacation in May. If people ask me if I drink, I say no. 2 drinks a year does not constitute a drinker. I think that's reasonable. 100% reasonable. Erica said she went off grid for 6 to 8 months in 2008 to read her Bible with guidance from her pastor's wife. But then years later, she said the first time she read the Bible cover to cover was 2016. Okay. I mean, a lot of people have been reading their Bible for their entire lifetimes. They've never read it cover to cover ever. I mean, she could have been doing a directed Bible study. Most directed Bible studies don't take you from Genesis to Revelation. It's not what they do.
My dad is 74.
Mm-hmm.
And he's read the Bible in different sections throughout his life. My grandfather was a deacon in the church, and it was he at 74, this was the first time he read the Bible from cover to cover because of Charlie.
Well, and look, this reasoning, which is fallacious in itself, is exactly how we get from one point to another with no correlation, but still arriving at a assumption of causation. What I just said is absolutely true. Like, she could have went off grid for 6 to 8 months, read the Bible every single day, and never read it cover to cover. I think we can agree that that's true. And then finally read the Bible from 2016. And because of that, we're going to say, to me, my interpretation of that is a lie. There's no way that can happen when it's clearly not a lie. That can absolutely be true. And now she's lied from here. Now I jump to another similar instance where I interpret, irrationally believe. Like, I think this is not a logical assumption at all. Like, if you steel man it at all, like, could that be true? Yeah, that actually can be true. Like, the reasonable person would look at that and be like, even if I don't like Erica and I think she's lying about other things, I can look at that and be like, okay, well, that is just factually could be true. But then you jump to the next one and you apply the same formula over and over and over again, and you've jumped from one thing that someone that doesn't like her, that wants to make her look guilty, they're highlighting, they're presenting it to you, they're telling you the interpretation, you buy into that interpretation, even though a reasonable person would absolutely come to a completely different interpretation on every single one of these instances. And all of these instances that have they're not actually even valid. We stack them up on 100 and we now say that this is not only correlation, but it's causation. Did you change that, or did it do it on its own? Jen?
I didn't touch anything.
Yeah. I got some glitches taking place in StreamYard today. I don't know what's going on.
There were some really weird things going on. Like, I was trying to talk to you, I got muted.
You never muted Zach, did you?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I definitely didn't mute Zach. Patience like no other. Zach, regards, Norway. Blink twice, Zach. Candace can't hurt you here. Gary just told misinformation. To scale something is to adjust its size. It goes both up and down. Okay. Let's look up the definition of scale. Oh, Lord. Definition to scale.
By the way, I will admit that I wanted to mute him multiple times.
All right. So let's just see if Gary is providing misinformation. There we go. We're going to share this tab instead and go through this. Add this. Make sure this is here. What is going on here? All right. Remove.
I'm not touching anything.
Like, I'm adding to stage and it's literally clicked a different. I'm not even on this thing. Like, what is happening here? All right. Just so we're clear, To scale. Looking for an answers. You paid $10 to tell me that I'm lying. To scale generally means to climb a steep surface, adjust something according to its proportion. Often scale up or scale down. But right here, to climb a steep surface, to climb a steep surface, to climb, to ascend a steep surface or obstacle, such as scaling a mountain or wall or scaling a roof. Hopefully we clarified that. I'm here to educate people. I'm here for you looking for answers. I gave you one. You learned
Gary,
a new word.
did actually add 2 photographs to the stage a while back. One was Chuck right after he got shot, and the other one was Chuck after he was healed, but I didn't put it up just now.
Yeah, no worries. I know why they were there. We were going to get into ballistics, and we will. We'll have him back on again. When she said scale the roof, she has always been referring to him jumping off the roof. She uses the term incorrectly. I don't know that we know that to be true. She just said climb. All right. Typically, we climb up things. When, like, for instance, when she says that Tyler Robinson never uses his vehicle, when he indeed does use vehicle, he's scared of Candace. He doesn't want to end up as a thumbnail on our next episode. Grow a pair, Zach. What dirt can she dig up on you? I don't know if that's true. Anyone else think Brandy and Billy being inside and outside the court, talking to everyone problematic? It's like Baron or Candace being there. One question I can't get over is, why did he take his gun to the woods instead of his car? Can either of you give me your opinion? Yeah, because I think that carrying, and I've been to that location where he dropped the gun off, you can actually, it would make sense in his mind. I think you could continue. I think I probably would have continued to obscure the gun like he did from the rooftop going down. And I think he would be better off doing that. But he decided to pre-position it and hide it in the woods and then make his way to the car. Because you're going through, just like, for instance, essentially what we saw in some of the Ring camera and, the home surveillance cameras where we saw him going through there, you would clearly be, if he was moving at speed, right, he wouldn't be able to obscure that very easily. And I think that was his mindset. It makes sense. It just, he would be more exposed and it would be very clear that he's carrying a rifle back to his vehicle. In his mind, he thought he could basically cache the gun there. And then, so where he cached it is right off of a main road, but it's up in the woods a little bit. And I saw the area, what looked like, you could tell there were some things moved around and there was a brush pile that I think he actually hid the gun under. But it's definitely the area that you see him moving off camera. Anyways, it made sense in his mind. And that would be the reason that I would give you. Gary and Candace are the only 2 big accounts who have a direct line access to TPUSA, Eric, and Colvet. Think about it, people. They're in this together in the ultimate psyop. Yeah, I can promise you that I'm not. And West Texas is the best Texas. You're sitting there coming up with something that you have no evidence of. Trust me. And Candace can confirm if you believe them. The reason that I have access to Andrew Colvet is exactly what I told you. And that is, long in the beginning, I messaged him multiple times to try to get confirmation or denial whether or not Charlie Kirk was wearing body armor. And then somewhere around December or whatever, he responded to my text. And then later on, I think like a day or 2 later, asked me to come on the show. So that's where we're at with that. So you can believe whatever you want. And again, you don't care about the truth. You don't have any evidence of that. You just say things. Don't care about midterms, care about the truth. Well, the truth matters, but midterms matter too. It's called public discussion. Cut it, Gary. Weak. No, I mean, I don't know exactly what you're referencing, but wasn't Zach's claim that Erica said they would not speak about the investigation during the meeting? So did Zach put words in Erica's mouth? Yeah. Yeah, she definitely didn't say what he said, and that was not to discuss this at all. It's not what was said. Eric was talking about the stuff they was bringing up about the lies that was going to be on hold. Yeah, there was never going to be, like, the Charlie Kirk show wasn't going to go live that day. That's not what she was saying. And And it's just a fair interpretation of that because, again, they have contractual agreements with their sponsors and everything else. They're going to go live every single day on the Charlie Kirk Show, which is a completely different corporate entity from TPUSA. I work with the cousin of Matt, said he never turned his kid in. He just rode along with him, and Gary still got me blocked, so I wasn't able to attend the space last night to talk about 17 HMRs and 30 off 6. Shate, what I will do, this is real simple. The only time that you get blocked is if you call me names. I'm not going to engage with children. So, Shate, I will unblock you as long as we can have civil discussion. Of course, I don't have a pen here. Anyways, write that down. Write that down, Jen. Shate, I don't know if his name is the same on X or not. EK first show by BK said we do an XYZ on CK's show. I don't know what that means. Have we talked about the text message Gary received, the one that he wasn't supposed to show on air, and he also the kids not being, and also said the kids not being Erica. I didn't say that the kids weren't Erica's. What I said was I don't even know if that one kid was Erica's. Yeah, we talked about it. So I don't know which you want. Gary, please or tell this character that the tweet meant they couldn't carry on with debunk show they had planned because Candace Owens wouldn't go to them. That's no. So that's not it's close, but it's not precisely right. Again, the day before the show, once things were finalized with the meeting that Eric Kirk was going to have with Candace, Andrew Colvelt called me and said, hey, look, this is what we had planned for the show. We'd already talked about it. We're not going to do that. All right. We're going to exercise an abundance of good faith. And we're going to just talk about the different conspiracies that are out there that aren't, and we're not going to talk because what they were going to do is everything that we talked about was Candace said this. This is the truth. Candace said this. This is the truth. All right. And out of good faith, they completely modified the show that we had planned, that I had planned, and everything else. They had a bunch of stuff they were going to present. I had some stuff that I was going to present. We were just going to present that as we saw it. Candace Owens unfollowed Charlie Kirk after 10/7/23 because of his stance. They were not besties on 9/10. Also, why can't people accept that this was an unfortunate tragedy? Charlie Kirk had been to UVU in 2019. He knew the risks of this. He'd been to a lot of, and since 2019, the risks just got greater and greater. There was just an abundance of constant death threats from specifically trans Tifa, or the trans movement, we'll say that. What about Candace's lie that she said she would stop if Erica told her to and never stopped, and said she wouldn't stop? Then we can't trust anything Candace says because she is proven to be a liar. It goes both ways. Absolutely does. Oh no, he's coughing. Israel and TPUS got him. Yeah. Andrew Wilson smoked this dude yesterday. Gary believes in evidence-based facts over hearsay and based statements and information and speculation. I'm adding speculation because, yeah. Gary initially thought it was 17 HMR and I tested his theory, and it emulates what we've seen. I also work with a cousin of Matt's. He never turned Tyler in, just rode along with him. Yeah, Shate, I talked to you. Clearly, you're the guy in space because you brought up these same points. I did say that at the very beginning when we didn't know what was being said. We could say there was a lot of things. I postulated a lot of stuff at the beginning when, before we had more information in the first couple of days. What that took was weeks and weeks and weeks of continuing to go through information, to parse through the facts, to go into UVU, and then analyzing what was actually said here, and then figuring out if what is in here is plausible. I did all those things, and completely independent of what this was said, I did look through these facts. Okay, does this make sense compared to what I know? All the other facts that I've collected. One thing that I don't talk about enough, and nobody else does for a reason, is eyewitnesses. I've talked to at least a dozen eyewitnesses at this point. I think I have 4, maybe 5 people that I've had on the show that was an eyewitness to the event. Folks, I talked to 4 different eyewitnesses that happened to be at UVU when we're visiting Charlie Kirk's memorial, that were at that obviously were at UVU on September 10th. And there were two old ladies, and they were sitting kind of mid of the crowd to Charlie's right slightly. And I asked them, like, they wouldn't go on the record. I was like, all right, I'm not going to put you on video, but I went through, started asking the questions. Okay, where did the shot come from? She's like, I couldn't tell exactly where a shot come from, but it came from this way. She pointed directly to the Lossy building. We see from Adam Bartholomew's video, from the top there, like when the shot goes off, everybody looks that way. The people at the top, generally speaking, most people look in the direction of that. I asked Adam Bartholomew, who's another eyewitness that I forgot I've talked to, actually. I didn't include him in what I said. And he said, we could tell that the sound came from the direction of the Lossy building. So, and there's many other questions that I asked, just completely neutral, just like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about the official narrative? And, every single eyewitness that I've talked to corroborates what we're being told. And I have a real problem with the fact that Candace Owens has not had multiple eyewitnesses. She could have a different eyewitness to give their perception of what took place every single day on her channel. She's never talked to them. And I think, again, I feel like that is an omission. It's a lie by omission. Can you get Ironclad on to talk about the issue at the border? Would you ever start an e-newsletter? It could be good for those who don't have time to watch. Yes. So first of all, we have a newsletter. I don't send it out very often, but down in the description below, there's a link, get free newsletter. It's our Substack. I don't charge you anything. I don't sell your information. I don't know what Substack does, but again, we're very careful with people's information. People contact us all the time. Like, there's services that will contact businesses like ours or social media companies and like, hey, if you give us, people's data that you collect, you'll get X amount of dollars. Like, that disgusts me, to be honest with you. I know a lot of people do it, and it's not even considered like wrong these days. I definitely wouldn't sit right in my conscience. Anyways, Erica acknowledged the casket thing. She explained she knew we were all grieving. She wanted to give us peace of closure. That's why she showed that. I thought it was weird, but when I heard her explanation, it made sense. Stranger still is having text from years ago on screenshot. That's such a good point. It's such a good point, actually. Like, let's see, 2018. What, we're talking about 8 years ago? 2019?
Well, hang on. I have text messages that I have from people way back,
All right.
mostly because they're people I love and they've since passed away, so I keep them.
Fair enough. Some people have a stillborn baby. They take pictures of it dressed because that's all they have. Same thing with your loved one in the casket. And again, man, like, just go start paying attention to the world outside. You'll see people do all kinds of weird things that, from your worldview, from your daily life, like, it's strange, it's odd, it's just normal.
One
The
of the
burden of
things
proof.
I tried to send to you also, Gary, was the fact that Coretta Scott King, she literally took, her husband's body around for everyone to see. And when you think about it, they didn't have social media back then, but they did have the press, and it was covered nationwide, worldwide. And Charlie was very similar to Martin Luther King with his following. So why is that weird?
I think it's weird, and I understand why other people think it's weird with what they're talking about. When she was basically touching Charlie's body and basically going down and kind of hug. I thought it was a little weird. I didn't pass judgment. I don't know.
I get that, but she also said, I want them to see what they did to my husband.
Sure. I don't know how that, I don't know how doing that, like rubbing them, touching them.
I get that.
So
I understand.
I think it's a reasonable critique, but it doesn't mean that she killed him. And that's where look at this weirdo touching his dead body. Clearly psycho chick killed him. Like,
all I'm saying is go back to Coretta Scott King doing the same exact thing, and not one person. Yeah, she did.
She touched him and
There
husband
are videos and photographs of her touching and holding his hand, kissing him, and saying, "I want them to see what they did to my husband," and no one questioned it. But
Gotcha. Okay.
now they question Erica for doing. Granted, I would not do that, but I'm not going to judge her for doing it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I hear you. The burden of proof is on the prosecution. Not everyone is guilty. The dude is a low T moron, grifting. Kick him off. Andrew wrecked him. If you're ever been to a wake, then this is not weird. Charlie was public. It's for the other people to be able to say goodbye. Yeah, and there's a difference between weird and like, I wouldn't do that. And I think that's where most people fall. But the problem is, if you already have a negative, if you're already predisposed to an extremely negative outlook of Erica, you're just going to say, not only is that weird, but that is super weird. And you're going to pass judgment because that's just one other piece of ammunition in your smear campaign that you're trying to convey across Erica unfairly. That's the way that I look at that. Zach attended Catholics for Catholics with people like Flynn, who didn't disclose his foreign payments from Russia and Turkey. Look, that's something we've been covering hard on this channel, is that this is a foreign influence psyop. All right, I 100% believe that. We're getting more and more evidence and presenting that. We're bringing on more and more subject matter experts in this area, talking about how that is done. I think a lot of it is self-evident, but we are continuing to gather evidence and make people aware that that is at least a possibility. And we have presented a significant evidence with that as well. Like, I think a lot of foreign adversaries are involved because they hate Trump. They want Trump out of there, and political actors as well. He don't require what am I watching and tag me, please. I don't know what you mean. We are being asked to completely ignore what we are seeing with our own eyes, hearing with our own ears, and look the other way. Team Zach. Okay. She was showing the world what they did to her husband. I understand her reasoning. I understand what she said with that. I'm just saying, in spite of her reasoning, people are still going to find it abnormal. He's not being honest at all, Gary. My goodness. If the burden is to prove truth, why isn't it on him to prove it's true? Exactly. I know people that follow Candace, there is no conspiracy theory too crazy for them. They're hopelessly addicted to the next sensational story. That is part of it. This is exciting. The more sensational, the more scandalous. I mean, it is something that's emotionally equivalent to porn. I really do believe that. Ask Zach to prove it wasn't the watch a cloaking themselves with the shoulder cannons. That was pretty funny of Andrew, and principally, it is exactly right. It is exactly right. It's logically impossible to prove a negative. And like, this has been the standard for a long time. There's a reason for it. And now we just reject that standard altogether. This guy and his listeners need to watch Gray Hughes breakdown as well. Timeline, Google mapping, surveillance, court docs and hearings, and video. Like how much the 360-degree camera covers to the woods. It's exactly right. Like, you got to expose yourself to other people. Like, the only way, let's say you're following somebody, whether it's Candace or somebody else, and that's all you ever watch. And then you go watch somebody else, and like, there's all this other information that is clearly true that this other person has not been showing you, and it's clearly true that they're omitting it on purpose. I mean, basic information that most Candace followers I talk to all the time, like, they don't even know these basic facts. And it's like, you don't know about that? I mean, the roof is just a great example. Most people still think that what is being proposed is that, that Tyler Robinson climbed the roof or had this like roof access that is crazy. Like, oh, this makes no sense, when in reality it's just a public. That's just one of many. But there's a lot of facts that people just don't know. And they've come to, when you have a really bad set of facts that aren't that aren't comprehensive, you are forced to come to a bad conclusion almost every single time. It takes all the information. And sometimes you got to get outside of your bubble and watch some other people that you may disagree with. The dumbest of them all. Truth, Mike exploded. It is the dumbest of them all. Remember when Candace claimed the U.S. military would have to admit being involved in the assassination that went nowhere because there's no evidence other than third-party hearsay? I do remember that. Remember that very vividly. Bruh, that's what we said she could say out of it. Well, that's what we said she could stay out of it. Okay, I don't know what that means. It's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. That's true. It's also another truth that's it's been made very crystal clear about this entire thing is that a lie will go around the world before the truth even has a chance to get its shoes on. Lies spread so fast, and it takes 10 times the effort and 10 times the voices to clean those lies up, and you never do it completely. There's still people believing things that, generally speaking, most people don't even accept anymore, but they saw that once, then they disconnected, they weren't paying attention, they're like, oh, this is true. And come to find out, they get re-engaged like, oh, this hasn't been true for a long time. Everybody, even the people on the side of Candace, has debunked that a long time ago. Who's the convicted wife beater that Candace didn't vet? I can make the same comparison Gary gave. He was in the woods, but no evidence of Bigfoot. That's right. It was Mitch Snow, or you can go with Harry Myers. Either one. Even his name is a lie. She got these people scared in the state of panic. What kind of decision do we make in panic? Not rational. This is crazy. It hasn't gone to trial. Go Max, Gary. Get him. Oh, God, I hate that term. Somebody give me Candace's phone number. She can shut this dude mouth. Zach, too nice. Shake Baron, Coach, got Mike, DD, Ref, Jesse, Coach, Uncle, Lionel, Nation, Zach, and me got the top rope. Okay. Zach says Joe Ken is trustworthy because he is unvaxxed from COVID-19. That is laughable reasoning, yet alone he shares proved false stuff. Let alone he shares proofs. What about the watch it, Zach? Exactly. The Russians used to bring high-ranking military officials to the base I was stationed at. Does that mean the Russians were following me? No, I promise they didn't care about an E-4 airman. True story. Zach, the Lord says we are to protect widows and orphans, and you've done nothing but attack them. So no, you're not in God's will. Consult the Bible. Arizona Wildcats, #1, Gatos Locos Forever Homes. There you go. Saying when they off you, they give you holiday because Trump named a day of remembrance for Charlie Kirk. Oh, when they off you, they give you a holiday. Got it. Remembrance for Charlie Kirk is just asking questions. Offend who helped him get elected. Off to help get him elected. Yeah, I don't know if that's a question or statement. He definitely, there's no evidence that Trump, and there's so much good evidence that is no benefit to Trump. Trump would be so much better off if he had TPUSA and most importantly, Charlie Kirk going into the midterms. You know, Charlie Kirk, regardless of what his position was with Israel or even with the Iran war, he would be like me. Like, I think it's safe to assume that he would be telling people to vote Republican. He's not going to tell people not to vote. I mean, you can't. What Charlie Kirk regularly said is, even though we have minor disagreements, you need to vote for our side because there's a huge difference between the left and the right. And that's one of the dumbest things I keep hearing going around. There's no difference between the left and right. Oh, you still believe in the left and the right? Yeah, you know what I believe in? I believe in closed borders versus open borders. I believe in free speech versus not free speech and censorship. When Democrats ran the House, they were all in cahoots with all of the social media companies, and the social media companies continue to censor, suppress conservative voices. It's just a fact. I believe in constitutional carry versus gun confiscation, which is what every single Democrat wants. I believe in a free market society and capitalism versus socialism. I believe in a free America versus this globalist agenda where America is suppressed, and they're continuing to try to destroy America so that we don't have the weight to throw around because they hate exceptionalism. There's a lot of differences between the left and the right, and they're important. And it couldn't be more clear, the differences. It's not like, oh, it's kind of the same. No. I was a 3P051. Do you know how many planes carried people from other countries to visit a base in Midwest America? It's actually very common. I promise they were not following me. Again, the smuggled in assertion of what they're implying is that those military contractors, which again, unverified, were just saying things because it's provocative. And it leads us, it points people to a conclusion. But what they're saying is that those military contractors were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, even though they have no evidence that they were military contractors. And if they were military contractors, which you have no evidence of, they could be something simple as mechanics or airplane mechanics or 1,000 other things. Are they walking off with rifles? Are they like? And by the way, Candace Owens got that completely wrong. Double check this for me. I just want to make sure I'm right. I'm 99% sure I'm right, Jen. The Egyptian plane that they keep referencing that landed and dropped off these alleged military contractors, that actually left 2 hours before Charlie Kirk was shot. Can you look that up and see if that's indeed correct? Now, BS, these guys just hate France and Israel and want to pin the blame on them. That's all. I bet he hates Israel and France, the hate that binds. More importantly, what we know is that Candace hates Israel and France, and it just so happens that France, like almost a random country, like just so happens that France, Candace, who's being sued by the Macrons, it just so happens that France is the one that decided they wanted to take out Charlie Kirk. Let's take lead on this. Oui. All right. Like I don't, and then we got to also like, oh, and one Israeli operative, I guess. So I mean,
So Gary, I have 2 screenshots from Liz Wheeler talking about the Egyptian planes and how she got the time zones incorrect. If you'd like me to.
Yep, there we go.
That's page 1. I've got a second one.
Okay. All right. The top part of that's blocked by a banner up there. Can you read that?
So sorry, I'm reading it right now. So it says the Egyptian planes were not following Erica Kirk. I looked into the spreadsheets. There's a fatal flaw. The spreadsheets claim to identify overlapping between Erica's travel and the Egyptian planes 70 plus times. They overlap, so she claims. But wait, how do you identify overlap? You probably assumed.
So go to the next one, the top part. The one that's on the screen. The spreadsheet defined overlap. I can't see a bunch of words.
So the spreadsheet defines overlap as the Egyptian planes landing within 3 plus or minus days of Erica and within the same region, which is defined by 50 to 100 miles. So not on the same day and not at the same airport. And there is Hill Air Force Base, which is about 100 miles from Provo.
Yeah. Real quick, though, there's somebody out there, I'm 90%, it might have been CandaceO the Great, but my point is there is somebody that has determined or proved that Egyptian plane that was there at Provo that day actually took off 2 hours before that Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Okay, I'll look for that.
See if you can find that.
Also, there is a maintenance airport, which is one of only 2 in the United States that does maintenance on that type of aircraft. One of them is here.
It's Douglas Industries or Airs, I believe it is, and they are one of two locations where they do maintenance and renovations specifically on Cessnas.
Yep, and one of them's out here in North Carolina.
Yep.
So if you're going to come into the country to do maintenance, you're going to go to one of those 2 areas, but I'll look that up.
Yep, awesome. Out of more than 40,000 students enrolled at UVU, is it not possible to assume that 12 of those aren't simply Israeli students? Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. And again, what we need to determine if that is suspicious at all is we need to have a baseline. I mean, maybe on an average day, there's 42 cell phones. And then even, and again, there is abnormal and then there's suspicious. So first of all, we have to determine a baseline. We have to determine if it's abnormal, and then we have to determine through other factors or through other filters that is actually suspicious. Because just because it's abnormal doesn't mean it's suspicious. I mean, that's just a common logic fact. So again, maybe every single day there's 25 of them, but on that day they tracked. And again, I don't even know where this information came from. Like, I don't even know if this is true. Like we like, there's so much information that's been thrown out there. Like, when you want to talk about this being Fed slop, like, this is so much more reliable and credible than anything the social media slop puts out there, because they just state things and they pull up something that looks credible and state it to be a fact, and then repeat it 100 times. Like, yeah, there was 12 Israeli phones there. Like, where'd that come from? How is that true? How is that verified? But let's say it is. Let's give it to them. All right, there's 12 there. All right, is a normal day 12? All right, let's say the normal day there's 0. On that day there was 12. Okay, now that's abnormal. It's abnormal. Is it suspicious? And if it is, why? Like, and maybe we can automatically assume that. Maybe those 12 cell phones, if it's true, maybe those people could be, but like, does that mean that they're involved in Charlie Kirk just because there's 12 Israeli phones that day? But again, before I even worried about that, I would have to establish a baseline. Like, what's the normal at UVU? Well, guess what, Gary? There's 37 students directly from Israel that's attending the university at UVU. Well, okay, well, we got that covered. Thanks for nothing. And I know what you're doing. Again, you're smuggling in the idea that Israel's guilty. Israel's guilty. Look, there's 12 Israeli phones on site. Zach, free speech does not protect against knowingly lying or making false claims that can lead to criminal or civil prosecution. That's exactly right. And even before we get there, it should just be condemned by the public at large. Thank you very much. You are very gracious. Why prove a lie wrong? That's such a psyop. I believe the guest's father killed JFK and RFK. Prove me wrong. Yeah, the guests. She's basically saying that Zach's father killed JFK. Prove it wrong. That's not how this works. Listen, military across the world train together. Key Point Hill Air Force Base in Ogden. They also come to for repairs. Again, we don't even know if they're military. I don't know if those people are military. Even if the plane's military, we don't know if those people are military. And even if they are military, we don't know if they have any combat capabilities or they were involved at all. It's just a data point. It's a data point, and then we're going to take that data point. We're going to pretend it's evidence, at least in our mind, and we're going to confirm our worldview, even though it's non-correlating whatsoever. America has no hope if more people think like this. I agree. We're in a dangerous time. Zach, what if those phones belong to Jewish students that travel back to Israel for holidays or family visits? Do you think the FBI checked it out? Gary knows Erica is guilty. I do not know Erica is guilty. I think that it's ridiculous, given the information that we have, to even state that. And you are a product of Candace. Guest says, because there is preponderance of weird, meaning it's all true. That's right. So that's a good way to put it. Zach, this thing is closer to trans women or women than plain clothes agents in the crowd. Easiest way to tell leftists are siding with you. This, I think, is closer to trans women or women. Yeah. Prove they're not women, I guess. Us gingers need to stick together. There are not many of us. I agree. The more gingers, the better. I got a whole family of them. What factual evidence has Candace Owens ever come up with that can be presented in court? On the contrary, she's put people in danger. If she presented almost every bit of her evidence, the things that she's presented in court, it would be thrown out immediately as hearsay, irrelevant. I mean, it would just be tossed out. It would be laughed at. With Zach's logic, I could die next year in a shooting, but because I was around Russians on a nuke base, it had to have been the Russians, not the guy that shot me and ditched the gun. Okay, exactly. Zach may not know what that the investigation wasn't thorough enough, but Joe Kent does. After his tirade, is he going to call Joe Kent a traitor? No, Joe Kent doesn't know if the investigation was thorough enough because he doesn't know what's happening in the investigation. He doesn't. All right. The FBI doesn't report their progress to Joe Kent. Utah authorities sure as hell don't report to Joe Kent. They don't. All right. That is domestic information. He specializes what the counter-terrorist, the National Counterterrorist Center specializes in is in overseas information. All right. Non-domestic stuff. So, and they get they get information from both domestic and international. There's no doubt about it. But the fact is Joe Kent demonstrably, logically, does not know the status of any of these investigations, either the state or the federal. He doesn't know what has been actually investigated and what hasn't. He can't even say that. I mean, he can say it, but it's just not true. I don't have a high opinion of Joe Kent. I wouldn't say he's a traitor. I think he's subversive. Seditious. I think his statements are seditious, and I think that his resignation was seditious. Zach, I was in military law enforcement, the civilian law enforcement, currently waiting for a surgery before going back in. So I can tell you have no clue how investigation works. Go away. No, we don't want him to go away. Thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. We appreciate that. Why hasn't she investigated Tyler Robinson at all? This is another point that I planned to get to. We never got there. We have all this information. One of the things that Joe Kent has brought up was, the trans gay gun group, the SLC Trans Tifa group. We know that exists. That is being investigated. We know that there were people online that basically predicted Charlie Kirk's murder that is tied to trans groups. Not once has Candace Owens investigated them, because if she does that, then she can't keep TPUSA in the crosshairs at all time and Erica Kirk. All right, it doesn't even make sense. When you have someone that has allegedly predicted Charlie Kirk's death online, and there was more than one person, all in that trans Tifa group, and you never look at that at all, and you're saying that you're trying to find the truth, you're trying to investigate this, and you intentionally, and in spite of basic common sense and logic, you don't even bring that up. Go, Gary. Thank you very much. During an investigation for the Zachar system, every investigation is locked to only being seen by the investigating officer. You need to unlock a specific case for anyone else to see it. Joe didn't have that authority. That's exactly right. And he doesn't have any investigative authority whatsoever. It's not what he does. Yes, Zach, you are just a YouTuber with zero military or law enforcement experience. You and Candace are not privileged to certain information. Gary is bad messaging. Everything he's saying is bad messaging. Well, I've already proven that you were either lying or being deceptive or just ignorant of the facts when it comes to the word scale, already looking for answers. If you're looking for answers, we already got you. And by the way, you make this allegation and you don't even tell me what the bad messaging is. Like you just stating ad hominem. You're a terrible person. Okay, if I'm a terrible person and I'm just bad messaging, what is the bad message? That you should use evidence and logic to determine what's true or not? My God, that's a terrible message. Look, dude, they have always been a threat. They have always been a threat. As a matter of fact, Joe Kent has highlighted this many, many times in his own words and many tweets. Like he's tweeted more about Iran than just about anything else. Between tweeting what he wrote in his book, talking about the threat that Iran is, like this is a complete 180 from what he has been saying. We were watching a conversation between a Gen X and a millennial. Zach sounds like so many millennials I've spoken with. I have talked about this as well. There's this thing where, and I think this is a product of the left taking over our public education system for years and years, where they have, tried to introduce this moral relativism. And what this has turned into is now like facts are relative. Like, you get to make up your own facts. Truth and facts are not relative; they're objective. And like people's brains have been damaged, thinking that I kind of prefer this narrative, so I'm just going to continue to go this way in spite of facts and evidence. Gary, Zach cooked you. Oh yeah, he cooked me. Kent didn't have any information. He wanted to explore a potential foreign nexus. Joe Kent is not the president. He doesn't call the shots. Cope. He is not the president. He has no investigative authority. He is not the FBI. He has nothing to do with the Charlie Kirk assassination. Statutorily. Like, as a matter of fact, here's what I'll say. I don't know if it'd be illegal. Potentially. I think it would. He doesn't have the statutory authority to start doing investigations. I think at a minimum, it would be abuse of his position if he started doing, because the reason that office does not have statutory authority to do investigations for a reason. It's so that people that are getting intelligence aren't allowed to abuse their power, like that we saw under Biden, and where he weaponized the intelligence community and started doing intelligence collection and surveillance on our own people. That's why the scope is so limited for the National Counterterrorism Center director.
Hey,
It's a
Gary.
lot of power. Yeah.
So I have an article from the Hindu Times talking about Candace Owens and how the podcaster was pranked when probing the Charlie Kirk Egyptian plane link. It's an hour and a half, so I'm going to have to run through that, but I would be more than happy to edit it and throw it up in a short.
Sure. No worries. We'll try to flush that out later on. All right. So somebody just posted up here. I'm going to put it up here again. It's not that people are ignorant; they just know so much that isn't true. Truth evades. Well, the truth is evading you. Truth evades. Let him know that JCPOA ended in 2015. I knew this. 2018. I knew this was a absolute incorrect. So let's. Man, I don't know what is going on with my presentation stuff. We're hitting all the right buttons. Let me go over here to Grok, and you guys can look this up, but I know this isn't true for multiple reasons. All right. Key timeline of the JCPOA. Timeline, it was signed in 2015. Implementation. Termination date, October 18th, 2025. Exactly 10 years after it was made. All right. So it didn't terminate in 2018. So I'm glad that we are not allowing you to evade the truth. Truth evades. The other thing that we can look up, I looked this up last night, I think it's really important, is how many times has Iran violated the JCPOA? While Grok is thinking about that, I will come. Oh, here we go. All right. The JCP early pre-2019 period, while U.S. was still in the deal. Major escalation. All right. Beginning in 2019, Iran announced it would begin reducing compliance in stages, roughly over 60 days. All right. Often described as major 5 steps early by 2020. Exceeding the low enriched uranium stockpile limit, 300 kilograms. Okay. That's a violation. Enriching uranium beyond the 3.67%. All right. Anything above like this 4 or 5% is not the only purpose for it is nuclear weapons, especially once you get to the 60%, which they did. Installing and operating more advanced centrifuges. So not only were they in violation of it, that this is 2019, didn't end till 2025. So they started installing and operating more advanced centrifuges than permitted. Why? Because they were going after a nuclear weapon. Restarting enrichment at the Fordo facility, prohibited under JCPOA until 2031. Declaring, which, by the way, the Fordo facility, the only purpose of that facility is to create nuclear weapons. Enriching uranium to 20% and then 60%, approaching weapons grade level of 90%. Once you're at 60%, and I believe at this point they have like, I want to say 400 kilograms they're known to have of 60% enriched uranium. It takes about a week to go from 60% to 90%, which is what you need for a nuclear weapon, nuclear warhead. Significantly expanding The enriched uranium stockpile reports 30 to 40 times the JCPO limits. Conducted prohibited R&D and installing additional centrifuges. Suspended implementation of the additional protocols. So we have multiple violations. Later development. In January 2025, the IAEA Board of Governors formally declared Iran in non-compliance with its broader safeguard obliteration obligations. Iran formally announced the termination of JCPOA on October 18, 2025. Termination day under the original framework. As of early 2026, Iran's program continues to exceed JCPOA limits in enrichment, level, stockpile, and so on. So major steps. We had some major breaches starting in 2019, but they were minor temporary violations from 2016 to 2018. So they were never in compliance. Sorry, Truth Evade, but wrong again. And a lot of the Zach's viewers out there, you guys are not very informed. Just in advance, sorry, Gary, I got a little mad. That's okay. I forgive you. Asked Zach to address Candace's claim that Charlie's death was a sacrifice by the Freemasons to kick off the war in Iran. Let's hear him explain that. I don't think he could. I don't even know what he would actually say to that. Better not engage with bad faith actors. Utmost respect to you, Gary, which I already had, but wow, you handled him with dignity, respect, and the patience of Joe. Well, thank you very much. Might slow down before you need blood pressure med. The timeline discrepancies from TPUSA are not lies. They are misremembering its trauma response, potentially. Either way, no matter how many untruths that you catch them in, you have to turn those into proof or evidence that they were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. You can't do that. What I think you really have is a bunch of miscommunication. It's a large organization. People do remember things differently. People remember things wrong. They're not fully aware of all the numerous facts across the organization, and people get things wrong. But what I will say, what great evidence that TPUSA is not involved in any of this, with the fact that there's been part of the controversy as of late, where Andrew Colvelt voluntarily produced and gave to Joe Kent the text messages that basically everyone's trying to say that tie Israel into this, because Israeli donors, Jewish donors, were upset at Charlie. And he expressed that he was upset with them for being upset with him, and basically trying to use donations to move him one way or the other, or, not invite Tucker or Candace or whatever else is going on with that. But if Andrew Colvett was involved, why would he give those text messages to Joe Kent? The whole thing is silly to me. Hallelujah. Holy shit. Where is the tunnel? It was a good exchange. Thanks, Gary. I love you, Gary. You're too nice, but we have enough discernment to see when someone is grifting and being dishonest. Zach isn't stupid. It's intentional. I don't know. I think some of it's willful, and kind of just playing team politics. I think it's clear that Zach sees what is evidence. I think his logic is flawed. I think a lot of people are. I'm going to give him the most charitable description. Whatever. I'm just going to be as charitable as possible. All right. I like Zach. Zach needs to realize that we exist in space where we don't trust the FBI or grifters. They've gone from being fooled by one group now to the other. That is such a great example. This is it. I don't trust anybody. I'm skeptical of everybody, and all I'm going to do is independently analyze every situation. I'm not going to take one assassination and be like, oh, well, my default answer is, well, it's JFK's true, and I think that the government did that, which, by the way, I do. All right, that's true. So this is true, and that's it. That's the conclusion I'm coming to without analyze. No, I'm going to independently analyze what's going on. I'm going to try to avoid any of these other biases to come into my brain. I'm going to reject that. I'm going to have a little mental discipline. Right? That's one thing that we got. We just can't entertain every idea that pops into our head. Or well, what if the Egyptian planes were following Eric Kirk around? Well, make that make sense, because I think that's dumb. And if that popped in my head, no, that's dumb. That doesn't even make sense. Here's why. Well, what if the military contractors got off the plane? Oh my God, they had a layover and they got off the plane. Oh, okay. do we have any evidence that they went like, no, I'm going to reject that. I may come back to that if that's a data point. We may come back to that, but we got to like, is there other gaps in this information over here? I don't think there is. But again, you got to have some mental discipline. You can't just entertain every stupid idea that comes, like all of our ideas. 3/4 of them are retarded. Like, just say, oh, or just irresponsibly put that information out. Well, this could be a possibility. Well, it could, but it's also accusing someone of murder. So you shouldn't put that out with evidence to support it. Maybe you take that idea, you go research it, get out of the studio and actually go do some legwork and don't just wait for tips to come in, and actually go and talk to some eyewitnesses, go do some real investigatory work and determine if, this postulation that jumped into your head is indeed backed by evidence or facts. And then once you get those evidence and facts and you've proven that, you maintain your credibility, you come forward and you say, hey, this is what happened. This is what I believe. And here's the actual evidence. Not a bunch of random things that don't correlate, but we're going to make a correlation that doesn't exist. And then I'm going to force you into a causation that also doesn't exist without this artificial correlation that I created. Right? And that just, Zach needs, yeah, we hit that one. All right. All right. Redius Maximus. My mouse wouldn't quit moving. Proud of you, Gary. You did good, man. My dad was a Pentecostal pastor. I think we grew up in the same way. I almost guarantee that we did, bud. Almost guarantee that you did. We will never leave Jen out. That was a very difficult live to listen to and watch in the comments. How much evil was almost overwhelming. Blessed to have Gary leading this team. Jen, the producer.
It was
So
a
blessed to have you,
hard
Jen.
live.
We are.
I mean, you handled yourself beautifully, but it was difficult to listen to.
My wife says I'm difficult to listen to as well. So you guys
No,
agree?
not you. The show.
I know.
The guest.
I hear you. Dude, I'm getting a new mouse. I'm going to break this mouse. I'm throwing this mouse against the concrete floor.
I'm not sure that it's the mouse. I think there's something going on. Like, it's weird. I'm getting all kinds of errors. Like, I'm putting things into the stage. They're not showing up. It's really weird. We may be under attack.
Maybe. I will reject that until I have evidence. No, I hear you. It's definitely, it's probably just a glitch. If they're attacking us and they're like, oh, we're going to attack Gary and we're going to make his mouth glitch around and not be able to present stuff from time to time. I hear you. This dude acting like those YouTubers' opinion of the family member's opinion is somehow the same as the parents' opinion was crazy. Also, check your text. I will. Gary, I got the 3D model in Blender, which is free, or you can invite me on again and I'll run the model for you, bro. Yeah, you know what? Next time we have Zach on, I think it will be important to have you waiting in the wings. We can run that. I have, again, I have the software and I had it pulled up and it's ready to go. I like that software. It's just expensive. Erica did not pull the race card. She never even addressed the Drewski video. A parody account did. Yeah. Send Gary to the front line. Well, bro, chick, whoever you are, I've been there 4 times and I would go to the front line for my country. And as a matter of fact, if somebody called me and said, Gary, you know what? We are going to go do boots on the ground. We think this is important. And you give me a good, compelling reason, which doesn't take much because I already know that Iran is an enemy. I was in Iraq in 2008 and 2009 when I was watching on ISR feeds, all right, surveillance feeds of flying drones and thermals, watching these just bunches of people carrying equipment and gear across the border, and we intercepted those people quite often. And guess what they had? They had explosively formed projectiles from Iran, and they were killing American troops left and right with those things. So you don't have to convince me. I will go fight Iran. And on top of that, watching the atrocities take place in Iran, the human right violation, and just about every day that when we see a new child, literally, 15, 16, 17-year-old kids being killed in Iran for made up charges because they want to protest the government, I'll go fight. So no problem, bud. All that I'm waiting for is what is the ballistic report, which will be exposed in court when the time comes, I hope. Look, just to be clear for those of you that are watching on Zach's side of this discussion, the ballistics are atypical. I've said that. Is it impossible? Not even close. Not even close to impossible. I want to wait to have that discussion with Zach, and we will, so that he can challenge me on every element of that. Here we go. Gary, you are the one putting out bullshit information. Go to medical school, idiot. Crack open a freaking book. Okay. All right. I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Gary, I love you, brother. I appreciate you trying to put the truth out there, but these people aren't worth debating with. They will torment Erica for lying about dating, but when Candace lies, it's fine. I definitely agree with that observation. I think the double standards and the hypocrisy is overwhelming.
Gary,
Yes, ma'am.
while we have some of his people in the chat,
yeah,
would you like to show them the photo of a Green Beret who got shot and with no exit wound?
Yeah, sure. All right. I'm a little concerned though. You know what? Let's not show that. Let's post that on. I'll end up posting on X tonight. I want to limit the potentiality of this getting demonetized. This needs to get out there. And if it gets demonetized, folks, I don't care about the money, but what'll happen is the views. Any video that is demonetized, if we show something, it's not even bad, but I've showed less and YouTube is demonetized it, which means they're going to suppress its view count. I mean, it's just what they do.
Well, I had the before and after, so I'll send it to you.
Sure. I have those too. Chuck sent them to me. I know Chuck. But you can send them to me again just so I have easy access to them. Bishop Joseph Strickland from Catholics for Catholics was asked to resign on 11/20/23 from the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church does not recognize Catholic for Catholic. Yeah. Freaking, oh my God, I'm getting down here and like the mouse would just scroll to the top. Don says, you didn't cut Zach off enough, Gary. I was trying to be as respectful as possible. All right. I love this. I love this. Address Israel's proven illegal nuclear weapons program with the same energy you do Iran's alleged one. I will, Dante. I will. Well, let's do that. I love not only do I love barracks lawyers, I love international barracks lawyers. Like, not only do you have all the laws and everything that like, how it all works, and you say things like, removing something from a crime scene that's yours is illegal. You broke the law. You're wrong. But on top of that, now you know international law. Anyways, let's see if Israel's nuclear weapons program illegal. No. Well, I don't want to show you evidence. And again, this is grok. I don't just take any what do we got up on the stage here? I don't take any, especially AI, just as words alone, but this is established stuff. I mean, this is pretty simple stuff. All right. You guys feel free to verify this. Is Israel's nuclear weapon program illegal? No, Israel's nuclear program is not illegal under current international law in a straightforward, enforceable sense. Israel is not party to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation Nuclear Weapons, NPT, which entered into force in 1970, defines the main global net framework for nuclear non-proliferation. NPT recognizes only 5 nuclear weapon states. Those that detonated a nuclear device before January 1, 1967, U.S., Russia, UK, France, and China. It prohibits non-nuclear weapon states from acquiring nuclear weapons while obligating nuclear weapon states to pursue disarmament. Because Israel never signed or ratified the NPT, it has no legal obligation under the treaty to forego nuclear weapons or place the facility under full IAEA safeguards. So you are incorrect. The internet lawyers fall flat once again. Sad. Not that you're ignorant. You just know so much that isn't so. Yeah. We need to care about the midterms. If the Democrats win the majority, it will be a nightmare. We have to educate people. The dude acting like those YouTubers. Oh, wait, I hit that one. See, this thing took me way back up. Here we go. All right, Gary, I love you, brother. Appreciate you trying to put the truth out there, but these people aren't worth. Oh, yeah. All right, I did hit that one. I hit that one. Nothing to add or ask. Just keep up the good work, Gary. Thank you. I love the Gary mentioned baseline and suspicious. Zach went from calm to laughing when pressed. That's an indication of discomfort or avoiding possibly lying. I saw a lot of behavioral changes in Zach's part. Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you, Colton. I'm not. When people start, they watch a couple of body behavioral videos and now they know what's going on. There's lots of reasons, especially in a debate like that you get on. Like some people are just nervous naturally. Some people get into these debates and they have a different physiological and emotional response to these things. I know what you're saying here is that he's lying, and I don't think that just off his, unless you're like a professional body language analysis. We need to get Jesus on here. We'll talk about it. Anyways, I hear what you're saying. Gary, can I speak? Gary, I can speak a lot of nuclear stuff because it was my job for 5.5 years. Security-wise, I did have a PRP security clearance until 2022. Now you're just flexing, bro. I got PRP G14 classified. No, I hear you, man. Yeah. As a matter of fact, make sure you guys join it. Let me see what time it is. It's 7 o'clock. Let's do this. We're going to do a space at 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. Eastern time on X. We will offer the space. That's what I do with my weekends. We are going 6 hours, folks. Please don't forget to cover the 30-06. Yeah, we didn't get to it. At first, I thought Wisdom was chasing Zach, but he was quicker. No, sure. He just went obtuse. You were so patient. All right, so I think that is the last. Producer, dangerousliberty.com. If you want to come on, you have to go through me. Stop making accusations if you don't know how a business works. Yeah, exactly. You want to come on here and accuse me of something? Feel free to do so. But you're going to come on here in the hot seat, and you're going to make those accusations to my face, and we will go through the facts because there's nothing. I don't even know what people are accusing me of, but there's nothing we've ever done anything wrong. So anyways, that's where we're at, folks. Well, listen, folks, it has been a 6-hour marathon. I want to thank Zach again. At least he's willing to come on here, just like Andrew said, just about everybody on his side of the aisle that talks about this. I've invited many of them. They've never come on. They won't sit here and go through the facts and even sit in the hot seat like Zach does. So even though I disagree with Zach, I respect Zach for his willingness to have these conversations and get out there and, open yourself up to criticism and everything else. So you guys don't hate on Zach. Please don't call him names or anything like that. Let's be above that. You can criticize him, but make sure that it is just like, you guys are probably going to call me names anyhow. I don't care. But I think what's more productive is, some substantive criticisms, right? Those go a lot further than, I don't know, whatever ad hominem names that children put out. And we all do it. We all engage. I do it. Conspiratards. I said that. I've said worse. I'm sure I'll do it again in the future, but I try not to. We're always trying to better ourselves, right? Anyways, folks, meet us on a space at, let's do it at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern time. 8 p.m. Eastern time. If not, we'll be on that space till freaking 2, 3 in the morning like we did last night. Anyways, we'll create a space at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and we will talk more about whatever you'd like to talk about. And I hope if Zach's available, he joins us on that too. Anyways, great talking to everybody. Thank you all so much for watching. Make sure you share this. We appreciate all the love and support. We appreciate all the super chats. Hopefully I didn't miss any. My mouse was messing up. If I missed one, make sure. Well, you know what? It's Jen's fault. It's her fault. She did it. But anyways,
it's always my fault.
Let us know. DLpodcast at ParamountTactical.com. That is our email. If we happen to miss a super chat, let me know, and I will send that in the email, and I will address it as publicly as possible.
Producer at
there you go.
dangerousliberty.com.
There
If you have
producer.
any guest If you have any guest recommendations, if you have any suggestions, please don't hesitate to email me. And I just wanted to personally thank, because this was a very difficult live to listen to, thank you to everyone in the audience who was supportive and loving and just so wonderful during this whole thing. Thank you all.
Yes. And for all of you that just went and engaged on either side of this, you just sat there and engaged in ad hominems, do better. We can all do better. We got to start reconciling some of the stuff and coming together a little bit better, and not let this thing divide us as much as it is. Anyways, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. But until next time, until 8 p.m. Eastern time, we will be live on X. But until then, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you.